Khuluma Sihlalo NFP, the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Umuntu omdala ukhuzwa kanjani njalo?
Uzokhuzelwana ukuthi uye kuhlala.
Order, honorable members, may we be seated, please?
Yes, Wakala.
Order, please.
Any voice here? There's no sound there.
May we be seated, please? Kwenzenjani? Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. May we start, please? Let me acknowledge the presence of our Speaker, Honorable Ntembeko Boys, and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Richard Mthembu. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our Premier, Honorable Nomusa Dube Ncube Nzwakele, members of the Executive Council present, all the MECs, members of the Provincial Legislature, our officials present. Let me take this opportunity at this point and acknowledge the Auditor General of the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Tsakane Maluleke, and her team, both from national and the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Among the delegates from the Auditor General of South Africa is Ms. Nomalungelo Mkhize, who is leading the team from the AG in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Ntokozo Nzuza, and Mr. Kabiso Madlala, Hloko, and all other delegates who are part of the AG today. We want to take this opportunity and welcome you to this provincial sitting of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We must begin by raising our deep appreciation for this session, AG, which seeks to empower us on the Auditor General's report and findings for the KwaZulu-Natal financial year that ended on the 31st of March 2023. As the legislature arm, we certainly reaffirm our commitment to continue to robustly play our oversight role to ensure accountability and compliance to acceptable financial accountability on the use of public funds. As a primary institution of democracy and the voice of our people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, this core function of oversight is imperative to ensure that the people's contract, which gave us an electoral mandate, is effectively implemented, thus further giving the words of the Freedom Charter, I quote, people shall govern. This also aligns with this AG report as it calls on the executive authority and oversight bodies to enforce accountability and consequence management by swiftly responding to transgressions through investigations and disciplinary action and recovery of losses if it may have occurred. We indeed further echo the words of this report in calling for the fostering of preventative controls and the culture of accountability as we move on, Auditor General. As I have said, that once again, would like to welcome you, AG, as the province of Kwazulu-Natal, and I hope that we'll enjoy the day with us. We are warm welcome. Siyabonga. As I have indicated, honored members, at this point, I would like to proceed and invite our Honorable Speaker, Nontembeko Boys, the Speaker of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, to give us the welcoming remarks. Over to you, Mahubel.
Thank you, Chief Whip, Honorable Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the leader of government business, who is also the leader of the governing party in this house, the leader of the official opposition, the provincial manager of the AG, Mama Umkize and your team, honorable members and our guests, we want to take this opportunity to welcome the team from the AG that are here to us to take us through the audit of the 22-23 financial years, which is a reflection of our level of accountability as the various executive authorities and the accounting officers that have been mandated by this House to be the shepherds of the taxpayers' monies and bringers of the service delivery to the communities and the electorate that gave us mandate in 2019. But importantly, the report that would show us the effectiveness of the portfolio committees of this House, the effectiveness or worthiness of us to be called members of the provincial legislature. In fact, the audit outcomes, Mrs. Mkize, I also see them amongst the markers of the importance of the 15th day of the month to the members of the provincial legislature and the employees of the legislature, because amongst the key responsibilities, there is oversight. And for as long as we may think that there is something that cannot be done at the level of oversight, we must know that we are not worthy to be paid the salaries. I hear others say that we get allowances. Now, you get paid, honorable members. You have salaries, you are salaried, you are remunerated to exercise lawmaking, oversight, and public participation, but also to ensure that the laws that you have enacted are executed by the executive. Whatever you have done and adopted in this House as part of the budget and appropriation process must find effect and impact to the ordinary citizens. Mayofika kumaqwabe, iyofika kumavilakazi, iyofika kumangubane, iyofika kujili, through service delivery. And members of the legislature must ensure that they do that. So we want to welcome you. We want to listen to you and engage with you so that we better understand how we can complement, because we are clear that we are having a complementary role with all ISDs. There is a greater oversight complementary role to play. We want to welcome all of you, and we are further committing that it will be an engagement that is ongoing, that will also be further continued in the various portfolio committees and standing committees of this House. Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your wise words and welcoming remarks. At this point, let me take this opportunity and invite our Auditor General of South Africa, Ms. Tsakane Maluleke. Over to you, AG.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of the session, Honourable Numalo. Thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I'm grateful that we have the ability to do so remotely. I'd like to greet the Honourable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, as well as the Honourable members, and warm greetings to the Honourable Premier and the MECs that are present in the House. DG, the HODs and other officials that are here, and of course, greetings to my colleagues from Team AGSA that are in the House. Honourable Chair, for this session, I aim not to spend too much time on this presentation, but really to highlight the key messages that will be shared with yourselves by Team AGSA, led by Ms. Mkhize, as you indicated when you started the session. In fact, your opening remarks, as well as those remarks by the Speaker, give me every assurance that we are indeed working together between AGSA and the KZN Provincial Legislature in terms of driving conversations and actions that seek to improve the performance, transparency, and accountability of all of the public institutions within the province. So I am quite comfortable to summarize my remarks because it is quite clear that we are indeed working together. This report covers the two cycles. We normally refer to it as one being PFMA, but I'm acutely aware that it also covers the audit outcomes of the provincial legislature, which accounts on the basis of FAMPLA. So it's not only PFMA that I'll deal with, but also the outcomes of the legislature combined in this submission. I'd like to indicate our gratitude as the National Audit Office for the support of the political leadership, but also of the administration led by the DG and the HODs in helping us get these audits done on time. The majority of the audits, in fact, all of them but one, were completed on time. There was one that was completed shortly after the July deadline. But I can confirm that as we sit, all of the audits were completed. And that is testimony to the idea that between an independent audit office on the one hand, and the administration and the leadership of the province on the other hand, there is a meeting of minds of how to drive the completion of these important audits and this important part of the accountability process, as you indicated. In terms of the presentation, we normally start with that accountability ecosystem, which we keep taking some input from yourselves as we strengthen our message around this. But I think more than anything, it is about making sure that we keep embedding the main story about how everybody in the ecosystem of accountability has particular duties which are distinct, and that every single player in that ecosystem has to complete its duties or fulfill its obligations in a way that's consistent with law, but also with the intention behind the mandate given to them. And if that happens and that is done in a way that's complementary and collaborative, we will get to a point where more and more public institutions are operating in the way that they should. In my conversation today, I'm sure you won't be surprised when I talk a little bit about MFMA, although our primary conversation is about the provincial aspect of the province. because of the complementary duties that some of the provincial departments have, as well as the legislature has in terms of the local government sphere. So I hope that it won't surprise you when I finish off my input by some reflection on the material irregularities that we found in the MFMA cycle. The big story in terms of the outcomes, I think it's important for us to compliment the province on maintaining, I think, good ground in terms of the number of clean audits that are in the province. Some stagnation if we compare it to last year, but I think if we look at the longer range, which tells an important story about this administration's dedication to improving the state of how these public institutions are run. To move from 5 clean audits when this administration took over to 11 clean audits is no mean feat. To ensure that just over half of the auditees have got clean audits is also no mean feat. So credit to the province in terms of getting there. Also importantly, we've seen an improvement with the Community Safety and Liaison Department moving into the clean audit zone, and that's commendable. Another area that I often pause to reflect on is that it is difficult to attain a clean audit, but probably more difficult to maintain it. And that so many of the auditees in the province have maintained their clean audits tells us a strong story about stable controls and consistent attention to the things that are seized with good administration. Also leading by example are the coordinating departments in the form of COCTA, the Provincial Treasury, and the Office of the Premier. Very important that they maintain their clean audits because that's exemplary. And of course, it gives them a strong platform to drive the key service delivery aspects that will affect how different departments operate within the province and also ultimately the municipalities, because over time, we look to these departments to fulfill their duties in a way that drives a sea change of good performance by each of the public institutions within the province. I also want to highlight that the legislature has got a clean audit once again. And congratulations to the leadership of the legislature for maintaining this very exemplary part of how the public institution is perceived and experienced. I think credit to yourselves. It gives a fantastic platform for the next administration to take forward the work that you've already established in terms of driving effective oversight, impactful oversight, and not just on provincial government, but also in the local government sphere. We've seen a regression in human settlements, which related to the area of compliance and also the inability to compile quality financial statements. And from our point of view, that is something that is relatively easy to deal with if there's adequate attention to the things that are important by the leadership of that department, starting with the accounting officer and then going into the CFO and other officials. So we would encourage that department enjoy some focus from the legislature in terms of dealing with the audit action plan and implementing it so that that department can get back onto the better space of good administration and ultimately improving its performance. It's been good to see how the Department of Health has been dealing with prior year audit findings and is moving in the right direction. It provides, once again, confidence that if these basic things are dealt with, that the performance, the sustainable performance of the Department of Health can improve. And I'm sure I don't have to tell the honourable members about the importance of ensuring that these key big departments, education, health, human settlements, public works, social development, that they enjoy the key attention that's required because they hold the biggest budget, but also they have the most direct impact on the lived experiences of the citizens of the province. So I do hope that the portfolio committees responsible for conducting oversight on these departments will continue to drive the key conversations and the key accountability mechanisms that will address the failures that have characterized these departments over time. I'd like to now move on to the next slide which deals with performance information. So we've had some very good news in terms of the running of key departments and the good news about the number of clean audits. And also, I think I'd like to highlight that there has been strong attention to submitting quality financial statements for audit, which is a good indicator of the stability of financial management practices. What does need attention, though, is the area of managing performance. What we find is that the performance information that is submitted to us for audit all too often does not meet the quality standards that are required. What that tells us is that during the course of the year, the disciplines of planning for performance, monitoring it, and reporting on it, and course correcting are not happening. And what we then see, so beyond audit findings, what we've tried to do here is to show you the impact of the continued neglect of performance information. It's one thing to worry about financial information, and that's important, but performance information needs to enjoy the same level of attention as the financial information. In fact, if we look at the province, it's about time that performance information enjoys even more attention, because financial management seems to have stabilized somewhat. Crucial that the area of performance information is dealt with. Some of the impacts that we see are that the key performance indicators that are agreed upon between the departments and the legislature are not complete. In too many instances, there are things that should be in those targets for the departments, such as education, that don't find expression in the APP of the department, which is ultimately signed off by the provincial legislature. The other thing that happens is that during the course of the year, spending happens. So budgets are spent, but programs are not being implemented in a way that has been promised. So the graph that you see there tells you that in a number of different instances, and we've looked at key departments of health, education, transport, public works, and human settlements. And we've looked at particular programs in those departments. And what we're finding is that the spending happens, but the delivery on the other side isn't happening. And in an environment where the focus should be on efficiency of spend, quality of spend of scarce resources, and ever diminishing resources, this area of managing and monitoring performance and course correcting as we go becomes ever more important. So our key message to the province this morning is that you're doing well in terms of the financial management, and the clean audits and the quality AFS submissions are testimony to that. But we have to sort out this area of performance information. It is the trick that's going to close the gap between what's promised and what's done. It's going to close the gap between what is spent and what is delivered. Importantly, it's going to close the gap between what projects are agreed upon and are funded on the one hand, and ultimately what projects are completed on time at the right quality. Far too many delayed projects in each of these departments continue to diminish the lived experience of citizens, because projects are agreed upon, money is allocated, things start, but they don't complete them on time or at the right quality. And what that does over time is it increases the confidence gap between government and the people that it serves. So we would want to encourage the province to genuinely attend to this area of performance information. And we believe that if it is attended to properly, it'll help us improve the key accountability mechanisms that enforce performance, transparency, and accountability, and will close the confidence and trust gaps between government and its citizens on the one hand, but also between government and the legislature on the other hand. Absolutely critical. Our team has done very good work of looking at different projects. Honourable Speaker, you remember our different conversations around how the auditors are no longer stopping at looking at documentation, but are going on site to look at assets, to look at projects, and to give messages and insight that we believe is well positioned to help the people that run institutions do so better, but also those that oversee institutions do so better. So my invitation to the provincial legislature this morning is, whilst you look at performance information, consider the insights that the audit office is able to offer you, especially insofar as projects are concerned. And when you look at a project, do follow through that the problems on that project are dealt with, but also be seized with driving a conversation with the accounting officer around how they are going to improve the likelihood that future projects will be managed better. And in fact, if you look at our material irregularities for PFMA, many of them speak to this area of poor performance management and poor program management. And so if those are dealt with, you'll be able to start having a closing of the gap between delivery and what's promised. And as I said, improving the quality of spend. I'd like to then move on to some reflection on where we are following last year's message to the province. When we finished the 2022 audits, we gave some recommendations and there were commitments made by different players within the province. At least one of those recommendations has been implemented in terms of the coordinating departments doing their work in a more integrated way. And we're quite pleased to see that. And we believe that we should be able to tell a good story when we finish the MFMA audit. The majority of the commitments are in progress, which is encouraging. And of concern is that the one major recommendation that has been left unattended relates to this area of consequence management, of corrective action when things go wrong. And so it leads me to perhaps the next big message to the province. So I've spoken about good financial management. I've spoken about performance information and project management needing attention. The other area relates to consequence management and really doing those things that will help us deliver a culture where wrongdoing is no longer the norm, where transgressions are detected and acted upon, where there is a clear tone of zero tolerance for people to deviate from established policies and regulations. We would want to encourage that consequence management gets some attention across the province, because that's what's going to help us sort out things like irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but importantly, is what's going to help us set a culture where there's better performance by each and every one of the institutions. It's the thing that's going to help us deal with strengthening the integrity systems in each of the public institutions. I'm now getting to the end of my input on PFMA specifically, which is really the call to action. And it highlights in many ways the things we've said before, because you've seen that the recommendations we made last year are still being implemented. So once again, we would like to say to the province that we've seen an improvement in the audit outcomes, and we want to give credit where it's due. However, we do realize that there's still significant concerns on service delivery as we see it when we audit performance information, and we also remain concerned about the lack of consequence management. In this regard, there are specific things that the accounting officers and senior managers ought to do in terms of strengthening the controls in the environment and also implementing consequences where it's required. There are particular actions required from the audit committees and internal audit units that need to make sure that they don't focus only on financial information, but equally on performance information and on the key actions that are going to deal with compliance and legislation, compliance with legislation and regulations. We'd like to reassert our call to action to the coordinating departments in terms of supporting other departments on dealing with their poor audit outcomes and closing the service delivery gaps, and also to keep coordinating amongst themselves so that what they do deliver is effective and efficient. And then to the executive authority and the oversight bodies, we encourage that there be continued work to drive better performance and better accountability for transgressions from what has been agreed upon, what's been promised, and what has been legislated. Honourable Chair, that's really the message that we want to give to the province this time around. I have tried to be brief because I don't want to bore you with things that have already been said, but I hope that my message to you this morning is clear in as much as it's concise, and I have no doubt that it is consistent with what my colleagues at Team HSA would have shared with you. The next part of my input, which really is a couple of slides down from where we are, so if we go to slide 13, is really just about the material irregularities relating to the local government sphere. When we completed the MFMA audit, we were still in the process of wrapping up the different MIs. And you may recall that our message to the province then was that we were encouraged by the improved responsiveness by accounting officers. And in many ways, the same story we see at PFMA in terms of responsiveness to MIs is the same that we see in local government. We've been implementing these powers now. This is now the end of the 4th year of implementing, and we've been ramping up the number of municipalities that are subjected to the MI process. Our report on the MIs that we will table in Parliament in the next few weeks, the law requires that as Auditor General, I account to Parliament on how I've applied the new powers that were given to the office. I'm pleased to note that having applied these new powers and this additional level of engagement and follow-up at the different municipalities that are listed on the slide there, we have been able to identify 45 material irregularities. We've been able to identify that there is a financial loss that's been estimated at just over R500 million associated with those MIs. We've also been looking at MIs beyond the rands and cents that are being lost, as important as that is. We've also looked at items that are causing substantial harm to public sector institutions, as well as substantial harm to the public. So those won't find expression in the rands and cents, but they're also important if we are to improve the service delivery aspect of these public institutions. Pleasingly, in the majority of cases, there has been good responsiveness by accounting officers. They do respond when we issue MIs. So in the vast majority of instances, either they resolve them or they're still in the process of resolving those MIs. In a minority of instances, we've had to apply our powers by issuing recommendations, by driving referrals, and by driving remedial action. We don't have a certificate of debt in the province. However, we do have a few small number of instances where we've had to apply more powers. The big story here is that when we look at these MIs, they arise in the same areas that we have continually cautioned about. Things about procurement and payment management systems that result in overpricing of goods and services that are received, payments for goods and services that are not received. And those things can be dealt with through implementing preventative controls. We also see aspects such as resource management, where assets are not being safeguarded. We see things around revenues not being billed or debts being recovered. It's things that in many ways you would have heard before. I raised this with the provincial legislature to ask that when you oversee the Department of COGTA and also the provincial treasury, do have conversations with them on how they are supporting municipalities respond to the root causes that result in MIs. Not so much responding to each and every MI, but how do they help and support municipalities improve their financial viability and their cash flow management so that they don't incur unnecessary interest and penalties because they don't pay suppliers on time? How do they help the different municipalities respond to the root causes that lead them to continual audit findings and MIs and financial losses resulting from paying people that they shouldn't pay? I also ask that when you meet with the municipalities from time to time, do have conversations with them that seek to drive accounting officers' attention to dealing with every MI speedily and effectively, but also having a conversation that gets them to sort out the weaknesses, the internal controls weaknesses that led to that MI. If we do that, then we'll be able to drive a continual strengthening of the systems of performance, transparency, and accountability. I've now reached the end of my input. I just want to thank you once again, Honourable Chair, and for the opportunity to address you this morning. I have given you our view on the PFMA cycle with our key findings and our recommendations and our congratulations for where you are as a province and our encouragement for you to continue on the journey of strengthening the performance of public institutions. I've also then given you some invitations and suggestions of how the provincial legislature can play an even stronger role in oversight of provincial government departments, but also in the strengthening of oversight and support processes for MFMA. Thank you very much. I'm going to end off here.
Thank you very much, AG, Ms. Tsakane Maluleke, for your wonderful presentation. And honored members, may we give our AG a very big round of applause. Yes. Thank you so much. If we may proceed, are there any questions that other members may want to ask? There is none. Then we proceed. The next item, number 5, is the remarks by the Honorable Premier, Honorable Nomusa Dube Ncube Nzwakele. Premier, over to you.
Jesus. Yeah, please. Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Greetings to the Auditor General of South Africa. Greetings to the Office of the Auditor General in KZN. I also wish to acknowledge my speaker, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, as well as the leadership of the Executive Council led by the Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, and all our leaders in the in the Executive Council. Let's appreciate the presentation by the Auditor General, Chief Whip, and say that as members of the Executive Council, we have indeed received the report from the Auditor General, and we have made our commitments that are based on what it is that we need to improve as government in order to enhance good governance and clean governance. We also indicated that we would like all the departments to ensure that consequence management are instituted where there has been a wrongdoing. So on behalf of the provincial government, would like to appreciate and sincere the AG for the report. From as far back as the breakthrough of 1994, the drafters of the Constitution cemented a future in which organs of state are obliged to report regularly and comprehensively on the expenditure against the funds that are appropriated to all of us. Established as one of the country's 6 Chapter 9 institutions, the AG's office is really an office charged by the Constitution to ensure that we lead in terms of the management of the taxpayers' funds. So in this regard, we wish to take the opportunity to reiterate our absolute and unending commitment as the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal to uphold these constitutional values. We will continue to work towards, together with the AG, to implement the specific recommendations as we strive to ensure that there is qualitative and better governance environment. In August, the Office of the Premier received the clean audit for the financial year alongside 5 other departments and 12 provincial public entities all of these with clean audit record. This August House, the provincial legislature also attained this clean audit, and this is a demonstration, honourable members, that the measures we have put in place are remedying the previous errors that were there in our expenditures. A clean audit with zero irregular expenditure, zero wasteful and fruitless expenditure, zero unauthorized expenditure demonstrate the importance of the transversal coordination that we are doing as various departments. While we pause to celebrate, we are reminded by Tata Madiba that the journey is long. And after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. So we are saying shining stars must continue to sparkle. The golden nuggets must also elevate to the surface so that people can gain back the confidence that they have in this government. We also congratulate the MECs for their leadership, their sterling leadership to the department, as well as the Honourable Mtombeni for the leadership within the SOEs. And we know that the SOEs is very complicated because you have a board there in those institutions that is also running those institutions, while at the same time, Honourable Mtombeni is also must ensure that all these entities account, but also they are clean. We also wish to applaud the work of the Director General, Dr. Mkhize, and her team of committed heads of departments working with our Treasury as accounting officers, that they are burning the midnight oil to achieve the objectives of clean administration. So we emphasize, honourable members, that we heed the AG's recommendations that coordinating departments should work together to develop risk-based support initiatives and regular impact assessment. We also share the view that improved and sustainable results across all spheres can only be achieved when we address project management, planning weaknesses identified by the AG, especially within the infrastructure department. We will make sure that the accounting officers, led by our Director General, and the executive authorities, which are MECs, work together and manage budgets effectively and promptly recover the outstanding debts. We do want to say, honourable members, that the AG, we end by noting your concerns with the various departments, but also with the various units that you have highlighted. I must also emphasize that we work in ensuring that we have a clean and good governance, and we would like to take this opportunity to encourage all municipalities as well as department and SOEs to continue collaboration with the AG's office to implement the recommendation and improvements that have been noted. With regard to the MIs, we have spoken about it even yesterday when we met with the AG's office, that there has to be consequence management, but also that we keep close as members of the Executive Council to ensure that those MIs are addressed, so as to ensure that indeed we get back to the trajectory that would lead us to have complete clean audit across the government departments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier, for your wonderful remarks. At this point, let me once again invite our AG, Ms. Saganima Lulege, to make her final remarks. Over to you, AG.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Premier for her comments and her commitment to continue to work on the areas that we've raised. Perhaps my only final remark would be a request, Honourable Chair, for some feedback to the Audit Office from yourselves as the honourable members of the Legislature. Over the last few meetings that we've had and visits that I've had with the province, we've been at pains to explain our new strategy, which you are well acquainted with now. You've seen us in action in terms of how we've approached the different aspects of what we aim to do. And you have a particular interest in our work, you're key beneficiaries of it, but you also have a different vantage point from where we sit. So my primary question to yourselves is whether we are hitting the mark in terms of what is important to you, and what advice would you offer as we shape our work going forward. Acutely aware that you are wrapping up in terms of an impending change following next year's elections. But I do think it's a good time, if we have some time now, Honourable Chair, just to hear some reflections of what we should be doing slightly differently, or what we should make sure we don't change as part of our quest to strengthen your hand as the political leadership of the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AG, Ms. Tsakani Maluleka, for your wonderful remarks. And at this point, let me then invite Ms. Nomalungelo Mkhize, the Office of the AG in KZN, to come forward on the point of Clean Audit Award handover. Ukona Miss Mkhize? Oh, Nangeza, Kabazela. AG office in KZN. If you can come this side. Let me at this point also invite our speaker to receive the award on behalf of the legislature. Oh.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, for the opportunity. Greetings to the Honourable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, MECs and honourable members in the House, Madam Secretary and your team. Greetings to my leader, the Auditor General of South Africa, and all the executives from Team AGSA. The AG has already taken us through the outcomes for the province and indicated that of the cycles that we do audit, we also audit the provincial legislature as per FAMPLA. Yesterday, we recognized the departments and the provincial departmental entities that had achieved clean audit opinions for the cycles 2022-2023. Today, we are just here to then recognize and congratulate the provincial legislature for maintaining their clean audit yet again. We appreciate, Honourable Speaker, also your support and leadership through the audit cycle. Thank you very much. I would like to call on the Honourable Speaker to then receive, and also Madam Secretary to receive the award.
Can you give yourselves a very big round of applause? Let us invite the Deputy Speaker before you go. Invite the Deputy Speaker as well. And the team from the AG. And the team from the AG. May we also invite the Chair of Starkov to join together with the strategic leadership and the Chair of Starkov to join as well. Let's give them a very big round of applause. I invited them. I think there's no space. There's no space. Yeah, it's okay. There's no space. Strategic leadership, you are invited to join the speaker to take a photo.
Okay, yeah, long.
Honorable de Klerk. No, thank you very much. At this point, let me invite Honorable M.A. Zulu Makeba to give us a vote of thanks. Makeba.
No, Asbong Stala, the Chief Whip of the Legislature. Greetings to Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council present, Asbengelele members Akona, Sanbonani. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to thank the Auditor General for joining us today and for the presentation, which she outlined some of the work done by the AG in the province. As KZN Legislature, we appreciate you making the time to brief us about the state of the province. We also welcome the work done by the government departments for complying and ensuring that they submit reports on time to the AG. We can't ignore your presence, AG, during the departmental hearings to brief us with the departments. That one has contributed a lot in ensuring that we give such results today, such positive results. As the province, we also pride ourselves on the clean audit outcomes from the 11 departments, which shows the work and efficiency done by government departments. Ours as the committees is to continue with transparency and oversight to ensure that there is a compliance to ensure that all government departments achieve a clean audit. We understand that there are challenges on service delivery issues which still needs to be addressed, and we also commit to work together for that compliance. Once again, AG, we thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to the continued partnership which we have with you all along. Thanks so much. Also with the award that you have received in representation by the Speaker, who is the leader of the legislature. Thank you so much. And also with your presentation, Ms. Maluleke, also thank you so much. We wish that that work that we have started today will continue throughout the next financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu Ndabezitha, for your wonderful vote of thanks. At this point, once again, we would like to thank our AG, Ms. Tsakani Malulega, and your team, and Ms. Nomalungelo Mkhize from the Office of the AG in KZN. And at this point, we'd like to excuse you. And all members, we can take 5-minute break while we are now getting ready for the next sitting. Thank you so much. Siyabonga.
Order, Madam Speaker.
May we take this opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation? Amen. Honorable members, good morning. Honorable members, since the previous sitting, the office of the Speaker has learned of the passing on of the following persons: Professor Hussein Jerry Kuvadia, struggle stalwart, anti-apartheid veteran, prolific scientist and champion for health equity in South Africa. Professor Shadrack Guto, internationally acclaimed scholar, constitutional law expert and lecturer of African Renaissance Studies at the University of South Africa, who continued his intellectual work beyond his retirement in 2016. The Honorable Christopher Mzwakhe CBC, a member of parliament representing the National Freedom Party. Mr. CBC, a resident of the Alfred Duma municipality under Utukela district, who passed on after a short illness. Ms. Nomaphelo Mahlati, a sister to the Honorable N.R. Majola, who also passed on a week before last after a short illness. All victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes. All public servants and traditional leaders in Kwazulu-Natal, the country. Victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past. Honorable members, although these people may have departed from our midst, they will live on in the hearts of their loved ones. And it is for that reason that I invite all of us to now stand to observe a moment of silence in their honor. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, I will move on to item number 3 on the order paper on announcements. 3.1 is apologies. The Honorable S.E. Shlomuka, MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, is in Beijing, China, attending the Belt and Road CEO conference on behalf of the Honorable Premier. The Honorable M.W. Twala, Honorable Ms. Chinkosi, Honorable Ms. H.P. Tiliza, and Honorable Mr. N.N. Ngubane, who have organizational engagements. We have honorable members who are not well, Honorable Mr. S.M. Sonjita, Honorable Ms. N. Dlamini, and Honorable Mr. M.E. Phakathi. We wish that you remember those who are not well in your prayers. Ithi ilitani sibakhumbule abangekhoyo apha phakathi kwethu ngakumbi abo babandezeleke emphefumulweni. As we move on to birthdays, I want to take this opportunity to wish a belated happy birthday to Ungolanyama, Unobhala Wamabovu, the Deputy Speaker, Mr. R.T. Mthembu, whose birthday was on the 5th of October. And I also want to send my wishes to Unongengwa, the chairperson of the party of Kamagwaza Msibi in the province, the Honorable C.M. Shinga, whose birthday was on the 13th of October. I hope you both had pleasant days on your birthdays. I also wish to extend our congratulations in advance to the following members who will celebrate their birthdays in the coming days. Honorable members, I call her the lady. The Honorable T.J. Gumede, whose birthday will be on the 22nd of October. The learned friend of the court, Mr. L.J. de Klerk, on the 26th of October. And of course, I didn't know that there is someone who shares the birthday with one of the well-known internationalist, leader of the struggle for the people of South Africa, who was born on the 27th of October. But of course, Honorable M.W. Twala shares a birthday, is born on the 27th of October. To the three wonderful members of this house, I take this opportunity to wish you all the happiness and blessings that this life can offer you. Honorable members, on 3.4 is a resignation of a member. We have received a resignation from former member Mr. V.F. Tabisa, the president of the Inkatha Freedom Party and the former leader of the official opposition of this house, as a member of the Kwazulu-Natal Legislature on Tuesday, 17 October 2023. Subsequently, the IFP caucus, through its whip, has notified the office of the Speaker that now Honorable M.B. Gwala Umphephethe Ukhilani is the party leader of the official opposition. And Honorable Mrs. T.P. Mthethwa, I am aware that she's the deputy chairperson of the Inkatha Freedom Party. I know the positions that are held by women in their parties. Is now the chief whip of the official opposition. Honorable Gwala, Honorable Mthethwa, you are getting to key roles in the House, both as the leader of the opposition, as the chief whip of the official opposition. We are going to be with you, and we are fully confident that we will continue as if there has been no change, because both of you have been members of this House, and we have been working very well with you. Congratulations. Honorable members, there is a thank you message that we've also received from and words of appreciation that we have also received from Honorable Enar Majola on behalf of the Mahlati family, Omasoka, Ohoi. Thanking all honorable members for their support during the time of the family bereavement when her sister passed on. Her sister has already been laid to rest. Usis Nomaphelo was the younger sister to Honorable Enar Majola, and she's the one that they were living together. So your support, honorable members, brought familiarity to her, but also cemented the fact that we are no longer colleagues, but we are also a family. Also from our side, we thank you for the support that you've given to Honorable Majola during this time. The next message, honorable members, is on members' attendance. It's a reminder, especially to honorable whips of parties, but more importantly to the chief whip, deputy chief whip, and the chief whip of the opposition. Members are reminded that their attendance at sittings and committee meetings is regulated by the standing rules. In this regard, Rule 28.2 provides that a member's leave of absence from the legislature during a session must be approved by a member's party. You are doing that. However, Rule 29 further provides that the period for which leave may be granted by the member's party other than maternity leave and parental / adoption leave as provided for in Schedule 2 to the rules may not exceed 3 consecutive sittings day in a session. In terms of Rule 29.2, any leave of absence in excess of 3 consecutive sitting days may be requested of the House by a motion, which must be requested not later than by the close of the 3rd consecutive sitting day of the member's absence. Rule 30.1 further provides that any member who absents himself or herself for 3 or more consecutive sitting days without authorization as provided for in the rules, that is Rule 29 then, loses his or her membership of the legislature, so that when in the next sitting we start effecting the rules, we are not accused. You know that the others who have been absent for 3 consecutive sittings without a motion to the House, go back and tell them that the rules frown upon that, and the Constitution is going to be revoked together with Rule 30 as of the next sitting. We can't receive trophies for accountability because we're making the governing party through departments and entities account. Yet we sit here as a group of friends that cannot account. We are not a group of friends. Everybody must adhere to the rules. As of the next sitting, honorable members, we will be going through that. Honorable members have been persistent in saying that the Speaker must bring to the House the list of attendance. I think that members did not read that first the party must bring their record of the attendance of their members to the legislature. Now, when you do not bring it to the legislature, it does not stop us from effecting Rule 30. We will go ahead. On item number 3.6, honorable members, the Kwazulu-Natal Provincial Legislature has been notified by the Provincial Treasury in terms of Section 19.5 of the Public Finance Management Act of the failure by the Provincial Treasury to submit the consolidated financial statements and the Auditor General's report to the Provincial Legislature within 7 months of the financial year end. And the reasons for that, because there are reasons. The final audited financial statements were signed by the AG only on the 22nd of August 2023 for public entities and 31 July 2023 for departments. It is at this stage a reliable set of consolidated financial statements that can be prepared for submission to the AG for audit by 31 October. In view of this, it is anticipated that the audited consolidated financial statements will be submitted for tabling by 29th of February 2024. So that, honorable members, when you want to say it, you also remember that it was recorded in the House and you were forewarned by government. Honorable members, we recently witnessed history in the making. It was a proud moment for South Africans when Mr. Nkosinathi Maphumulo, popularly known as Black Coffee, took South Africa's most precious export, music, to a global audience in a way that has not been seen in recent history. Umashrimane Black Coffee delivered the headline performance at the famed Madison Square Garden in New York City, in the United States. Black Coffee's sold-out performance at Madison Square Garden has been labeled a historic moment for South African arts and music. From the streets of Umlazi and Umtata to the world's most famous music arenas, and an inspiration to both young and old, Black Coffee took to the New York's world-famous stage on the 7th of October, becoming the first South African DJ and producer to headline at the Garden. The DJ joined a long list of legendary artists who have performed at the iconic venue, including Taylor Swift, Elvis Presley, John Lennon, the Rolling Stones, Bob Dylan, Madonna, Elton John, Stevie Wonder, and many more. You may not know DJs, Honorable Rogers, but I'm sure if you are South African, you definitely know Black Coffee. It's a proud moment for the province, and we congratulate him. On top of that, we must congratulate the Springboks. The extraordinary display of skill and determination by the Springboks at the World Cup in France has captivated our minds, hearts and minds, and united our nation in celebration. South Africa stands firmly united behind the Springboks. The Amabokobokos hard-fought quarter-final win of 29-28 against the host France in Paris has now secured their spot in the semi-finals, where they are set to face off against England this coming Saturday, the 21st of October, 2023. May we all remember that as proudly South Africans, on that particular day, we will be behind Amaboko. Diwali celebrations. We wish all Hindus who will be celebrating Diwali on the 12th of November 2023 a happy festival of lights. Diwali symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. Whilst speaking of ignorance, I think that instead of TS Galaxy, we should be celebrating the champions of the MTN Top 8. That was okay. That was played at the Moses Mabhida Stadium, an iconic stadium in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Remember how old Moses Mabhida would have been today. Remember the role of Orlando Pirates, Moroka Swallows, and other old teams in the social cohesion in this country. Congratulations, Ndodemnyama Esgamakepi.
Thank you, Somlomo Sebonga.
Moses Mabhida.
Happy Pax. Happy Pax, Mahubela. Happy Pax.
Honorable members, may we now go back to the next item, which is announcements or reports by the Premier. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Duma, who's also a leader of the governing party in South Africa. Honorable members, I do wish to South Africa. Honorable members.
Honorable members, there's one premier in KwaZulu-Natal, is Honorable Nomusa Dube Ncube. Honorable Dube Ncube, the premier of KwaZulu-Natal, continue with your announcement. Honorable Msimango, Honorable Kaula, respect Honorable Mthethwa, who is your whip. They must respect you.
Honorable members, we wish to commend and appreciate the excellent work of the members of the South African Police Service in the recent drug bust yesterday, actually. Police officers attached to the Durban Harbour had been monitoring a vessel that had been making its way to South Africa from Brazil. 200 blocks of cocaine were found in the 20-liter paint containers that is used to manufacture drugs. The magnitude of drug bust was successfully carried out, reflecting the dedication, the skill, and the unwavering determination of our police force. This operation undoubtedly makes our province a safer place for all the residents, and it sends a powerful message that criminal activities will not be tolerated in our province. While at the same time last week, 4 suspected believed to have involved in a series of cash in transit robbers in eThekwini, KwaMashu, were shot and killed during a shootout with the police in KwaMashu, one of their houses. This was led by a multidisciplinary police team in collaboration with Hawks following a series of recent cash in transit heists that had rattled the communities and eThekwini Metro. Led by enforcement, we wish to congratulate once again our men and women in blue for executing this excellent work, for making sure that our communities are protected from the scourge of drugs and criminality. We are proud to announce the province hosted a successful MTN 8 final between Orlando Pirates and Mamelodi Sundowns at the iconic Moses Mabhida Stadium a few weeks ago. It was a pulsating final, which was decided by penalties. Durban and KwaZulu-Natal in particular had once again proved that they are a playground of the world through successful hosting of this major sporting event. The hosting of the MTN 8 between Gauteng soccer teams in KwaZulu-Natal was also a major boost for the economy of the province and Durban. The MTN formed part of the resuscitating of the tourism sector in the province, as we saw the MEC of Tourism, Honorable Duma, launching the Tourism Month and indicating that we'll be creating jobs through this domestic tourism in particular. MTN 8 injected more than 43 million, a contribution of 108 million to the GDP in one weekend. We are, however, disturbed by the peddling of the lies by some political parties who claim that the province spent 10 million towards this hosting of the MTN 8. We dismiss this allegation. We dismiss these allegations with condemnation and contempt it deserves. We hereby place it on record that the provincial government did not spend a cent of such exorbitant amounts towards the hosting of the MTN 8. This is a figment of their political imagination and fabrication aimed at scoring political points and discrediting the good work of our provincial government in hosting major events. Honorable members, we wish to congratulate Durban, KwaZulu-Natal and Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center for major scoring of the major awards at the glittering 30th World Travel Award held in Dubai this past weekend. KwaZulu-Natal walked away with 2 honors, namely Africa's Leading Meetings and Conference Destination Award, Africa's Leading Festival and Events Destination Award, beating the countries or the provinces such as Accra, Ghana, Lagos, Nigeria, Morocco, in Marrakesh, Kigali, in Rwanda, and Cape Town and Johannesburg. We beat them. 2023 marks 7 years on the trot since Durban and KwaZulu-Natal has been winning these awards, and 18 years since Inkosi Albert Luthuli Center has been winning these awards, where it was again crowned in the leading and conferencing center ahead of Cairo, Egypt, Kenyatta, Kenya, Kigali, Rwanda, Cape Town, Sentin, Johannesburg, and Cape Town International Convention Center. Indeed, this is a great vote of confidence by the global travel tourism sector in our province. Our city and our facilities, the Durban International Convention Center, Inkosi Albert Luthuli Convention Center, we appreciate this honor, but importantly value the sterling and untiring work put in by the entity KwaZulu-Natal Convention Bureau, which is under the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable Duma, attracting business events to our province. Such achievements are not given nor come to us free. We have to work for them so that we ensure that we put our province. We present the award in front of the honorable members. We have 4 of these awards that are here in front of you, honorable members. Yesterday, the KwaZulu-Natal Business Unit leader of the Auditor General made a short presentation to the Executive Council of the provincial on the PFMA clean audit outcomes. The AG also presented the awards in a form of trophies to the departments and entities that received clean audit outcomes. The provincial government, we recognize this gesture of good performance and good governance in financial management. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let us remind the House that 6 departments, namely the Office of the Premier, Provincial Treasury, COGTA, Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Community Safety, Agriculture, Rural Development, all received clean audits outcomes. Importantly, Honorable Speaker, and this August House, we also congratulate the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature for also receiving the clean audit, but also congratulate the departments such as Department of Health for their improvement in their audit outcomes. 12 honorable members, 12 provincial public entities, 10 of which are under the Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs, 1 under Human Settlement, and 1 under Cooperative Government, also received clean audits from the Auditor General. As we highlight our agricultural activities for the year, this year's launch of the province's annual multi-planting season program was held in Inzinga village, Mpendle, in Ward 1 on Tuesday, the 17th of October. The multi-planting season program is an aggressive and holistic program aiming at aiding smallholder farmers with the right supports where necessary to link them together with the market. It also helps households by encouraging them to foster food security by implementing one home, one garden, one church, one garden, one school, one garden, one clinic, one garden program. The purpose of the multi-planting season program is to reduce food insecurity while alleviating poverty, to provide available mechanization support to indigent, vulnerable households and the underprivileged communities, as well as to identify the underutilized agricultural land for food production. The program was launched with a huge success, and we now look forward to the next stage where our MEC champions will be going out to all the districts to launch those programs to our communities. Honorable Speaker, KwaZulu-Natal has again proven once again that it is a world's playground by hosting the 2023 BRICS Games, which started in Durban yesterday, the 18th to the 21st of October. The Games will feature athletes from BRICS member countries. The Games are a multi-sports event held every 4 years, and the Games have been held in BRICS member states, including in India, in Russia, in China, and here in South Africa. The Games are expected to attract thousands of athletes and spectators from all over the world and will be an opportunity for BRICS countries to showcase their talent and culture and to promote friendship and cooperation between the BRICS countries. For KwaZulu-Natal, the 2023 BRICS Games will be a significant economic boost for Durban and our province, with the Games expected to generate millions of dollars and create revenue for the much-needed jobs. Would like to welcome all our visitors, as we have seen that China, India, as well as Russia had a very big delegation of athletes that they brought to our shores. Honorable members, congratulations to the South African rugby national team, Amapogopogo, on their incredible victory over the host France in Rugby World Cup quarterfinals on Sunday evening. It is true that sport is a glue that keeps the nation together and a vehicle which drives social cohesion. The whole nation was rooting for the Bokke, and they did us proud by silencing the vociferous French supporters in their own backyard. The determination of our team, skill, the never die attitude were truly inspiring, and they were making us as South Africans very proud. What we witnessed was a pulsating game which kept all South Africans on their toes for the first to the final whistle. We wish them all the best as they take on the England this coming Saturday night. We believe in our Springbok, and we will be cheering them, as we know that they are number one supporter. Our Honorable President has already been sending motivational discussions with them, and we are saying, go Bokke, go. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Premier. We'll now go to item number 5, which is tabling of reports or papers. The one is from the Office of Chairpersons of Committees, Multi-Party Oversight Report on Ugu District for 20 and 21 June 2023, Portfolio Committee on Education School Functionality Monitoring Follow-up Program 2023. The next is the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, tabling the KZN Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill, the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill, the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill, the KZN Tourism and Audiovisual Agency Bill, all the bills 2023. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables the Consolidated Municipal Annual Performance Report for the 2021-22 financial year in terms of Section 47 of the Municipal Systems Act number 32 of 2000. The Public Service Commission tables the report on inspections conducted at facilities affected by the flood disaster in Kwazulu-Natal Province, September 2023, and the Public Service Commission 2022-23 annual report. Honorable members, is there any other report that must be tabled that is not before, that may not be there? Honorable Chairperson of Finance.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, would like to present the report of Finance Portfolio Committee unaudited closeout report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other tabling? Honorable members and chairpersons, if there is another tabling at any given stage, we will indulge the honorable members so that they table that report. Now we will move to item 6, formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to all members. Speaker, there are no formal motions and notices by the Office of the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Now, honorable members, we have received the correspondence from Honorable Kika that he has some guests at the gallery. So there are about 10 that will be with us for the duration of the sitting. They are just reminded that they are not going to be part of the proceedings of the House. Now, we will now go to item 7 on the order paper, which is member statements. Parties have given us the members that will be doing member statements. Honorable members, we think that honorable members from the executive, let's go through the member statements and then afford you, after we have finished, if there is anywhere that you want to respond, so that we also are economic with time. Honorable Leader of Government Business. That's how we are going to deal with the issue of responses. The first member statement is from Honorable G.N. Swart Boindombela of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress welcomes the official launch of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's multi-planting season program that was held in Umgungundlovu district on Tuesday, 17th October 2023. This program acts as a catalyst for the reduction of poverty and the promotion of food security. We are fully aware that the journey towards food security has its challenges. However, the ANC believes that this will ensure that this issue of food insecurity in the province is addressed and improved. Equally, this launch reiterates the ANC's commitment in having a sustainable approach that addresses food security, job creation, and a resurrect in our promise to our people that the ANC cares, the ANC lives, and the ANC leads. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next member statement is from the Honorable HGS Mavimbela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings. We come a long way as the government of the people, by the people. First and foremost, we must agree that service delivery is of utmost importance. Central to this is the speed and capacity of our government in delivery of services. The issue of aging infrastructure that need maintenance, population growth, and impatience of our people must also be taken into consideration. We are aware of challenges that also hinder progress, which are not of our making, like floods, COVID-19, and the unrest, which take us back. But we are pleading with our people to be patient so that we don't reverse our gains of democracy, while we're also pleading with our government to be sensitive and speed up service delivery. Let us live in peace and harmony in our land. No violence, please. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next one is Honorable NJ Nkwanyana.
Angithokoze somlomo. Uma umuntu esedlulile emhlabeni uyiswa emakhazeni ngesikhathi umndeni wakhe usenza amalungiselelo okufihlwa kwakhe. Akekho umuntu osuke ecabanga ukuthi kukhona abasuke benza itulo lokuntshontsha isidumbu emakhazeni. Muva nje uvela imbiko ethi untshontshe isidumbu sikaMnumzane uSiyabonga Mbanjwa oneminyaka ewu-38 wakwaDabeka emakhazeni kahulumeni ePinetown. Leli chilo liqubula idwedwe lokuthi nathi sonke lapha kulendlu kusobala kahle kwekade limhlophe ehlungwini ukuthi asiphephile kanye nemndeni yethu. Okuzothi uma sendela kwelamathongo bese kuba khona abantu abacabanga ukuntshontsha imizimba yethu emakhazeni. Lesi sikhathi esokuthi umhlonishwa ongqongqoshe wezempilo dadewethu nomagugu
Your time
Simelane
has expired, Honorable
atshele
Member.
bonke
The next
abantu.
member, Honorable Member, don't do that. Don't do that. Your time has expired. Don't do it, please. The next member is Honorable TP Mthethwa of the IFP. Why are you calling me Honorable Msimang? Don't.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education is in shambles and is in dire need of competent leadership as it is faced with a plethora of challenges and there is no political will to address them. Last week, Suguma Secondary School pupils in Imbali Unit 1 blocked road with burning tires, demanding food and for the electricity to be reconnected at the school after the department failed to pay ESCOM. This is not an isolated case, as many schools have been subjected to this treatment in the past. These developments have led us to question leadership skills of the KZN MEC for Education, Honorable Mbari Fraser, as well as her counterparts, such as the HOD. This whole affair is inexcusable
next member is Honorable F.A. Rogers.
Yabulela Somlom. Is the African National Congress aware of unpaid pensioners in the city of Umzinduzi? Is the ANC aware that this matter was tabled in council in 2016? Are you aware that 30 million rand of the Provident Fund was returned to the city for distribution? Are you aware that some of the beneficiaries have passed away without receiving due benefits? Are you aware that some beneficiaries have had to sell their homes and in vehicles in order to survive? Are you aware that the mayor of Umzinduzi publicly declared that he would deal with this in 90 days? 7 months later, nothing. All I can say is shame on you, ANC. Leave no one behind is nothing but empty rhetoric. I thank you.
The next member is Honorable N.L. Baipele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Njenge-EFF sizwakalisa ukudumala okukhulu ngombiko wakamuva ovela kumcwaningi mabhuku oveza ukuthi umasipala waseThekwini unezikhala ezingaphezu kuka-16,000 zemisebenzi ezingagcwalisiwe. Ezinye zazo ekusekuphele iminyaka eyi-15. Kuyasikhathaza ukuthi kube nombiko onjengalona ekubeni isifundazwe sethu singezinye sezifundazwe eziqenqgeleza phambili ngokusolakala kwamathuba omsebenzi ikakhulukazi entsheni njengoba sinabantu abangu-46.7 abangasebenzi kulesi sifundazwe. Kuwona lo masipala bangu-6,000 abasebenzi akade bengaphansi kohlelo lwe-PEP abalahlekelwe imisebenzi ngesonto elidlule ngoba kuthiwa umasipala awunayo imali yokubakhokhela. Kuyamangaza noko ukuthi uhulumeni ophethe umemezele ukuthi usembhidlangweni ukulwa nobupha nokusungula amathuba emisebenzi ekubeni bebaningi abantu abangaqashiwe ibe imisebenzi.
Member, thank you. The last member statement is from Honorable M.E. Dungwana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this House notes the excellent work of this ANC-led government in KwaZulu-Natal in addressing the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment through the implementation of Stesha Wire program. This program has created thousands of job opportunities for the unemployed youth in our province. We call upon all departments to continue with this program, which will ensure that we eradicate youth unemployment in our province. Thank you.
Honorable members of the executive, any takers for responses? Okay. The first one will be the MEC for Education there, followed by MEC for Public Works, MEC Health, then the Premier. MEC Agriculture before the Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, we had the challenges. It's so unfortunate that teaching and learning has been disturbed, but with the intervention of the Cabinet, all the challenges that we've been experiencing are now going to be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, our government is rolling out service delivery on the ground. The aim is to boost the economy of this province, and we have indicated through my colleague next to me the program that has indicated we've got a budget of not less than 38 billion rand for infrastructure rollout. In one of our departments, the Public Works, we had 12 million rand. That is for maintenance of structures, as we were talking about the aging buildings. But over and above that, want to indicate that more than 11.6 million rand has already been spent in order to deal with this thing. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Mrs. Zuma.
Siyabonga somlomo mama. Sibonge kakhulu ku Honorable Sarboy. Indeed to prima ulonche planting season. Sizoya kuwo wonke amakhona KwaZulu-Natal. Sesinga MEC champion. Ayikho indawo esingeze uyihamba sitshala. Ngani ngoba sithi phezulu komkhono. Njengoba sithi phezulu komkhono nje isikhathi lesi la kuna khona eyimvula akukho esingeze ukwazi ukutshala. Sizobe sinikeza abantu bakithi imbewu, sinikeza abantu bakithi umanyolo. Inhloso yokuthi sifisa ukuthi kungabikho umuntu ongezotshala ukuze siqede indlala KwaZulu-Natal. Ngawo agriculture create amathuba emisebenzi kodwa ngayi agriculture futhi sivale igebe elikhona kwezomnotho phakathi kodla imbuya ngothi nezambana nobhondo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
MEC Health.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu somlomo. Inkinga nje yokuqala ukuthi umhlonishwa uNkwanyana ugcine ngashonga ukuthi ufisa ngenze njani noma ubesixoxela nje lolu daba. Kodwa ke ngiyafisa ukusho somlomo ukuthi asinayo i-report from ka Department of Health ekhuluma ngokuthi kukhona umzimba olahlekile. Kodwa ke ngoba useshilo sizobuka sibukisise but sinama security measures atight kakhulu emnyangweni wezempilo ukwenza sure ukuthi abantu abayithathi imizimba okungasiyo eyabo ukwenzeka sure ukuthi umuntu uclaima for umzimba okowabo ngempela. Siyafisa ke nje nokuxoxela umphakathi ukuthi uma ngabe kukhona inkinga ekhona akubasiza ukuya enkatheni ngoba inkatha ayiphethe emnyangweni wezempilo. Kuyasiza ukuthi beze kuthina directly so that sikwazi ukuthi si-investigate properly. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Leadership.
The Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Say to Honorable Rogers that, Honorable Rogers, are you aware that this pension fund that you're talking about was during the apartheid government? Are you aware that the board that was responsible for administering this municipal pension fund is the old board before this democratic dispensation? Are you aware that the municipality of Msunduzi and the mayor that you're talking about in particular had to request to the municipality to set the money aside to assist those workers while they are trying to retrieve these monies from those Krugers and those Van Reenen who were members of the municipal board during the apartheid times? Are you aware that those that have deceased and those that are still at home wanting their monies, the blood of the Krugers and the Van Reenen of those times during the apartheid municipalities are responsible for this pain that has been inflicted to those people, not this government of Mandela, this government of Ramaphosa? Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you. Honorable Rogers, this is the House, Honorable Rogers, this is the House. There are standing rules here. You want to raise something, you have to invoke the rules. You're not going to do that. I know, honorable members, that it's the election that is around the corner, but you are not going to turn the House into a pub. You're not going to do that. I can see that you are rising, MEC Nkonyeni.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. May I please crave your indulgence? I missed an opportunity of tabling a report. May I please do it now?
Thank you. I've said that we will indulge anyone who wants to table. You are allowed to table, it will be recorded as tabled, Honorable MEC.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Premier. It's on the combined report on rationalization of public entities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It has been read on record. Honorable members, before we move to the next order, something has come into my attention. I think the culprits have seen it and left. I will read it to the House, but the attention of Honorable T.P. Mthethwa. Umthetho wesigatshana samashumi mahlanu anesihlanu izembatho zamalungu. Ukuze kugcinwe ukuhlonipheka kwendlu, amalungu kumele agqoke ngendlela ehlelekile noma avunule ngemvunulo yesintu noma ngokwendlela yesimanje yokusebenza. Inqobo nje uma lelo lungu lingeke ligqoke nayiphi imvunulo yeqembu lezepolitiki noma imibala nezimpawu zeqembu okubalulwe ku-Schedule 5. Mhlonishwa uMthethwa, kumalungu wakho kunezikipa ezivela la ngaphansi kwamashethi amhlophe ezithi sethembe, kube khona umuntu ophakamisa isandla, kube sekuthi usivotele amabili. Ngicela ukuthi uwakhulumise ukuthi lezo zikipa masengaziboni thina la endlini. Siyasibona phela endlini. Siyasibona. Uzowafunda ama-rules nama-responsibility wakho. Uzowafunda ama-responsibilities zakho. Sisibonile iskipa, masingasiboni. Thank you. Now, honorable members. Okay, angikwazi usukume ngawuphi umthetho, kodwa ungawuphakamisa umthetho usukume ngawo. Ngicela ukukunikeza ithuba ukhulume. Standing rule osukuma ngaso. Cela uphakame. Honorable Mthethwa. Ukubabaza siyakubekezelela kubaba uGwala ngoba yena usewumuntu osemdala and ukwenza ngendlela ekahle engadlulelani nemithetho. Asizi ukubekezelela kuwe. You are out of order on your first day as a chief whip. Now we come back, honorable members. We go to the 8th order, which is the questions to the Premier on matters of provincial importance in terms of Rule 120 of the Standing Rules of Kwazulu-Natal Legislature. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question from Honorable Mayor of the DA.
Honorable members, I am left with no conclusion except to believe that imvunge yakhiwa ngu-Honorable Khawula, who have left his seat. Kube sekuba nemvunge ke khona ngalana. Honorable Khawula, may you find yourself back in order, together with Honorable, who's the Honorable next to you, Honorable Fraser, if you can move back. Honorable Zuma and Honorable Khawula, the Premier is answering questions. Can we all be in attention, especially members of the executive? Honorable Khawula, take your seat. Thank you. You may continue, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question is from Honorable Mayor of the DA. Whether the MEC for Kokta announced that there was Section 154 intervention in eThekwini, and the timelines of this intervention. The response, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, is that the MEC for Kokta announced that there will be a Section 154 in eThekwini. And since then, the MEC was not allowed to address the municipality. However, the MEC was able to interact with the Executive Council. The situation is, oh no, my goodness, sorry. In support of the Section 154 of the Constitution, the intervention was implemented as follows. Immediately after the 2022 flood disasters, the Provincial Executive Council resolved to declare that a disaster that affected the areas of KwaZulu-Natal and eThekwini in particular, and all other spheres of government, were requested to redirect their resources in support of the municipalities. It should be noted that the provincial government also brought together 3 critical national government departments, namely DECOCTA, the Department of Water and Sanitation, to assist eThekwini Metro Council to develop a turnaround strategy. To reinforce our commitment of expediting the implementation of the recovery plan, the Provincial Executive Council in April 2023 resolved to invoke support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996 at eThekwini municipality in support of this ongoing intervention. The National Government of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the National Treasury, as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation have also undertaken various assessments to ensure that appropriate support is provided to the municipality. Regular reports are expected to be forwarded to the Provincial Executive Council to monitor and provide the oversight over that support of eThekwini. There are no timelines for the implementation of the focus support in terms of Section 154. It will depend on the verification process as well as the work that is undertaken by DECOCTA and the National Treasury and the magnitude of the identified challenges. With the continued challenges in eThekwini, we are confident that there will be a turnaround. Whether there is a criteria for, or the member is asking, why is the provincial government not instituting Section 139? We are saying that there is a criteria for the municipality to be placed under Section 139, and eThekwini Metropolitan Council does not yet meet that criteria. Should I go on, Honourable Speaker, to the next one?
Unless there is a follow-up question.
Thank you.
Continue. Can I continue, Speaker?
Yes, you know that the first preference says this.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I was just waiting for acknowledgement. I didn't want to break the rules. Thank you, Speaker. Sure, the Honourable Premier's head must be spinning after that U-turn. Speaker, I would like to ask a follow-up question, and the follow-up question is...
I did not get you on the first part.
I said that the Premier's head must be spinning after that U-turn we just saw. Speaker,
Can
my
you
follow-up
take that
question...
back? Take that back.
I retract, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, my follow-up question is the following. The MEC announced, and she reiterated that at this very house, that a committee would be appointed, led by Professor Lutsibi, former Director General in the President's Office, and Mark Sutcliffe, former City Manager. That committee doesn't seem to exist, and from the Premier's answer, it doesn't seem like that committee will be called into place. So will the 154 intervention, as was announced by the MEC in this very house, she was sitting right there, with a committee that will be put in place to do the 154 intervention, has that now been withdrawn, and are we not seeing that intervention anymore? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The intervention of eThekwini exists. I've actually attended various meetings by the Department of National Treasury, as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation following that intervention. With regard to the committee, Honourable Mayor, there is no committee at the moment, although the various departments have deployed experts on various fields, such as the National Treasury the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Water and Sanitation, has also sent Umgeni Utukela Water to work with the municipality with regard to the water infrastructure and sanitation matters. Thank you.
Why are you standing? What rule are you standing on?
Chairperson, isn't 2 follow-ups allowed on a question? Speaker, sorry.
Which rule are you invoking now? Because when you were making that supplementary question, you were making it in terms of Rule 121.5. Anyway, instead of 1 supplementary question, you had your question having 2. So which one are you now using?
121B, Speaker. 3. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You are there. May it not have 2 questions because the first one that you made was already having 2 sub-questions in one.
It did not, Speaker.
It did.
It was one question only.
We are listening to you and we're going to bring you into order in that. It did. Continue.
Thank you, Speaker. My second question is a very simple one. To the Premier. Speaker, clearly, I mean, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher once said, this lady is not returning. The same is not true here for the Premier. But, Premier, may I then ask, and your question in this massive U-turn we've just seen, which faction is actually in charge of the ANC in this province? Thank you very much.
Can you go to Rule 120, honorable members? Honorable members, can you go to Rule 120? That we are speaking of, those are rules of provincial importance, so that we just want you to know. Honorable Premier, we are reminding you that these are questions of provincial importance. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we wish to place it to this House that we are serious about governance, and there are a lot of matters that we have to handle relating to the lives and improving the lives of the people. Of course, Honorable Speaker, for those honorable members who might not have anything to do, it would be nice for them to just play around with the minds of people without having to concentrate on what it is that needs to be done. We want to reiterate that eThekwini municipality continues to deliver services to the people. That has been witnessed by various awards that eThekwini municipality has won over the past 2 months, which were global awards indicating the good work that is done by eThekwini municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
We are now going to rule number 2. Question number 2, the question from the Honorable Leader of the DA, my good brother, the one who was asking me why am I saying he must withdraw. Honorable Premier.
The question from Honorable Rogers about the political killings, what it is that is being done. We are responding, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, that the Premier is part of the Interministerial Committee that was established by His Excellency, the President of South Africa, President Honorable Ramaphosa. The Interministerial Committee comprises of Ministers of Police as the chairperson, Ministers of Defense, Ministers of State Security, Ministers of Justice and Correctional Services, and MEC of Community Safety and Liaising. As recently as the 4th of September, the IMC received a thorough briefing from the Integrated Multidisciplinary Task Team on the cases of political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. There has been a breakthrough on almost all political killings in KwaZulu-Natal.
These are at different stages. On the 6th of September, the Minister of Police held a press briefing here in Durban on behalf of the IMC, briefing the media on the success of this task team. So far, this task team has resulted in the arrest of 348 suspects who have already been charged with 233 cases. Their cases are at various stages and some are in the court process. Whether there is any further action, more intelligence-driven operations are planned and are ongoing on the investigations and the prosecution. The Minister of Police is working on the extending of the time frames of the integrated multidisciplinary task team. The contributions by the department in the province of KwaZulu-Natal will also see the province boosting the police by providing cameras, Wi-Fi, lighting, as well as supporting with the training of community safety officers in various areas, including the traditional councils. The joint JCPS cluster committee of the province continue to implement the Moerane Commission report, but also monitoring the implementation of this report. Prior to the establishment of the task team, cases were not properly investigated, which often led to suspects not being arrested. In its work, the task team took the Moerane Commission report and its recommendation, and it recognized that the Moerane Commission could be used on further investigation, which is happening right now. Thank you.
Aike, Nancy Sap. Nancy Sap, Tati Sap, Yako Rogers.
Thank you, Premier, and I really appreciate the end of your report there about the Moerane Commission. So I'm going to pose a question, but I need to give you one of the resolutions out of the Moerane Commission, and then I'm going to phrase my question. So 1188 of the Moerane Commission talks about, in the current context of an extremely volatile political environment and an upcoming election, it is recommended that political parties immediately settle differences within and between themselves through peaceful means using negotiations, mediation, and other consensus-building techniques to avoid the continuing murder of politicians and public officials. So my question to you, Premier, are you prepared to commit the African National Congress to join and deal with recommendation 1188 of the Moerane Commission?
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. Yes, Honorable Rogers, we can confidently say in the past, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, the MEC for Community Safety convened that multi-party safety committee. And we will, going forward, ensure that even myself, who's supposed to be in the chair of that committee, a member of that committee, we will ensure that we monitor the work of the committee with a view of ensuring that political parties indeed settle whatever differences that might be there in an amicable and peaceful means. Thank you.
Okay, for now, okay.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Madam Premier, my question around your answer now is about a month and a half ago, I wrote to all political parties requesting to deal with 1188, where political leaders have a dialogue around this. I have not even received an acknowledgement from the leader of the African National Congress. Do you still believe that the ANC is committed politically to engage with political parties on this issue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Rogers, I can confirm that in the last multi-party committee, the African National Congress was present, which means that those political parties, IFP was present, so as other political parties that were present in that multi-party committee meeting. And I do believe that there might not be a need for duplication, but rather let's join hands in whatever that can make us and this province to be a peaceful province moving forward. Thank you.
Question number 3. Honorable Premier.
Is it not Madlop? Is it Madlop or Kwanya? Madlop, it's Madlop. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With regard to the Honorable Madlop Mthethwa of the IFP, the learners of Ward 3 Nkandla from Mphalwini Primary School, Amatola Mnyama High School, and Sizwe Sonke High School that are paying an amount for hiring the ferry. Honorable Madlopa, the response from your caring government is that the department has deployed a team to conduct a study on the feasibility of constructing of the bridge on the 5th of September, where they were looking at the different options that are available to assist the community to get from their homes to school. The feasibility study will show whether we need a vehicular bridge or a pedestrian bridge that is warranted, and what options are needed to ensure the safety of the learners. Once the analysis has been done, the project will then be captured on the Infrastructure Project Implementation Plan, which is the IP, and initiation process will start. And the bridges that relate to communities and schools and clinics are regarded as priority bridge. That is why some of them are done under the program called Welisisizwe, which is the work that we do with the SANDF, because they are able to help with the immediate and temporary bridges even that are sustainable. The project implementation plan, therefore, is at the initiation process. And in the meantime, we have tasked the Department of Transport and Department of Education, as well as the Premier's office, to urgently engage with the communities with a view of finding an interim solution that will ensure that both the community and the learners are safe. Thank you.
Kaloku mna naye uHonorable Mthethwa singomiss. You rise in the house. When you need to speak, you rise. Singaphakamisi apha dadewethu. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, I have a follow-up here. Because there was an indication of the money that was paid. To say Elena is going to pay 100 rand to the boat owner in that area. What measures has the department done? As we are currently, learners are supposed to be closing and it's raining, to prevent the payment and to assist the learners as a disaster and emergency measure. I'm just checking about that issue. Because with that, the other issue, I think I'm fine because we can't build a bridge on a day. But the measure, the boat payment and all those, what have the department done to sort that?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Speaker, with regard to that, this is why we initiated a community meeting, because that is where we are going to verify as to why and who is paying who, and how is that payment being arranged? Because at the meeting of the 5th, when the team was there, they couldn't find that information about the monies that are being paid. That is why we suggested that we have at the Department of Education and Transport to urgently convene a meeting so that should the departments needing to pay that amount of money, the departments will then have to facilitate that. But as it stands, we are trying to find an interim solution working with the community and the schools in that area.
Okay, Honorable Kika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given that there is an issue related to ferries and ferrying learners across the rivers with boats, is there any consideration and plan given to the ferry boats that are lying at the Sharks Board that are collecting water in the boats and plants growing in the boats, and how can they be put to use? Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to indicate that many of the ferry boats that you see in our communities were donated by the Sharks Board. So Sharks Board is actually helping with those donations. But on the serious matters such as this one, I think it would be proper that should a member like the Honorable Madlopa indicated that there is this problem, and then we can come and intervene. But on a generality that Honorable Kika is talking about, I think it will help if you could do a little bit of work so that you know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Question number 4, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Nkwanyana of the IFP, during the budget speech of the Honorable Member of KZN Health, that the Honorable Members is asking how far is the building of the hospital in Tuba and how much is being budgeted for this particular work, and which company has been awarded the tender. Honorable Member want to know the tenders and how far is the process of building the clinic in Buhlebeze, which is 2 questions, different questions in one. However, Honorable Speaker, we wish to respond that with regard to Mtuba in particular, there is very good work that has started, which is progressing very well to build that clinic in Mtuba. As we talk, Honorable Speaker, the tender for this work closed on the 6th of September. And we are planning, in fact, to date, the tender closed on the 6th of September. The bid is currently underway. How much is being planned? How much is budgeted for? 600 million is budgeted for. Which company is getting tenders? We're not involved in tenders. However, the bid process will determine which company will be suitable to build this work. How far is the process of building a clinic in Ofafa, Ebuhlebezwe? There are difficulties with regard to this one. It is due to the suitability of the sites that have been made available in that particular area. But Ofafa Clinic is one of the prioritized clinics. The planning process has started. Currently, the drawings are being processed by the architects. And the process is really at the advanced stage, and it's in the current MTEF financial year. Thank you.
Seems like there's no follow-up question. Let's go to question 5. But you did not rise. Okay, you can. Don't think twice.
No,
Go
I'm not
ahead.
thinking twice.
No, no, please with the honorable member this side. Yeah, I saw you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank the Premier for the responses, what he made in this House about the clinics I've asked. But as an opposition party, we are going to monitor the work that has been started already and see to it that is it the right amount that was set in this House, that is 600 million, that is going to be used to build a clinic at Mtubaduma. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Ngwanyana, when you have asked a question and it is responded to, you don't make a statement. You give a supplementary question, like what Honorable Mtetwa did, like what Honorable Mayor and Honorable Rogers do. There's nothing that say you can now go and come and give a closing statement like you are doing. Ask a question. I will pardon you today, but in future you rise because you have a question to ask, a follow-up question to ask. Now, I still maintain there's no supplementary question. Let's go to question 5.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question comes from the Honorable Member of the IFP, and it relates to the business forums that are interfering with the work. And the member is asking what plans are there to deal with this problem, and to what extent is this problem having on the work. We respond, Honorable Speaker, by saying that the President of the Republic of South Africa, working with the Department of Public Works, the police, as well as the intelligence-driven work, have established a specialized investigation team to ensure that all cases that have been lodged are followed and prosecuted. The SAPS has established 20 economic infrastructure teams throughout the country. And of these, 18 established at the district level and 2 at the provincial level at our province. The teams also work in with other role players such as the National Prosecuting Authority, the SARS, as it is very clear that intimidation, lawlessness, and violation of the rights of property is unacceptable and will be met with the full might of the law. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has engaged those who genuinely are looking for economic opportunities and have outlined various policy options that are available to all the communities and the citizens of South Africa if they want to access economic opportunities. The Honourable Member also asked, we are saying that the province of KwaZulu-Natal is committed to safeguarding construction projects and preventing any further disruptions. The government does not tolerate the hijacking of construction sites or any type of interference. This is done through the maintaining of strong presence and the working relation between the law enforcement agencies, the government, as well as the business, to create a secure environment for contractors to carry out their work without the fear of intimidation or delay. The province have also on the regular basis engaged with the police on those cases that have been lodged. We've met with the business and we are ensuring that even the business communities are kept informed on the processes and where those cases are. The Minister of Police is also setting up a focused task team to look at those matters as they are viewed as economic sabotage. Thank you.
Honorable Panuka Prash, we don't have.
Okay. Honorable Kaula.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier. Thank you for your response. I just want to find out from the Honorable Premier, has government done an investigation or study to find out how wide and how intense is this problem? Is it something that affects national projects, provincial projects, local government projects, and also to distinguish between the genuine cases or the genuine complaints and also the criminal elements? Do we have that kind of data as government? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would not be able to say, to talk on the nationwide problem, but the problem is quite, is found in various provinces. Yes, I think it is in this regard, as you say, that the MEC, for instance, of Public Works had to meet with those people so that you can distinguish, as you say, those that are genuine in terms of wanting to know what economic opportunities and how to access those economic opportunities. In fact, there has been even workshops that were run to take people through how to register in the government a database, how to lodge a dispute with the tribunal if you're not happy about who got the tender. We've also taken them through our BEE, policies, as well as how to fill up the documents. So that is how we've really been able. I mean, in Kwamashu, Mlazi, those workshops have been run with an aim really of saying there shouldn't be anybody who feels that we're not listening to them, at the same time not providing them with information so that those that are involved in criminality, they are distinguished and they face the full might of the law.
Honorable Premier, it looks like there are no further follow-up questions. That was the last question on the question paper for today. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions that you have asked. This is also part of the oversight that we must exercise to government. And we always welcome the thoroughness of the responses provided by those that are deployed to the EXCO, especially Premier today. Honorable members, I think I do not have to say what I am going to say, but because amongst the questions, there's something that was spoken to that relates to violence leading to elections. And I must thank Honorable Manqele, who in the course of the questions has slipped me a paper that I will make the announcement on. He was informing us as the House that the killer of Councillor Miyaga of the ACDP in Umhlatuze has been arrested almost 3 weeks ago. And the perpetrator has pleaded guilty in all charges. Because, honorable members, whenever a politician dies, we all say political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Manqele says the matter is not political motivated. It's important that we also communicate that so that the stats and the image that we portray of our province and the caliber of politicians that we have is not tarnished by us as politicians. Honorable Manqele of the ACDP, you did not have to do this, but you decided to do it. Thank you for making us aware of that. We just hope that eventually the ACDP and the family of Miyaga and the church will find closure. May justice be served. You can't be making this sound like that, Honorable.
Kaula, unless you don't fear. Honorable members, we are now coming to the debate on the report on unaudited closeout budget performance hearings, which will be order number 91.1 on the orders of the day. And we will start that with the report by the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the 2022-2023 unaudited closeout budget performance hearings. The Honorable Tulani V. Kulu, who would give us the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee for 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Premier, Honorable members, and our executive present. This is our Finance Portfolio Committee 2022-2023 unaudited closeout report. On the 11th of July 2023, the Finance Portfolio Committee received a comprehensive briefing from the Provincial Treasurer on unaudited closeout report for 2022-23 financial year. The purpose of this report is to discuss the unaudited budget performance for the 2022-23 financial year for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The unaudited budget performance numbers correspond with the annual financial statement submitted by the department to the Auditor General, and the province's final numbers will be based on audited outcome once the audit by the AG has been completed. The report provides an analysis of the provincial owned revenue, unaudited expenditure compared to the financial final appropriation, conditional grants, and infrastructure spending, amongst other focal areas. The Finance Portfolio Committee did not conduct hearings with the departments and entities for this report. Provincial owned revenue, it says the aggregated unaudited revenue collected by the province in 2020-2023 amounted to 3.992 billion rand when compared to the final appropriation of 3.8 billion. There was an over collection of 231.1 million, or 6.1% above budget. Out of the 14 provincial departments, only 4 recorded unaudited under collection, while 10 recorded unaudited over collection. Department of Transport recorded the highest revenue over collection at 178.9 million, followed by Provincial Treasurer at 52 million and ATIA at 42.3 million. The Finance Portfolio Committee commends departments that collected revenue above their projections. The committee urges the 4 departments that recorded unaudited under collection to find effective ways to improve their revenue collection efforts and address any challenges that had led to under collection of revenue. The summary of provincial expenditure. At the end of March 2023, the aggregated unaudited actual expenditure for the year amounts to 145.633 billion rand, when compared to the final appropriation of 146.535 billion. The province recorded under expenditure of 901.982 million at year end. The final appropriation considers all budget adjustments made in the second adjustment estimate in March 2023. 11 votes underspend their budgets, 2 fully spend their budgets, while 1 nominally overspend their budget. Departments with largest variances in their budget expenditure include Department of Human Settlements and Department of Education. Department of Human Settlement recorded an unaudited underspending of 418.3 million. However, it must be noted that the bulk of these funds are committed and therefore will be retained by the province for use in the 2023-2024 financial year to continue rebuilding after the disasters that occurred in 2019 and 2022 in the province. The province is engaging National Treasurer regarding an amount of 52.7 million, which was initially not approved for rollover by National Treasurer. Department of Education recorded an unaudited underspending of 328.7 million. The unaudited underspending for this department is mainly attributable to the National School Nutrition Program grant with underspending of 141.2 million, and the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative project with underspending of 151.3 million rand. The department indicated to the provincial treasurer that one of the reasons for the unaudited underspending is that NSNP grant invoices for March are submitted at the end of the month and paid out in April. The department submitted a rollover request for these unspent funds to be utilized in 2023-2024 financial year. National Treasurer granted provisional approval. With regards to the PayYEI project, the department indicated that it was not permitted to replace any assistants who exited the project because of natural attrition. Hence, the lower number of appointed assistants, which resulted in unaudited underspending of the funds allocated for this project. On conditional grants expenditure, the unaudited conditional grant expenditure was at 97.6 at the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. While this is a good achievement, the Finance Portfolio Committee reiterates its call to departments to ensure full expenditure and correct reporting on conditional grants expenditure. Where conditional grants are not spent in full, they must be committed so that rollovers requests to National Treasury can be granted. Conditional grants funding goes a long way in supplementing the province's equitable share funding. Underspending on conditional grant funding and failure to account correctly for conditional grant funding can have a negative impact on province's fiscus. On infrastructure, the unaudited aggregate spending on infrastructure for all departments as at 31 March 2023 is at 17.9 billion. The infrastructure budget for the province was underspent by 576.3 million by year end at 3%. The under expenditure is very significant but can be justified. The single most compelling impact on the 2022-2023 infrastructure performance by departments in the province was the April and May 22 floods. Due to fiscal constraint to fund repairs to damaged infrastructure and provide alternative relief infrastructure, departments were compelled to reprioritize their budget in some instances by stalling some projects, particularly those in planning stages. On provincial cash position, the net monthly bank balance of the province remains positive. The Department of Public Works was the only department in overdraft at the end of March 2023, but within the limit agreed upon. The agreed overdraft is mainly to cover the delayed payments, 30 days for work done by Public Works on behalf of client departments, but not yet invoiced and recovered. Honourable Speaker, on conclusion, I would like to thank the members of Finance Portfolio Committee for the commitment to their work. I would also like to thank Provincial Treasury officials and Legislature officials for their assistance and support that they provide to the Finance Portfolio Committee. The 2022-2023 unaudited closeout report is hereby submitted by the Finance Portfolio Committee for adoption by the Legislature. I thank you.
We now call upon the next member to speak on the report on behalf of the ANC for 7 minutes is the Honorable M. Govender, the chairperson of SCOPA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I speak in contribution to this debate, let me ask that we spare thought for the safety of those experiencing the most horrific form of genocide and systematic, prolonged, deliberate extermination in Gaza and Palestine as a whole. It cannot be that we remain silent while the Israeli government wreaks murder and destruction on the people of Palestine. It is indeed a crime against humanity, and as the African National Congress, we urge each and every South African to stand up and speak out against what is happening before our very eyes. The actions of the Israeli government and its allies are unconscionable. Honorable Speaker, the province has two sources of income. Funds come from the national fiscus in the form of the equitable share and conditional grants, and the province has its own revenue, the bulk of which is usually derived from four main sources, namely motor vehicle licenses, casino taxes and horse racing taxes, interest, dividends, and rent on land coming through provincial treasury. The equitable share funding contributes to 79.5% of the province's total revenue, with conditional grants standing at 17.8%. Provincial owned revenue constitutes the balance of 2.7%. So the aggregate unaudited revenue collected by the province in 22-23 was 6.1% above budget and stood at 3.992 billion, with an overcollection of around 231 million. In terms of under-collection, Honorable Speaker, there were only 4 recorded unaudited instances of under-collection from 4 departments in the province. 10 recorded over-collection. The Office of the Premier under-collected at 1.3 million, which was about 89.1% against its budget. And the under-collection was due to reduced commissions received on payroll deductions, rental on state accommodation, and personnel deductions. And the department also did not receive the full amount from the sale of redundant assets. It's owed an amount of 2.273 million from a service provider with whom it is in dispute. In the Department of Education, staff debts are a major issue and have been for many years, and we fail to understand why the department is unable to process resignations and retirements of staff timelessly, such that people do not continue being paid when they have left the service of the department. The department collected 27.6 million against a budget of 43.6 million, relating to recoveries from prior year's expenditure, such as staff debts and out-of-service debt in particular. The department had appointed debt collectors, and we would like to see what impact that has had. The Department of Health reflects an unaudited undercollection of 60.9 million, made up mainly of revenue from health patient fees because of very low receipts from the Road Accident Fund due to its own financial challenges. The Department of Social Development undercollected due to lower revenue derived from the sale of craft work, commission on personnel deductions, and lower than anticipated rentals from officials occupying state houses. The Department of Public Works recorded an undercollection of 2.1 million against all categories, including revenue from tender fees, state-owned property rentals on residential and non-residential buildings, parking fees, and housing rent recoveries, etc. The undercollection was mainly due to tender fees being lower than anticipated. There was also an undercollection on interest earned on and recovery of staff debts, and they didn't generate any revenue from the sale of capital assets. In terms of overcollection, Honorable Speaker, we do much better. The Department of Transport recorded the highest revenue of overcollection at 178.9 million. This was followed by Provincial Treasury at 52 million, EDTIA at 42.3 and EDTIA at 42.3 million. We commend these departments that collected revenue way above their projections. Now, in terms of the Department of Transport, the revenue came from recoveries from previous year's expenditure, like overpaid suppliers, staff debts, etc. And there were also adjustments made for prior year's revenue that went directly into the department's main bank account. They also overcollected against motor vehicle licenses because there was a higher than anticipated set of applications for new and renewal of motor vehicle licenses. Then Provincial Treasury's unaudited overcollection is mainly due to higher than anticipated interest earned on the provincial bank accounts. EDTIA's unaudited overcollection comes mainly from horse racing and casino taxes. I suppose, Honorable Duma, we'd say those were sin taxes, staff debts, as well as liquor licenses, and the sale of goods and services, including revenue from parking fees, tourism guide registration, environmental authorization application fees, and Commission on Personal Deductions. There's a new stream of revenue which comes to fees for the servitude rights on the KZN coastline that has been paid by the South African petroleum refineries in respect of a crude oil pipeline which makes landfall near Durban. As I've said, provincial treasury's overcollection was mainly due to increased interest in the provincial bank account, but there were other things as well. In terms of the entities, we've done very well. The provincial entities actually collect a significant amount of their own revenue, Honorable Speaker, and this is commendable. They have also had mainly over collection of 296.4 million, and this again is very, very good. So, Honorable Speaker, in total, the over collection in the province exceeds the under collection, and that puts us, I think, in a better position. As the African National Congress, Honorable Speaker, we want to commend the departments that have had over collection, and we want to encourage those who under collected to try and improve. But all in all, it's a good story that is being told. Honorable Speaker, in closing, I just want to remind us to say a prayer for the people of Palestine. Thank you.
The next speaker for 10 minutes is Honorable L.J. de Klerk of the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on the unaudited closeout report, we did receive today the actual report itself, or a reference to that by the Auditor General. So in many ways, it is not really relevant anymore, because this is the unaudited report, and we've received an explanation of the actual audited ones. What is even more concerning is the fact that we did not interact with the departments regarding these issues. So although I've prepared a lengthy debate, I'm not going to read my debate. Firstly, because it is actually not proper to read debates. One has to debate. You have to stand here and debate, not read speeches. So if we then look at the relevance of what the Auditor General has said, what is extremely important is one or two aspects. Firstly, we've heard from the report and from what was now also debated is that there was under expenditure in infrastructure. And this was attributed to fiscal constraints resulting from the floods. The sad thing is, we also received a report on the floods from the Auditor General that made it very clear that there was a bad story to tell. It was terrible. The monies were not spent properly. So those people that were in utter need of assistance was not assisted by the caring government that has been proposed from this side. If one is a caring government, you have to prove it. You can't just say it. If we look at the proof here, it disproves the statement. It just disproves it because there was not proper expenditure to assist those in need. And then to use that as an excuse for infrastructure not being spent properly is just shocking. Now let's just have a look at the presentation of the actual audit and make this debate relevant. We are told it's wonderful about the audit outcome in the sense of bookkeeping, clean audit. Let me tell you, honorable members, that must be a default. It must be a given. One cannot be proud of yourself if you can't even achieve 100% clean audit. That must be a default. And I will explain it to you. Doesn't matter what I've done, it's what you've done. Now, let's look at the performance, because you can have a budget, you can spend 100%, it can be clean audit, it is the performance that counts. Now, let's look at this, what we are told. Health Program 2, 100% expenditure, 49% performance. Health Program 4, 100% expenditure, 36% performance. Education, 100% expenditure, 63% performance. Education, which is crucial. It's crucial. Program number 5, 98% expenditure, 25% performance. And I can go on. And I'm told I don't understand budgets or whatever. Even if I don't, Honorable Duma, even if I don't, if I'm stupid, these issues speak volumes. Not by me, by the Auditor General that uplifts it and say, look, here's a problem. What does it say? It says the underachievement of targets was due to poor expenditure management, poor workmanship, and poor project management, which had devastating impact on service delivery. That's what you're not looking at. Attacking me on what is a budget, what not. The Auditor General says these things, not me. The province, it's absolutely relevant because this is the actual audit, not a belated report that was done today. It should have been done long ago. The province is still experiencing a high backlog of housing projects, poor quality roads, poor quality health care services.
Honorable de Klerk, may you take your seat? Honorable de Klerk, today we are dealing with the unaudited report. In terms of the processes in the House, the ages or what was presented today is provided for in the annual report that gets debated. And Rule 60 allows the presiding officer to remind a member to be relevant to the debate. I am bringing you to order in terms of Rule 60.
It's about the audit.
Are you declining the rule that says that?
No, I'm stating that it's wrong.
Huh?
It's wrong, the rule.
The rule is wrong.
I'll accept it, but it's wrong. It's wrong. The fact remains.
I don't want to be Honorable Madlopa at this moment.
Yeah. No, the ruling is wrong. The ruling is wrong. But I'll accept it as we accept all this wrongdoing, all the poor workmanship, all the poor things, which is part and parcel of the unaudited closeout report. It's not separate, it's the same. Okay. It is, of course, essential that proper financial planning and budget management be in place to respond to such emergencies without comparing the completion of vital infrastructure. And I'm talking about the report, which I'm told I didn't prepare. People don't know what they're talking about. The province's cash position may seem positive, but it is important to note that the Department of Public Works was in an overdraft at the end of March 2023. While it is within agreed limits, the overdraft is mainly due to late payments, which further demonstrates inefficiency and mismanagement in financial system. I know when you hear things you don't want to hear, you will call us on order, but we will see what happens in the elections next year. The mismanagement of public funds is a disservice to the people of our province, and it is a responsibility of government that should not take lightly. We, as the opposition in this legislature, will continue to hold the ANC accountable for poor financial management and insist on transparency and accountability and responsible government. Give an example. The Office of the Premier designated 50 million rand for the youth. It's not been spent. The caring government is not spending 50 million for what it actually was supposed to be for the people without work, for the youth. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserves better.
Order, honorable members, don't drown Honorable de Klerk.
Thank you. I see that the members on this side is really at the moment laughing loudly because of their worry. They are worried because they can see they are not delivering services. You will see that. The unaudited closeout report states that. So if you laugh, you're saying these reports which your own chairperson prepared is nonsense. So I hear what you say. Speaker, in order to address the above mentioned, we stress to him the importance of exercising fiscal prudence. It is imperative that we exercise fiscal discipline and ensure that our fiscal resources are utilized judicially, something that is not happening at the moment. We must prioritize budgetary allocations towards sectors that foster sustained development, infrastructure, enhancement, and social welfare.
May you take a seat, sir. Honorable Smelane, which rule are you standing on?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 75.1. Siyabona Speaker ukuthi Honorable de Klerk did not prepare, but it's not parliamentary and in line with Rule 75.1 to call a report of the chairperson of the committee nonsense.
I will look into it, Honorable Smelane, and listen further. Honorable Kika, stand up. You are not a speaker, and your grasp of the rules is really not at the level of where you think it is. So stop interjecting me when I'm making rulings, please, sir. You may take your seat. Honorable Smelane, I will listen properly, but I may check whether you are referring to the report of the chairperson per se, or you are referring.
Honourable Speaker, I was saying the following, and I'll repeat it.
No. The question is simple. Were you referring to reporters of the chairperson?
Yes.
Okay.
The unaudited close-out report.
Okay. If you were referring to a report as of the chairperson, you are wrong. If you were referring to, because I thought you were referring to a report of the portfolio committee, because that's my understanding. The report is not of Honorable Kulu. If you are referring to the report as if it is of Honorable Kulu, withdraw that. It's not Honorable Kulu's.
Honourable Speaker, I did not say that. I said their action. I never said what was said by Honourable Semalani.
Now I moved because I was going to go listen.
Yeah.
But I said, before I go, I want to get you properly. Are you referring to a report of Honourable Kulu? And you said yes.
Yes.
I am saying withdraw that because the report is not the report of Honourable Kulu. The report is the report of Honourable L.J. de Klerk, F.A. Rogers, Honourable Kulu, M. Governor, and every other member of the Finance Committee. Withdraw that this report is Honourable Kulu's.
Honourable Speaker, I will exactly withdraw with what I've said.
Thank you,
that
sir.
The report that I supported, that was prepared by Honourable Kulu, is being made a mockery because of the actions of Honourable Semalani.
No.
I didn't say it's nonsense. I say you are making it nonsense. Go and listen to the recordings. And on that It's on the recordings. Go and listen. I will stand for that. If it's different, we will deal with that. You can discipline me.
You know
I will
what?
withdraw on that basis.
The only thing that I was asking you is, are you referring to the report as if it's the report of Honorable Kulu? And you said yes. Because, Honorable, there's a rule of Imani, there's a rule of anticipation. You anticipated what I'm going to say. Because I was going to stand with you and say, I will listen. Because I thought that you were speaking about the report of a committee. But when you say to me, the report is Honorable Kulu's, that is the part that you must withdraw. Yeah. This is not Honorable Kulu's report. This is the report of a committee.
I withdraw it unreservedly. That is definitely all of us report.
Let's end it there. Let's end it there. You have withdrawn that the chairperson's report is nonsense. It's the committee report that you are having. It's your report.
That's correct.
Continue.
Thank you. Honourable members, investment in key sectors such as education, healthcare, infrastructure and technology is paramount for the social economic advancement of our province. Allocating funds towards the enhancement and educational facilities, skills and development programs, and the establishment of vocational training centres will equip our youth with the necessary tools to compete in our global market. Furthermore, strategic investments and healthcare infrastructure, technological advancement will assure accessibility and quality health services for all our citizens, ultimately contributing to a healthier and more productive population. Honourable Speaker, it goes without saying that we must focus on equitable distribution of wealth in the province. In striving for an inclusive society, it's imperative to ensure that the equitable distribution of resources among all communities. We must prioritise the upliftment and marginalised communities by allocating resources towards the development of rural infrastructure, the provincial vision of basic communities, and the creation of employment opportunities.
Thank you, Honourable de Klerk. Thank you, Honourable de Klerk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for listening to the recordings.
Honourable members, the next speaker for 8 minutes is the Honourable Francois A. Rogers of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Diabulela Somlo. Madam Speaker, there's a lot being said in this House today about clean audits. And we're often accused of just being the prophets of doom. So let me also congratulate those departments that have turned their departments around and achieved a clean audit. Well done. But here, and this is not my quote, I'm going to quote one of your comrades, Comrade Nomi Nkondlo. Now, you might have heard of her. She's the ANC spokesperson on finance, economic development and tourism in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. And she said that her party, that's your party, has long maintained that clean audits do not equal good governance. Let me repeat what your comrade said, that clean audits do not equal good governance. However, it is clean governance, but not good governance. I think that's important, but I think give credit where credit is due. So, Madam Speaker, one of the biggest concerns about the unaudited closeout report was that there was no interrogation with the various departments. Now, if you go through the unaudited closeout, it looks like a very balanced picture, and it all looks fairly hunky-dory. But I think we all know that the hurdle, the big challenge, the fiscal cliff that we face is just ahead of us during this financial year. What you see in this unaudited closeout report is not what you're going to see next year in the unaudited closeout report. And I think somebody like the Committee on Finance should have been given the opportunity to interrogate some of the departments on this existing closeout versus what their spending pressures are going into the next financial year. Because as you know, we could very well find ourselves in deep, deep trouble. So I would have liked to have asked those questions. How is the situation currently when it comes to the unfunded compensation of employees? How's that impacting now? The audited closeout was fine, but that's not going to progress into this year. What are those challenges? How are those departments going to address those challenges? The extra burden of the 10 plus 10 million, which each department has to contribute, those are concerns. Madam Speaker, my next concern is perhaps directed to your office. And that is when we go to elections, we are elected to represent this province for 5 years, not 4 years, not 4.5 years. So I understand that there's an election coming up. We all understand that. We all understand that we're in a process of scaling back. My concern is money. It's always money. You cannot operate this province without money. And it means between now and next year, there's going to be very, very little oversight of departments and the spending and their pressures. This morning in my caucus, I raised with my members, how many of you are still receiving monthly financial reports from your department? Everybody was silent but one. The Premier must take a bow. The Premier's department is the only department that is still supplying the committee with financials. And this is my biggest concern, Chair. And we can still save costs. Financial oversight can be done through virtual meetings. Honourable Governor, our Chair of SCOPA, conducts all her meetings on virtual platforms. I'm not entirely happy with it, but it is something that we need to do, that we need to avoid a possible fiscal cliff. That's our oversight. So I want to repeat, Madam Speaker, I'm elected for 5 years, not 4 years. And I would honestly urge that we relook at exactly how we see this term out to ensure that at the end of this term, we don't have a huge problem. I want to talk a little bit.
Honorable Rogers, please take a seat.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise on 57(1)A on a point of order. I really do believe that the Honourable Member on the platform is misleading the House. He's actually out of order. It's not.
Which rule?
It's 57(1)A on a point of order.
Okay, let's go.
The member is really not being truthful when he refers to departments that are submitting the quarterly reports. If he can ensure that the members of his caucus attends portfolio committee meetings or apart, because okay. I know education and human settlement.
Lokhu kakhawula ke yiloku kokuthi vele ukhuluma akufanelanga akhulume wadlula. You are raising a point of order in terms of 57A?
Yes.
And you are saying it's misleading the House, the Honourable Member? Yes, Chief Whip?
It's not true. It's not true that it's only the Premier. It's not true.
Okay.
May we verify that so that he can come here and apologize?
Let's make it a point of debate. Let's allow him to continue debating. But if there is a government department or any portfolio committee that is misrepresented, then they will have to do the follow-up with the presidium on that. Honourable Rogers, you can come.
So.
Thank
you, Speaker. I'm not sure how Honourable Kuduza thinks financials are circulated when committees aren't sitting. So that's quite interesting, but I suppose...
Sorry, Honourable Rogers, you were not required to come with an outcome on what was raised by Honourable Aluza. We have responded to that, and the matter has now passed. So you don't have to say you don't know what she thinks or how she thinks it must happen, because it's something else now. There is a outcome or response that has come, which is a ruling from this side. And if there is something that you are not happy with how we've ruled, you know how to follow it up. So I will leave it at that for now. The same way that I said with her, if there is a committee that feels that, or a department that feels that what is said by you is not necessarily true in terms of its own reports, they know the recourse. So even yourself, if that ruling of mine, you are not happy with it, you know the recourse.
Thank you, Speaker. So let me do it this way. I call on all departments to ensure that financials are circulated to members of committees. That would be highly appreciated. According to me, they're not, but let's leave it at that. Chair, I'd like to spend some time on what I believe is a problem in the province, in the unaudited closeout, also highlighted in the AG's report. And it's a problem that we've experienced for 10 years. And that is an entity called Ezemvelo, which is a disaster. Now, this entity appeared before SCOPA, and board members appeared before SCOPA. And members will know that for 10 years, we have struggled with this entity. We've tried everything. We've tried turnaround strategies. We've fired boards. We've replaced boards. We brought David Mabunda in from Sandparks. David lasted a year and a half, threw in the towel and said there's too much politics. We took Simiso Makakula, our HOD from Treasury, put him in there, tried to sort that out. We've been fighting for commercialization strategies for goodness knows how long. But nothing actually changes in Ezemvelo. And somebody has to stand up eventually after 10 years and say, it's my fault. We can't blame the current MEC because he's had predecessors over the previous 10 years. But who do we blame? I raised a question in COGTA, in SCOPA, where I questioned if there is a legal way in which this legislature can place an entity of this nature under administration. What the chairperson of SCOPA suggested is that we await that legal opinion and that we then engage with the MEC of Economic Development and Tourism and the board and come up with a way forward. This entity continues to underspend its budget. It continues to have challenges in supply chain management. Nothing ever changes. This is a thorn in our foot, and we need to get rid of the foot. Otherwise, quite frankly, Speaker, we need to amputate the foot. Send me to Ezemvelo.
Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable RZP Zulu for 7 minutes. Honorable members, RZP Zulu was coming here. You know those people of royal blood, they are very humble generally. I requested her to go back to her seat. Honorable RZP Zulu is on her crutches. She has an option to speak standing where she is or speak sitting where she is sitting. because there is pressure on her leg and foot. Namcofeleni.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable members of the legislature. Madam Speaker, one should first start by congratulating the people of KwaZulu-Natal and specifically people of Ward 2, Ezamani in Kwadoguza, for being in a position of their title deeds. Comrade Mdu, the late Sasho sizokubeka qabane ukuthi we pick up the spear where you left off. Abantu bakithi bayakubona okwasho freedom charter. Awahambi wodwa kodwa ahamba nezindlu. Sasho said there should be land and houses. Honorable Comrade KK Nkosi uyabonga ukhongolose. Honorable members, the report provides an analysis of the provincial owned revenue, unaudited expenditure compared to the financial appropriation at departmental program and main economic classification level, expenditure trends, conditional grants, infrastructure spending, transfers to municipalities, and spending against specifically and exclusively allocated funding. The unaudited 2022-23 provincial budget performance is presented in the province has two sources of income, namely transfers received from the national in the form of equitable shares and conditional grants and provincial owned receipts. Madam Speaker, the first appropriation considers all budget adjustment made in the second adjustment estimate in March 2023. There were also year-end environments and shifts undertaken, and these are explained in details in each department's chapter. And at the end of March 2023, the aggregate unaudited extra expenditure for the year amounts to 145.63 billion, where compared to the financial appropriation of 146.535 billion. The province recorded under expenditure of 901.2 million at the year end. 11 votes spent their budget, 2 fully spent their budget, while 1 normally overspent their budget. Honorable members, the Department of Human Settlement shows an unaudited underspending of 418.3 million against transfers and subsidies to HSDG relating to the ring-fenced allocation for the 2019 disasters, which was not spent, attributed to the April 2022 disasters, which caused further damage to infrastructure and sites. Some sites were washed away due to mudslides, which disrupted the commencement of rebuilding permanent structures to be constructed for the 2019 disaster victims. Pleasingly, the funds allocated under PEHG for the April 22 floods were largely spent. An amount of 307.7 million has been provisionally approved for rollover by the National Treasury, while the balance of 52.7 is still being investigated further by National Treasury, and province has had to provide further supporting documents to prove that the funds are committed. Department of Education, Speaker, shows an unaudited underspending of 328.7 million. In this regard, goods and services underspent in this respect of SNNP grant funding scheme cost. As at March, fitting invoices are submitted by the end of the month and paid in April. This grant was then underspent by 1.2 million. The other main area of underspending was the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative project, which was underspent by 1.3 million. This funding was the appointment and training of 62,229 EAs for 5 months from 1st of March to the 31st of August 2022, who were responsible for various duties such as reading assistant, classroom assistant, etc., depending on the needs of the school. However, only 56,140 appointments were made by the year end. The department indicated that replacements were not permitted for any assistant who exited the project because of natural attrition, hence the lower number of appointed assistants. Transfers and subsidies to non-profit institutions was underspent by 40.3 million in respect of schools that were not compliant with the requirements for the payment of transfers, such as submissions incorrect of information, delayed transfers for 4 schools as a result of the national strike action and electricity disconnection at the department's administrative building, delayed the receipt of the March 2023 ECD claims from ECD crutches, as well as the non-implementation of PYEI rollover due to lack of proper documentation received from the National Department of Social Development to effect payment. With the same vein, honorable members, Department of Transport shows unaudited underspending of 1.8 million, and which was underspent of both equitable share and conditional grant funding, as explained, was in respect of the equitable share and relates to the department withholding invoices in line with the PEC decision for department to contribute a large amount than the 10 million announced by the Premier in SOPA. With these funds to be used towards the crime prevention drive strategy in the province. It should be noted that only when the net financial position has been prepared for the province it led up to 2023-2024 adjustment estimates. The province will be in the position to say whether this full amount will be allocated toward crime prevention strategy as the availability of the funds is. I thank you, Somdom.
Thank you. Honorable Kika. Honorable Kika, you remember when Honorable Nkwanyana was speaking in terms during question time and Honorable Rogers had to stand here. Now, Honorable Zulu was speaking then. When are you going there? The variation. I leave it at there, my good doctor. The next speaker on behalf of the EFF is, but you can't then move whilst there's still a speaker. That is the essence of the rule. You can't. No, you are not going to be even discussing this. But I just wanted you to know that there is a difference. The leader of your party could wait because he understood the rules. The next speaker for 6 minutes is Honorable N.N. Ngubane of the EFF, and there's an apology. I must say, honorable members, I do not understand how the EFF sends an apology and still puts the person in the order, in the speakers list, except if they are saying we are not debating, because in essence, it is the same as that. You can't send an apology for someone and you also put that person in a speaker's list. We want it to be known that we have recorded that and we will not be accepting it for a party that puts someone that they know is not in the House. The next speaker for 2 minutes is the Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, siyawamukela umbiko kaSihlalo noma ke wekomiti lezezimali. It is unfortunate that departments in the province underspent their budget by a staggering amount of 901.982 million. Honorable Speaker, conditional grants were overspent. The Department of Human Settlements being the main underspender by 416.465 million, failing to cater for all KZN citizens who desperately need shelter. Departmental accounting offices are failing to guarantee that all conditional grants are utilized and are correctly accounted for. As the NFP, we are concerned with the challenges suffered by the Department of Education due to the transfer of the ECD grant from the Department of Social Development. National Social Development is failing to provide proper documentation in order to apply for the rollover, Honorable Speaker. It is pleasing to note that certain departments were able to achieve positive revenue collection, such as the Department of Transport, which over-collected, Provincial Treasury also collected, as well as the Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. The infrastructure budget was underspent an amount of 583.657 million across all departments, with only social development and public works overspending their allocated funds. As the NFP, we advocate for infrastructural investment for considerable economic boost. More infrastructure improvements are needed to aid the economy. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is the Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi on behalf of the MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as part of the Finance Committee, the MF on behalf of minorities supported the report. However, the MF remains concerned about the weak performance by some departments and entities which continue to underspend yet are critical to service delivery and development of this province. Furthermore, the 4 departments which undercollected revenue hurts the potential for our province to use own revenue instead of making a case to national continuously for bailouts. Undercollection of revenue reflects on lack of capacity, poor IT investment and controls, and maybe the reason for non-compliance to regulations, which is shown by indicator underperformance in the APPs. 2 key grants for school nutrition, 141.2 million, and the PYEI for 151.3 million shows that we have lack of political will to see to our learners' physical well-being and our youth's employability. Finally, infrastructure underspending by 576.3 million is a crime in the face of increasing natural disasters and citizen deaths. The MF has constantly called on all departments to employ qualified project and supply chain managers to resolve bottlenecks and utilize budgets fully. Furthermore, the MF calls on the ring fencing of 25% of an entire department's budget to be set aside to take care of new and aging infrastructure. Given all of the above, Treasury still has a net monthly positive bank balance. Therefore, this report is noted with the above recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi. The next speaker for 7 minutes on behalf of the ANC is Honorable CQ Madlopa.
Before I start, Honorable Speaker, can I request that I switch off the camera so that it cannot interfere with the network?
Okay, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to participate and to contribute to this debate on the 2022-23 unaudited closeout report on behalf of my party, African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, the unaudited conditional grant expenditure was at 97.6 at the end of the 2022-23 financial year. Additional funding of 19.3 million was allocated against the NHI grant, while 16.3 million was allocated against the provincial emergency housing grant in the second adjustment estimate. 6 conditional grants underspent against their allocations, and then 3 conditional grants that had very minor underspending. The ANC applauds all the departments that spent their allocated conditional grants in full and accounted correctly for them. This will ensure an increase of conditional grant allocations to the province in future. Departments are encouraged to commit unspent funds so that rollover requests to the National Treasury can be granted. Conditional grant funding assists the province to expedite the provision and delivery of much needed basic services and the creation of employment opportunities. The Human Settlement Development Grant underspent by 360.3 million, unchanged from the preliminary closeout report in respect of the ring-fenced allocation for the 2019 disasters, which was not spent attributed to the delays related to the April 2022 flood disasters. The department requested a rollover of this full amount as these funds were committed in the form of orders and contracts. An amount of 307.6 million was provisionally approved by the National Treasury, and the balance of 52.6 million is still being investigated further by the National Treasury. Now that the province has provided further supporting documents, the outcome of this rollover request of 52.6 million is currently awaited. The National Schools Nutrition Program grant reflect under expenditure of 141.1 million, mainly in respect of March 2023 feeding invoices, since they are received at the end of the month and paid the following month after verification of service provided. Spending includes training of food handlers on food safety and hygiene, as well as feeding of learners, and so on. The department submitted a request to roll over these unspent funds 2023 to 24, and this was provisionally approved by the National Treasury. The informal settlement upgrading partnership grant was underspent by 32.2 million, mainly attributed to the delays as a result of the April 2022 floods, which resulted in infrastructure damage affecting projects to be implemented. A rollover application to the National Treasury was made and was provisionally approved. The provincial road maintenance grant was underspent by 32 million, related to the committed expenditure for rehabilitation of road damage in the April 2022 flood disaster, and the department applied for rollover and is provisionally approved by the National Treasury. The provincial emergency housing grant was underspent by 23.8 million. This grant was utilized by the department for emergency intervention due to the April 2022 flood disasters. The amount unspent relates to the Montclair Lodge T, which will be refurbished by the department for emergency accommodation needs. A rollover application was made and was provisionally approved. Honorable Speaker, it is clear from the above examples that the ANC-led government committed to the dutifully serve and bring hope to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The conditional grant funding that was underspent is committed as shown above, and therefore will be retained by the province to deliver the various mandates that the funds are ring-fenced for. This attests to by granting of provisional approval by the National Treasury of the rollover request submitted by the departments. The main reason for affected departments to not spend their conditional grant funding allocation in full is mainly due to the unfortunate flooding that occurred in our province in April 2022, which then caused delays in the implementation of some projects and programs. In regard to infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, the unaudited aggregate spending on infrastructure for all departments as at 31st March 2023 is 17.9 billion. The infrastructure budget for the province was underspent by 576.3 million by year end. At 3%, the under expenditure is very significant, but can be justified. The single most compelling impact of the 2022-23 infrastructure performance by the departments in the province was the April and May 2022 floods. Due to fiscal constraint to fund repairs to damaged infrastructure and provide alternative relief, infrastructure departments were compelled to reprioritize their budget in some instances by stalling some projects, particularly those in planning stage. Department of Human Settlement shows unaudited under expenditure of 486.4 million. The main under expenditure was against infrastructure transfers, capital, which relates to the permanent housing projects that were stalled as a result of these floods, as there was a risk of rebuilding on unstable. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The African National Congress supports this report. Thanks.
The next member was to be Honorable Emi Pakati of the ATM, and he is not in the house. I don't know whether you have something from him, Honorable Manqele. The next member then is Honorable Manqele, S.E. Manqele of the ACDP for 2 minutes.
Speaker, may I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Speaker, the number of personnel in critical position within the department is linked to the governmental services. Therefore, failure to fill this post as indicated on page 12 of the report has a direct impact on governmental ability to use the budget to deliver much needed governmental services. Again, Speaker, the issue of policies. Policies must be clear when there is the end of the term, that when should be invoices be submitted so that we avoid the underspending. Our analysis shows that there are many host of reasons why the department constantly underspends its budget. And these reasons suggest that underspending is a serious structural problem in departments that rendered provincial accounts less reliable. So stakeholders may find it hard to advocate for a greater budget in departments if a sector has underspent on their allocation. However, where underspending is driven by underfinancing, an argument for greater expenditure can also be made. Eradicating underspending is a complex problem which require internal work to be done within the department, and grant structures to build capacity to planning and the implementation of the project. It is also required that the national department support these processes as at the provincial level to achieve improved planning and implementation. Skills should be both conceptual and technical, so that these application of services be implemented. Thank you so much, Speaker. May God bless you.
Next speaker, on behalf of the ANC, Honorable T.S. Mjali.
Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Premier and the entire executive, honorable members, please receive my greetings. Honorable Speaker, in the month of October, according to the African National Congress, we celebrate one of our greatest leaders former President Oliver Tambo. And Karl Marx said it better when he defined the struggle that was undertaken by the likes of Oliver Tambo. And this is what he says, open and close quotes. Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances that exist already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs in like nightmare on their brains, on the brains of the living, close quote. President Oliver Tambo struggles. It was never under self-selected circumstances, but rather it was based on the circumstances that were existing already and which were given and transmitted from the past. Was still here today trying to correct that past, Honorable Speaker. The AG has this morning congratulated our province for the improvement that we've attained thus far. This has been done under the ANC-led provincial government. This has been demonstrated by the number of provincial departments which, as well as the entities who have attained clean audit outcomes. As it stands, we have 6 provincial departments which have received clean audits. I hear today those that were complaining when we are not getting clean audits, they are saying that, no, it's not about clean audits now, it's about services. By the way, in the African National Congress, we are balancing the clean audit with service delivery, with good governance. So the rhetoric that they are coming in today, it's because they have nothing else to say, but they are failing to appreciate the good. But acknowledging Honorable Rogers for your honesty in applauding the African National Congress-led government by the work that has been done. ANC yabonga. This demonstrates our commitment to clean government as the ANC-led government. Even Honorable de Klerk stood up for a photo shoot in celebrating the good work of the ANC. Unfortunately, no wonder when he came here, he was mumbling. We could not hear what he was trying to say because truth of the matter, he knows that he couldn't falter the ANC government. He couldn't falter the ANC good work that has been done. But he decided to mumble and mumble and mumble. In fact, I think the chief whip and the leadership of the IFP must consider if he deserves to come back next year. He has really disappointed us today. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, we can't say the same about good governance when it comes to the DA and the IFP-led municipalities. In Kohlakali Nugapu, where have you ever heard that in one household, 15 toilets were built at an expense of 15 million? Never in the history we have ever had such. This is a clear disregard of how corruption has thrived in the DA and the IFP-led municipality. Anina Mahloni, in Kohlakali Nugapu. You should be ashamed for such, and your silence is noted because since all this has came to the domain of the community, you have not said anything. You are quiet about it. While we as the African National Congress, we continue to produce good governance in a form of clean audits. This shows that we are committed to clean governance. It must be noted that with regard to the provincial cash position, Honorable Speaker, it has been indicated that the net monthly bank balance of the province remains positive. This must be commended. It is only the Department of Public Works that was in overdraft by the end of March 2023, but this was also done within the limit that is agreed upon. Honorable Speaker, it is important for me to reflect that we should be saluting the Department of Health, in particular the MEC of Health, Honorable Noma Kukusmelane, the recently finished build hospital, which will be opened very soon, where about 2.7 billion was invested in it. This hospital was built in Kwamashu within the community, within those that were previously disadvantaged. I'm not sure if there is such hospital that has been recently built by a new government in the Western Cape. I've never heard them building such state-of-the-art hospitals within the community. This will benefit the people of KwaMashu, but also even the people around the eThekwini. Job opportunities will be created by this, and this has been done by the ANC-led government, which is the government of the people, by the people, the ANC that cares, and that fulfill its commitment to its people. Like Karl Marx said, that we are not making history based on the self-selected circumstances, but we are doing so under the circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. So in short, we are correcting the humiliation of the past. We are working for the people. We fight for the people. We work towards creating the better life for all the people, based on our contract that we have always had with the people, that will create a better life for all. We hear people saying that 2024, it will be there 1994. We dare want to tell them 2024 will be 2024 because 1994 has gone and passed and it's not coming back. The victory of the African National Congress will be based to its commitment and the contract that it has with the people. Will be based on the work that has been done by the African National Congress to change the lives of the people. Remember, our commitment has always been creating a better life for all. That is a contract that strives us on day-to-day basis. That is why a woman who had not a house previously, today they have a house. A child who was not eating in school is eating in school today. There are more graduates because now they have more access to higher learning institutions which they were deprived in the past. We continue to enforce. We work for the people, and 2024 will be 2024. Victory is certain. Thank you.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is the Honorable Chivikulu to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And also thank you to honorable members of our committee who have responded to certain issues that were raised. A quick one to Honorable Governor, thank you. Your debate was based on the engagement that was deliberated by this committee. Thank you at least being factual on the report that we have done. To Honorable de Klerk, I was confused, honestly. What is that we are talking about? Because we were with you doing the very same report yesterday. You never said anything like that. So I was completely confused what you were saying. But anyway, I understand. But my worry is, I'm not sure. Is it due to maybe you don't respect your organization? Because there is no way you'll come and stand here and say things that are unfounded. Maybe your organization needs to push you to try and read more on document before you come in for the debate. And also, on Honorable Rogers, I'm surprised that it's him who was actually talking here. He spoke about issues of not receiving reports. The reports were sent to members on the 10th of July 2023. And the provincial treasurer came in to brief the committee on the 11th of July. These are the days that he said it does not exist. And also the consolidated report was presented again on Monday, the 16th of October. So I really did not understand what is that he was talking about. Maybe that's why he has left immediately after his debate. Honorable Madlopa, thank you again on your submission. And it was really correct on all what we have just said on your debate. And then I believe that all honorable members did receive these expenditure budgets of various portfolios. That one I can confirm. And also to Honorable Manjinga, I think you are correct. Let's also appreciate the work that was done by this committee and also the government that is led by the ANC on these issues. And also let's appreciate the good work that is done by most of this department. But also I was a bit worried when I heard and trying to find out your understanding on the issue of Department of Works, and you spoke about the overdraft. I did not think that you've read it properly. I think you must understand the facility of overdraft at Department of Works. What does it mean? It was within the law. I don't think that you understood it correctly. I think for me, I'm not going to waste more time on your side because honestly, it's like you've said nothing. Honorable Speaker, I think most of what has been said, it was fully supported, and then they support the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Members. My ear is not very sharp, but sometimes it becomes very sharp. With age, it has become very sharp. Honorable Members, we are now going in. Now that we have finished the debate, we are now going to the voting procedure on the 2022-23 unaudited closeout budget performance hearings report. Thank you then for participating in the debate. We need to vote as per the request of the Finance Portfolio Committee. I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to adopt the 2022-23 unaudited closeout budget performance report. Madam Secretary, may your service officers also ensure that when we start the voting process, there is no entering, so that members that are outside, even if there is no bell to be rung, we can't be having them entering and like the chief whips that have just done when we have started. The House agrees to adopt the 2022-2023 unaudited closeout budget performance report. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Honorable Madapasi, voter, you can't leave now that you are inside. Honorable Mteto.
No, Chair.
Honorable, I've corrected. Honorable Mteto. Sorry. I'm sorry. I will now go party by party, and I will start with you, Honorable Mtetwa, the IFP.
The IFP accepts the report.
DA?
The Democratic Alliance supports the report.
EFF?
Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the EFF, we support the report. Thank you.
NFP? NFP is not in the House. Honourable members, NFP is not in the House. MF?
Honourable Speaker, the Minority Front supports the report with the recommendations given. Thank you.
ACDP?
Madam Speaker, ACDP also does support the report.
Okay. ATM is not in the House. African National Congress?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The African National Congress support the report. Thank you.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Madam Secretary, if there is none, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those in votes in favour, 63. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
How many are voted for?
63.
63.
Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Votes in favor 63, against nil, abstentions nil. The ayes have it. And that brings us to the end of the item on the order paper concerning the debate on the 2022-23 unaudited closeout budget performance hearings report. We will now break for lunch for 30 minutes. And we will be back at the House at exactly 1400 hours.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Nithinte nomnye speaker lowo la.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Honorable members, order. We are now, honorable members, on item 9.2. Amalungu angadebate maye kubanga umsindo. Ipati yawe ngeziyo uzodebate apha. We are now on 9.2, debate on the report on resolutions of the Portfolio Committee taken during the Section 132 hearings with municipalities between July and October 2022 as tabled in the House on the 30th of March 2023. I therefore call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Zetela Icele, to present the report of the Portfolio Committee for 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, greetings to yourself, greetings to the Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of this august House.
Sorry, Honorable Icele. I think we need assistance with our mics here at the table. Continue, Honorable Icele.
I'm here to present the report of the resolutions of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs taken during the Section 132 hearings with municipalities in July to October 2022. The Culture Portfolio Committee conducted hearings to few municipalities to play a proactive role in its oversight of the audit performance of the municipalities. Municipalities were expected to report on the turnaround strategies and updates on measures that were instituting to address the findings of the Auditor General. The intentions of the hearings were to ensure that municipalities were addressing audit findings, eliminating them, and ensuring that they did not become a repeat audit findings. I would start with the Umshwati local municipality. The first resolution was speaking to consultants that were saying that noting that the municipality spent a lot of money hiring consultants, the committee resolved that the use of consultants be minimized and that the skills transfer be prioritized in the municipality. The municipality has a debt of 77 million, noting that the municipality owes an amount of 77 million to Department of Water and Affairs. The committee resolved that a comprehensive report be submitted to the committee in this regard. We have not received this as of today. As well on issues of ESCOM, noting that ESCOM charges interest on outstanding accounts on various municipalities, and this defeats the purpose of intergovernmental relations between the local, provincial, and national spheres. Municipalities cannot afford to pay interest rates due to financial situations they face, and having these huge outstanding accounts owed to ESCOM are sometimes becoming an interest charge by ESCOM itself. The committee resolved that this issue needs to be looked at by the various spheres of government and identify whether they can be a way to address so that municipalities can be able to be a viable financial, in a viable financial position. This can also be done through looking at various pieces of legislation, such as PFMA, in terms of charging of interest and penalties by various spheres of government to another government sphere. On employment of CFO in Mshwati, noting the unrealistic expectation that municipality in terms of the recruiting and employing chartered accountants in chief financial office in CFO roles, yet the municipalities cannot afford to employ these CFOs who are CAs with set of skills due to a dire financial situation. The committee resolved that this issue needs to be looked at also by finding a way to coexist with private sector to be able to take advantage of these resources and skill sets. Overlap in activities, the committee also noted that there is an overlap in activities conducted by the departments in municipalities. We then resolved that all departments need to make presentations to the COCTA Portfolio Committee on what support they give to municipalities in relation to the district development model, since it is 2 years now and it has not improved. On Bofana municipality, also on ESCOM debt, we have almost the same resolution where they owe about 14 million rands to ESCOM. It's the same as the above. And then on MPEC, capacitation of MPEC members, noting that MPEC committee members and MPEC chairpersons are not well capacitated. The committee resolved that the MPEC committee to be invited to future committee hearings so that the committee can be able to appease and of the issues the MPEC needs to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee, as well as how to conduct their own hearings. On the use of consultants, we said the same thing as we've said before. On Umgeni municipality, there was unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, noting that this municipality has cases of UIFW reported in the previous financial year, which have not been investigated. The committee resolved that the municipality indicate in writing the reasons on why this is the case and the turnaround strategy or plans to have these cases investigated so that they can be finally put to rest. Capacitation of management was also recommended by the committee. Attendance of provincial treasury, noting that provincial treasury, the municipal finance unit input is required in the section 132 hearings, as the unit is privy to some of the issues which get raised in these hearings. The committee then resolved that provincial treasury must join us in future hearings. On UGU, on issue of the war room, audit war room, noting challenges faced by UGU district on audit outcomes and turnaround strategies, the committee resolved that UGU should be included on audit war rooms exercises conducted by COCTA. Another big problem, honorable members, that we found on UGU is that a lot of government departments owe this municipality quite a big sum of money. And then we had said we will ask the Office of the Premier to intervene so that these amounts could be able to be paid back to the municipality. And we've asked for the list of these government departments that owes this municipality. On service delivery versus expenditure, noting a gap between service delivery projects delivered to the communities as opposed to the amount spent on these projects, particularly projects on water provision, the committee resolved that the portfolio committee to embark on water project implementation by municipality in the district. Unauthorized signatories, noting that there is an official who was reported to have signed contracts but not authorized to do so. The committee resolved that a report be submitted to the committee stating the reasons for such an act and the steps taken to deal with this act. On poor billing system, the committee resolved that COCTA should work together with the municipality to improve the billing system of the municipality to increase their revenue. On Indumeni municipality, on unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the committee resolved that a full detailed report be forwarded to the portfolio committee once a full investigation has been conducted as to how it will address this issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 39 million that is attached to this municipality, and that the council needs to ensure that it monitors its own annual financial statement and ratio applicable to it. The council must prove in future hearings how it has monitored the annual financial statement and rotation applicable to it. The committee wishes to see a rotational applicable to the municipalities being approved by the council. Also on the issue of capacitation of MPEC, it's the same as the above, honourable members. And also on ESCOM, which has charged them quite exorbitant amounts, also is the same. On illegal acts by employee, noting that there's an official who transferred money from the consumer's account to a personal account, the committee resolved that an official media statement be issued by the committee in the act of misconduct, as well as other financial related matters as presented to the committee in that meeting. 49 seconds. All right. On Ungutu municipality, on investigation, noting several investigations that had been implemented, the committee resolved that a detailed report on all investigations be submitted to the committee. The IT system which was bought, the committee resolved that COCTA should provide capacitation support to the municipality on the issues of the IT system. On the disciplinary board, noting that the municipality had a disciplinary board and the committee is not aware of the role played by the board in the municipality, the committee resolved that the municipality should submit a detailed report on the role of the disciplinary board within 5 days of the hearing.
Thank you, Honorable Cele. We'll now give Honorable M. Govender for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today marks the 56th anniversary of what has come to be known as Black Wednesday. On this day, 56 years ago, the apartheid government banned the World newspaper as well as the Weekend World. It banned 19 other organizations, Black organizations. It arrested and detained scores of activists. And all of this was done as a result of the media coverage of the murder of Steve Biko in September. So there was a total media ban on Black media in the country, and this media gag was to stop journalists from exposing what the regime had been up to. This day then stood and has been named or remembered as Black Wednesday. Of course, it falls on a Thursday today, but the incidents of Black Wednesday are not forgotten. And as I stand here, I want to urge us to ensure that we do not allow those to be repeated. We now have the luxury of a free press and media freedom. We have a constitution that protects all of us and safeguards our rights. We must ensure that there is no repetition of Black Wednesday. So thank you to all South Africans and to the ANC in particular for fighting for freedom of the media and media independence. Honorable Speaker, this debate covers the resolutions adopted by COCTA during its Section 132 hearings with selected municipalities that had been placed under administration by the provincial government in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, and which had also displayed poor financial performance in terms of the AG reports. So COCTA conducted these hearings in line with the MFMA, and it met 7 of the worst performing municipalities in an endeavor to get them to account for the state of their finances, governance in their municipalities, their service delivery or lack thereof to the communities they were elected to serve, staff vacancies, debt collection, and so forth. The AG's report had highlighted various challenges in municipalities, such as governance instability, persistent underspending of MIC allocations, lack of internal capacity, vacancies, and the list went on. The ongoing trend of low expenditure on the municipal infrastructure grant, which is intended to be used for the eradication of infrastructure backlogs in communities, as well as to ensure the provision of basic services such as water, sanitation, roads, etc., indicates the inability of municipalities to provide those services for whatever reason. And there's also municipal debt that has been owed to service authorities such as Eskom and the Department of Water and Sanitation. So, Honourable Speaker, we must acknowledge that there are several municipalities in KZN which are not functioning as they should, and this obviously has dire consequences for service delivery in the province. In fact, there's a total of 8 municipalities under intervention. The committee met 7. It should also be noted, Honourable Speaker, that the provincial and national government have been attempting to support distressed municipalities using a range of interventions. These include the district development model, where it, out of a recognition that poor coordination of initiatives within and across the various spheres of government has resulted in incoherent planning and implementation, the district development model is being operationalized to try and facilitate joint planning, budgeting, implementation, etc., across all spheres of government. There's also the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, which provides tailor-made support to municipalities and plays an important role in the rollout of the district development model. The role of MISA is to coordinate all initiatives towards the improved delivery of municipal infrastructure programs. Now, this is not just a talk shop. MISA has implemented water and sanitation projects in rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal, such as Bokwe and Nyati, and it has also instituted water supply projects in a Mondlu village under the Abakulusi local municipality. Rapid response teams have been established as well. There's a recognition that there are capacity constraints which hinder the ability of municipalities to deliver services, and government has set up a range of programs, including the apprenticeship program, the young graduate program, the experiential learnership, technical skills training for municipal officials, artisan recognition of prior learning, and the technical bursary scheme. I'm naming but a few. At the provincial level, KZN COGTA has deployed finance, technical, and governance expertise to the municipalities. The departments developed a local government toolkit to standardize interventions, and municipalities have been provided with municipal finance experts to assist them to address critical audit findings, and recovery agreement plans have been signed by administrators. Timelines have been reduced to ensure that goals are achieved, and these early warning systems will guide the Department of COGTA in determining whether interventions are successful or not. Premier Dube Ngube, together with the COGTA MEC, Honorable Sitolo Molloy, did meet with the top leadership of local and district municipalities that were identified by the AG as being underperforming and that received negative reports. And these municipalities included Utegela, Ulundi, Madlangeni, Mtubatuba, Msunduzi, Ndumeni, Harigwala, Mkanyakude, Mpofana, Ngutu, Mzinyati, Nkosi Langali Balela, and Amajuba. Some of these municipalities were already subject to interventions under Section 139. And to quote Honorable Premier Dube Ngube, she says, and I quote, "We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate any further than what it is already," unquote. At this meeting, the Premier also said that mayors had to provide turnaround plans to address their negative audit outcomes and their responses to the audit action plan, material irregularities, addressing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. They also presented their preparedness for the 23 audit and provided the latest financial position of the municipalities. And this included the June 2023 expenditure position on the infrastructure and disaster relief conditional grants and the 23-24 budget funding status. So whilst acknowledging signs of recovery, the Premier pointed out that the provincial government was extremely worried that the general picture emerging was one of generalized weakness in the administration of some of the municipalities. As part of the intervention of provincial government, ministerial representatives have been deployed to intervene in municipalities that are consistently receiving poor audit outcomes. And the Premier said that the ministerial representatives were expected to implement consequence management resulting from Section 106 investigations within 3 months of the completion of the reports. In turn, the ministerial representatives' performance will be assessed by the MEC of COCTA, and appointments will be terminated in case of underperformance. So these turnaround plans then will be monitored and overseen by COCTA. The issue of non-responsive mayors was addressed as well, and the Premier called upon the mayors to provide proper leadership and oversight to ensure that corrective measures were implemented to resolve audit issues. Then, in conclusion, Honourable Speaker, we must point out that there are also municipalities in the province that have performed better and have made good strides in improving the management of their finances and assets. In this regard, the Auditor General's report has identified Nkosi Langalibalele and Ngutu as showing marked improvement, having moved from disclaimers to qualified audit opinions. Furthermore, the Newcastle municipality must take a bow, having settled its more than 340 million debt to Eskom ahead of time. So this is also a sign that there is not all doom and gloom in the province, and that this provincial government led by the ANC is working very hard to ensure that there is a turnaround by holding the leadership to account, by holding officials to account, etc. The African National Congress wants to extend its appreciation to the provincial government, which through COCTA, the provincial treasury, and all provincial departments is providing the necessary support to the municipalities and trying to effect improvement in their governance and financial management, as well as in service delivery to the communities that they serve. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next speaker for 10 minutes is Honourable P. Govender of the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable Gwala. Honourable Speaker, I rise to represent the Inkatha Freedom Party in this important debate. The objectives of local government as enshrined in Chapter 7, Clause 152 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa are intended to make the lives of citizens better and accelerate the realization of a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Municipal Public Account Committees, or MPACs as they are known, like all other public account committees in South Africa, are tasked with the responsibility of conducting oversight on public financial management and accountability. This distinguishes public accounts committees from what are referred to as portfolio-based committees, which have their primary focus on oversight, service delivery, and policy implementation. It is argued that MPACs, like it is at the Public Accounts Committee at national and provincial legislatures, play their oversight role ex post facto. But it must be a matter of serious concern that in some municipalities, MPAC committee members and even MPAC chairpersons are not sufficiently capacitated and knowledgeable. Honourable Speaker, it is in this regard that the IFP believes that there needs to be a considered strengthening of the ex post facto legislative oversight as a countermeasure to prevent the high levels of fraud and corruption that is endemic in many municipalities. MPACs will need to be capacitated in order to make substantive recommendations that could be implemented in the following financial year. The recent amendments to the Municipal Structures Act, which clearly explain the functions and compositions of MPACs, will go a long way in assisting to strengthen the effectiveness of these oversight bodies. These committees should be used to ensure strengthened procurement and supply chain management oversight. We should not use them as witch hunts, but as a watchdog for municipalities so that councils can spend public funds prudently and in the best interests of the citizens that elected them to serve. In this regard, Resolution 19 that was taken was necessary because of an allegation that an official transferred consumers' money into his or her personal account. Honorable Speaker, as far back as 2014, former Auditor General Kimi Makwetu reported on the growing costs of the use of consultancy services by the municipalities. At that time, 230 of the 263 municipalities used consultants. In this regard, the COCTA Portfolio Committee in KZN took the resolution number 1 of 2022 and 8 of 2022 to highlight the exorbitant use of consultants in 2 municipalities. But we are aware that the use of consultants is endemic in many municipalities. This is happening in many government departments where consultants are paid exorbitant amounts of money to do the work that officials are paid to do. The excessive use of consultants is a tacit admission by municipalities that they have employed underqualified or unqualified and incompetent officials. Overuse of consultants also releases senior government officials from the responsibility of developing capacity within their own departments. We need to have a capacitated public service, thereby reducing the use of consultants. The current Auditor General of South Africa, Sakani Maluleke, in a 2021-2022 audit report into the state of municipalities in the country, revealed that in just 4 years, nearly 6 billion rand has been lost in fruitless and wasteful expenditure by municipalities, with a year-on-year increase since 2019. Further, the report found that in the reporting period, municipalities had spent more than 1.6 billion rand on consultants. And this amounts to 13% of the total financial costs of just over 12 billion rand. In 2017, roughly 11% of the municipalities that had received assistance from consultants received disclaimers and adverse findings. And really, this is unacceptable. Generally speaking, there needs to be a distinction drawn between the use of consultants and the use of service providers. Municipalities and government departments should be cautious of becoming too reliant on private entities rather than using internal mechanisms and resources. Honorable Speaker, in addition, the AG revealed that by the year end of 2021-22, 52% of the municipalities owed the creditors more money than they had available in the bank as they continued to spend money that they do not have. This is evidenced in the Mshwati municipality, which owes an amount of 77 million rand to the Department of Water Affairs, and in Pofana municipality, which owes Eskom an amount of 14 million rand. Resolution 3 of 2022 speaks directly to the issue of interest imposed by Eskom on municipalities that are in arrears. As the IFP, we are against Eskom's decision to charge interest on outstanding accounts of the municipalities, as this negates intergovernmental relations between the local government, provincial government, and national. Municipalities cannot afford to pay interest due to the financial situation they face, and having these huge outstanding accounts owed to Eskom are sometimes because of interest charges. Honorable Speaker, the failure by some municipalities to employ suitably qualified CFOs is a cause for concern. The Minister of Finance issued a municipal regulation on minimum competence levels on the 15th of June 2007, which was later amended on the 26th of October 2018, in an effort to address competency levels of officials responsible for financial and supply chain management at municipalities. The Auditor General has over the years identified that one of the root causes of poor outcomes in the Public Finance Management Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act audits is senior public officials lacking appropriate competencies. It is reported that 63.8% of municipalities that had CFOs appointed as at the 30th of August 2018 were not complying with Section 83, subsection 1 of the MFMA in terms of the competency levels, which has the potential to negatively impact on the effective financial management of municipalities. This issue needs urgent attention from the relevant authorities on how municipalities can be assisted to recruit CFOs, even if this calls for the review of municipal budgets. Only competent and qualified CFOs must be appointed, and municipalities must allocate more funds in order to attract such CFOs. Honorable Speaker, municipal debt is a cause for much concern to the IFP, but there is a flip side of the coin. Municipalities themselves are owed money, often by consumers and government departments. According to Stats SA, debt owed to South Africa's 257 municipalities totaled 72.4 billion rand in the 2018 financial year. It is concerning that in some government departments, they are failing terribly to pay their debt to municipalities. One of the worst defaulting departments is the Kwazulu-Natal Department of Education, which in 2022 owed municipalities across the province 468 million rand for services. Municipalities such as Ugu District and Endumeni Local Municipality are owed millions of rands by government departments. Action must be taken to ensure that government departments do pay their debt. Honorable Speaker, Resolution 13 of 2022 speaks directly to the issue of water supply in the Ugu district, where huge amounts of money is spent, but the desired outcome is not achieved. And the people of Ugu are still facing severe challenges due to the lack of reliable water supply. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the issues of concern that were raised by the Portfolio Committee needs to be pursued in order to achieve the desired outcomes. There is no point in spending huge amounts of money, taxpayers' money, and we find that what is supposed to be delivered to the people of our province does not take place. Passing resolutions in itself is not sufficient in addressing the many issues faced by municipalities in our province. There has to be effective follow-through. We should be like the Springbok rugby team and not drop the ball on these issues. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next member is Honorable L.M. Mayor of the DA for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Local government as a separate sphere of government is of great importance as the sphere of government closest to the people. The one that is involved in the delivery of essential services, water in the taps, electricity in the home, roads taking people to their places of job opportunities, and other essential services that are delivered by municipalities. Or let me rephrase that actually, Speaker. These are essential services that should be delivered by local and district municipalities. The sad reality on the ground in this province, and at least in 7 other provinces, is that political contestations and infighting, a lack of skills, failure to adhere to legislative prescripts, poor governance, a lack of accountability, as well as I would call super corruption, are causing instability in municipalities and eroding the provision of services. This is a crisis. Unless these are remedied, we risk the South African people becoming disillusioned with democracy itself. It should at the same time be acknowledged that achieving financially viable and sustainable municipalities cannot be realized in an environment where non-payment for services, both by residents and businesses, has become entrenched. Now, these 2 last paragraphs aren't my words, and although I cannot disagree with the facts and the sentiment in them, they were spoken by His Honourable President Cyril Ramaphosa just over a year ago when he was addressing the South African Human Rights Commission. But in typical ANC fashion, he manages to identify the problem, but not the root cause of the problem, nor does he bring any solutions. What is said about people becoming disillusioned with democracy itself due to failure of local government is sadly very true. We see this in the ever-dropping voter turnout in our country. It is seen with the ever-increasing number of service delivery protests that happens on an almost daily basis. In many places in the world, before traveling to work, you check the traffic report for accidents. In South Africa, you listen to the news for updates on protests along your route to work. Too often we see vital arteries of our economy like the N2 and N3 closed down due to service delivery protests because people just do not trust the democratic system in our country anymore. In politics, one fact is that all politics are local. So even though we are going to national and provincial elections next year, all indications are that we're going to see a record low voter turnout because people just do not trust the system to improve their lives. The dream of 1994 destroyed by the lack of basic service delivery on local government level. What is it like to be a resident of municipality in KZN? If you are a resident of Ugu, then you are a person that plans for water outages that last for weeks at a time. You try and assist the elderly that cannot access water tankers if they come. You live in a municipality where the great income divide that is such a crisis in South Africa is clearly seen, as the community is divided between those who can afford bottled water and those who cannot, those who can put up water tanks and those who cannot. You live in a municipality where the municipal manager last week said that the 31% backlog in sanitation will take 17 years to clear. If you live in Ugu, you might be one of the 100,000 people that still rely on pit toilets. If you are a resident of Mpufana, you live in a town so dysfunctional that at one stage the council was even dissolved. Not that this had helped any. A municipality declared dysfunctional as far back as 2012. If you live here and you live in a municipality so deep in debt, it cannot provide services to the people. You live with the ever constant threat that Eskom might just one day switch the whole town off. If you live here, your favorite game while driving might be Spot the Tar, the little pieces of road still left between the potholes. Or I can go on and on, Speaker, about what it's like living in a municipality in KZN. The capital, where you might be a pensioner with no money, as the ANC-led municipality thinks it's more important to sponsor sports teams than pay out pensioners. Or our metro, where swimming in the ocean is to take your life in your own hands, where working wastewater plants are fairy tales we tell our children about. Living in almost all municipalities in KZN is to live with a lack of services, low quality of life, and a crumbling infrastructure. No wonder people are losing their faith in democracy. But because of all of this, let me tip my hat and praise the chairperson of COCTA, the Portfolio Committee on calling these Section 132 hearings. They were long overdue and very needed. There remains a commitment within the committee to take a close look at the state of municipalities and what COCTA is doing to intervene. And while some of the municipalities were rather reluctant in their appearance before the committee, the engagements were robust and very in-depth. Thank you for that, Chairperson. But that does not take away the seriousness of the crisis municipalities face in KZN. And we as a provincial government, whilst a separate sphere, have a constitutional mandated responsibility to assist local government, empower local government, and work with local government for the betterment of services to the people. We need to change COCTA from being a weaponized tool used to settle political scores to one that is focused on working with all municipalities equally, empowering, improving, building a better province for all. So looking at this specific report, there are a few solutions that could help to improve the situation. Let's start by declaring the water situation in Ugu a provincial disaster. Let us mobilize the full machinery of government to work to improving and fixing this decades-old man-made problem and finally give the people of Ugu the water security they so desire and desperately need. We see in many municipalities in this report that debt is having a crippling effect. In municipalities like Mswati that owe 77 million to the Department of Water Affairs, Mpufana and others with the electricity debt, let us put clear debt repayment measures in place, engage with municipalities to forego the nice to have for now, concerts and all these nice things, and focus all its energy on getting that debt burden lowered, like a little municipality to the north of us have done. And part of getting that lowered, and we see that in the report on Ndumeni, is getting provincial and national government departments to pay their debt to municipalities. Public Works, Education, and other departments are serial offenders in not paying their bills to municipalities, putting an unfair and heavy burden on these municipalities. This report suggests that an engagement happens with all departments by COCTA on this, and this needs to be prioritized, and the MEC of COCTA must give a report back on a monthly basis on the progress made in this regard. Another big challenge, Speaker, is the fact that municipalities are struggling to draw skills to them. When they appoint people, they are quickly poached, if they are any good, by larger municipalities and metros or other provinces. And we need to sit down with municipalities and find out what we can do to make sure that qualified, skilled, and motivated people come to work in our small rural municipalities. These need to be qualified and capable, not catered employees, but professional public servants. In closing, Speaker, I've mentioned a few steps that need to be taken, but ultimately, the biggest solution will be seen in 2024, where the people themselves will restore trust in the democratic system by using it once more to remove an incapable government and replace it with a capable and caring one. Thank you. I love dreaming.
The next member is EFF has put again a member that has apologized, Honorable M.W. Twala, so it means that they are not participating in the debate. The next member will then be Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. We welcome the report of the resolution as tabled by the Honorable Chairperson of COGTA. However, there are challenges. One of the frequent issues faced by municipalities is capacitation. The committee and the municipalities as a whole must act right away to address capacitation of municipal senior management as well as capacitation of the MPEC members and MPEC chairpersons. Honorable Speaker, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is one of the common issues in the municipalities, particularly in Ndumeni municipality. There is an unauthorized expenditure of 39.55 million, which arose as a result of unfunded budget. The municipality has unauthorized expenditure escalated from 7 million to 39 million. This is unacceptable. A report must be provided to authenticate whether the expenditure is within the rules set of unauthorized expenditure. Umzinyathi municipality is at the forefront on passing unfunded budget. They are currently working with unfunded budget amounting to 360 million, and this is a serious concern as expenditure from unfunded budget is unauthorized and often become fruitless and wasteful. It needs to be addressed. We therefore support the committee's resolution that we need a turnaround strategy to address this issue. Departments owing municipalities need to be addressed by the committee and ensure that they settle on outstanding monies. The NFP is disgusted by an official who transferred money from the consumer's account to personal account. We urge disciplinary consequence management in this matter. 2 minutes.
Seyiphelile into oyiphathiswe ngabavoti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker is Honorable TV Kulu of the ANC for 8 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia in our executive, Honorable Mtomeni, our leader in governance, Honorable members, Sanbonani. Honorable Speaker, allow me to quote our former President Nelson Mandela when he was articulating the struggle of the Palestinians, when he said, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." Honorable members, we must all adhere to the call by the ANC to call for peace in the Palestine and Israel conflict, and affirm the call made by the President Mandela in the ANC to stand with the people of Palestine. Free Palestine. Honorable Speaker, ngiyathanda ukusika elijikayo ngalo meya wenu enithi upapasi. On his current IDP, he has completely neglected the township of Impopomeni. Our black and poor communities are neglected. None of his Zimbizo went to Impopomeni. Once again, siyafuna ukukhumbuza abantu. Ukukhuluma isiZulu komlungu akumenzi okhaliphile. Honorable members, the COGTA Portfolio Committee conducted hearings to few municipalities to play a proactive role in its oversight of the audit performance of the municipalities. Municipalities were expected to report on their turnaround strategies and update on measures that they were instituting to address the findings of the Auditor General. The intention of the hearing was to ensure that municipalities were addressing audit findings, eliminating them, and ensuring that they did not become repeat audit findings. Madam Speaker, Section 78(1)(c) of Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003, where MFMA provides that each senior manager and official of a municipality must exercise financial management responsibilities, also must take all reasonable steps within that official's area of responsibility to ensure that any irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and other losses are prevented. From the above, honorable members, COCTA Portfolio Committee conducted such hearing to ensure stability and strengthening governance, also as per ANC resolution, where irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure is identified and discovered. It must be recorded in the appropriate internal register, and accounting officer must report it in writing to council in the next available meeting after the occurrence of the expenditure. Madam Speaker, the committee noted that municipalities have cases on UIFW, unauthorized regular fund, fruitless and wasteful expenditure reported in the financial years which have not been investigated. The committee resolved that the municipalities must indicate in writing the reasons on why this is the case and the turnaround strategy or plan to have these cases investigated so that they can be finally put to rest. Capacitation of management was also recommended by the committee. Honorable members, this must be dealt with, the UIFW must be dealt with because of the impact on service delivery. The COCTA committee concluded that in Ndumeni municipality under IFP, MPEC needs to deal with the UIFW, unauthorized regular fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as to how it will address it going forward. The committee resolved that the municipality's MPEC must deal with the UIFW of the municipality and apply consequence management should there be a need to do so. Also, the committee further resolved on the following, Honorable Speaker. The committee resolved that a full detailed report be forwarded to the Portfolio Committee once the full investigation has been conducted and concluded on the 39.55 million unauthorized expenditure, which arose as a result of unfunded budget. That the Municipality Council need to ensure that it monitors the annual financial statement and ratios applicable to it. That the council must prove in future hearings how it has monitored its annual financial statement and ratios applicable to it. The committee wishes to see the ratios applicable to the municipality improving. Honorable members, the committee also discovered unauthorized expenditure of 39 million, noting that there is an unauthorized expenditure which escalated from 7 million to 39 million. Honorable members, not only Ndumeni, Engutum, Zinyati, and other municipalities are facing the same problem, which are all under the very same organization known as IFP. Honorable Speaker, as we await on the famous IFP municipality investigation on how it built 15 toilets in one home, faces 15 million garnishi headache. Honorable Speaker, the provincial government will continue through COCTA, provincial treasury, and all provincial departments to provide the necessary support to the municipalities and ensure improvement in accordance with the provincial government aspirations. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
The next speaker is on behalf of the MF for 2 minutes is the Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The selected municipalities are failing due to the reported reasons given during the Section 132 hearings. Hence, the MF recommends the following to strengthen scope as resolutions. With respect to interest charged by Eskom, it is better to look at a subsidized rate for electricity supplied to rural municipalities until rural residents receive direct connections. The MF had rejected the job description of CEO when it was first introduced in the Health Department for the heads of hospitals. Honorable Speaker, CEOs are for the business sector as they are visionaries to make profits. Government is not in the business of business. We are enablers, and we have to have managers with the relevant management degrees, at least at a master's level, at a reasonable salary, because it is not normal that CEOs and CFOs are using consultants. CEO tax creates expectations of CEO top salaries, yet our people do not receive CEO competence. Please change our top roles to managers, as managers manage day-to-day activities so that the departments, in this case municipalities, run smoothly. Municipalities must have a universal billing system supported by SALGA. In terms of unethical councillors, an ethics committee must report criminal matters to the relevant authorities. A slap on the wrist attitude spells collusion. There must be uniform structures in all municipalities, not boards in some and committees in others. Structures must function according to norms and standards set. SALGA needs to intervene to train councillors and correct these problems, instead of leaving it to the portfolio committee, or we might as well go back to the earlier system of full oversight on municipalities. These are the recommendations of the Minority Front to strengthen the COCTA resolutions. Thank you.
The next speaker was supposed to be the ATM. They are not in the house. So the next speaker is Honorable S. Imangele of the ACDP for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Waste management in rural areas and remote areas possesses major challenges for government in Kwazulu-Natal. The waste management budget of local municipalities are limited, and even more so in rural areas, remote areas. Municipalities in such areas usually face obstacles with the collection of waste. They also lack of proper equipment, infrastructure, and treatment centers, and experience difficulties accessing treatment centers elsewhere. For more sustainability, a household waste management system, the commitment of the municipalities, household, business, shop owners, as well as all other stakeholders is essential, although we know that removal of waste in South Africa.
Thank
you very much, Speaker.
Deputy Chief Whip rule.
Somnova, I rise on Rule 61. Siyasola ufunde ispeech esirong bamanqele sisakwakhotha iyalandela le yaka environment.
Qhubeleka bamanqele nespeech sakhe.
Uncle, our impera wrong.
The time must continue, honorable members. The time must continue.
Surely, Speaker, surely. Kodwa somlomo awube nobubele nje kanye. Somlomo. Hayi no sibongile i-corporate government. Uthanda njani benza umsebenzi omhle kabi. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ushithi angisanda ukutipa.
The next speaker for 10 minutes is the Honorable Emel Zulu on behalf of the ANC, the Deputy Chair of Committees.
Honourable Speaker, members of the Executive Council present, leader of the LOGP. Let me begin by thanking the Provincial Disaster Management Center in light of the alert issued in the week as heavy rains once again visited our province. We thank the Creator for rain, but we also urge our people to be on alert for potential harm associated with such rains, especially in our province. With that said, we welcome your report, Chairperson, and I, for one, am pleased to partake in a debate in this House on the recently tabled report on the resolution of COGTA portfolio taken during the Section 132 hearings with municipality in the period spanning from July to October in 2022. Chairperson, the oversight carried out by the COGTA are central in ensuring that enforcing compliance with the legislative framework, in particular the Municipal Structures Amendment Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act, are key legislations for good governance at a local level. Unfortunately, this is not shared commonly across the board. As a result, if one were to consider how some of the municipalities have served the deeply rural communities of our provinces are run, one will conclude that some of the ESCOs of these municipalities have improved a lot, of course. And in some of the municipalities, there are still some challenges which really cost the service delivery issues. Honorable Chairperson, since 2021 local government elections, COGTA Portfolio Committee has witnessed an increase in general stability in most of municipalities which are run by the ANC. And also what we have observed in the northern part, whereby there are coalitions of the IFP-run municipalities, we have seen some challenges going on. As COGTA Portfolio Committee, we wish to note that the loss of lives of the councillors in general and women councillors in most of the councils run by other organizations will not escape justice. The general collapse of some of the municipalities has a negative impact on the ability of municipalities to discharge their mandate. This in turn has compounded in its oversight responsibility of COGTA in order to ensure that citizens, ratepayers and business are not prejudiced. Siyabonga kakhulu usihlalo portfolio COGTA ozamile just to pursue members ukuthi abe khona kulezi ngxenye zika section 132 ukuze sibone ukuthi umsebenzi kahulumeni uyenziwa ngokuyikho. A wave of regression has blanketed some of the specific municipalities that COGTA has been intervening on in order to achieve the stability. Such municipalities such as Utuwela have unfortunately become the prime example. That municipality has moved from 5 consecutive clean audits from a stable position in the supply of clean drinking water to household of Utuwela under the ANC. Now it's a daring front page mockery of municipality. Ilapho subona khona insizwa kuthiwa zingena ngebhamu zizodemand umsebenzi within municipality okutshengisa ukuthi there is poor governance within Utuwela district. Honorable members, to describe such a run municipality as shambolic is an understatement. The sex scandals from the depraved councillors, IP councillors, who prey on vulnerable women as young as 14 years old is a debate that will require a special sitting, Honorable Speaker. But for today, we will focus mainly to the inability of these municipalities to run their own affairs. It is even worse when these municipalities have been assisted by COGTA in the past and stabilized only to be run down again to incompetent and divisive leadership. We, however, do not wish to fail in uploading COGTA for various interventions in coalition municipalities, especially the intervention against the huge expenditure on security companies that are taking the money from municipalities. We make a call to Minister Bhekele to also reinvestigate of those councillors who will shot themselves with ulterior motives in order to invent security risk. And we want SAPS also to seize these firearms that are used and arrest these individuals involved. And some of them, bafike badutshuliwe ubabona sebehamba kwimkhandlo ethize ye-IFP Ulundi. Sebengama officials athi elapho udutshuliwe ngenhlamvu more than 30. Kodwa manje say official ye-IFP. Honorable members, let me bring you to attention that the African Women's Leadership Network has been forced to write to the president of the IFP to complain about the sexual abuse allegations leveled against their own members because they are not seeing anything being done. There is a need to investigate these complaints so that we don't see any abuse of women. Uzobona-ke ukuthi lapho phongolo kade bemasha umphakathi umashelo OMM wakhona obusy oqasha nje ngocansi ebaqulusini umeya wakhona wasuswayo nakho wasuswela ngokuthi nje wathi uyinkunzi ephungayo la uyayibona inkinga esibhekene nayo eZululand ama officials akhona abhalile ukuthi umeya wakhona ukuze ungayenzi into ayifunayo ungalali naye uyaxosha akukhomba indlela siyayibuka nje lezi inkinga ezikhona kodwa siyacabanga ukuthi inkinga zokazuleka. Honorable Chair, may I unapologetically upload COGTA for the electrification projects throughout the province. Their intervention in municipalities like Umkhanyakude and Maphumulo has displayed strong management within the department sphere of municipality governance. The Section 132 has also given the opportunity to monitor the good work of Umzumbe municipality, where we saw the road infrastructure network amongst the access roads. Uma uhamba lapha eMzumbe ubona imigwaqo emihle ama access roads la sikhala ngawo. That shows there's good leadership, there's good governance in that municipalities. Kwimali esuke inikezwe yona ye-governance grant. So it shows ukuthi imali la efakwe khona kahle isebenza kahle. We have also observed the recruited youth deployed in all the municipalities of KwaZulu-Natal as interns. The capacity workshops that were done by COGTA to Izinduna after they were given their back pay salaries has assisted a lot in reducing the conflict between Induna and councillors. The yellow plan that they also delivered in various municipalities and the working together with Department of Transport has led by Honorable Tomuga is giving us more access roads also in the province. This also has ensured that imigwaqo yasemakhaya kuyahambeka. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the protected springs water and boreholes that were done by COGTA in the previous financial year has assisted a lot of this government. Uma ubheka ke ama boreholes afakwa more than 51 eMkhanyakude. Awusizile uMkhanyakude to create stability ukuthi amanzi abe khona. Ama protests akade siwabona awasekho. Uma uya eHerigwala, ama spring water that has been also been protected lapha uyabona ukuthi usebenze kahle umnyango waCOGTA uqinisekisa ukuthi yonke lemithombo ekhona iyavikeleka enamanzi abantu bayawathola ngesikhathi. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, we now call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, Honorable Kwele, to respond to the debate. 5 minutes, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank all the honorable members that took the podium. And indeed, they represented what these resolutions are speaking to. But there are some few clarities that I need to make. But it's understandable, Honorable Les Govender, that you don't sit in the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much for taking the debate on behalf of Honorable Gunene. And I do understand that you are politicking. Your responses on the issues of ESCOM, it's exactly what the committee has suggested. It's not the IFP's resolution, it's the committee's resolutions. And we've started already to engage the National Department to be able to assist us with the issues of ESCOM and municipalities. Honorable Mayor, yazi ungiphoxile nje namhlanje mina nawe siyazwana. Sebenza kahle kodwa namhlanje ngiya-understanda ke ngoba i-DA njengamanje isey'ngxakini zama-factions. Nizama ukusurvive manje akusurviveki yabo. So ngiya-understanda mfowethu ofike wakukhuluma la. Akusiko into eqhamuka ngaphakathi kuwena. Ngoba mina nawe sihambile siyawazi umzinyathi one-fruitless and wasteful expenditure ka 1.3 billion. So it can't be ukuthi ungaza la phambili uzozigqatsha ngokuthi nibambisene kahle ne-IFP komasipala ngokuthi nijahe ukuthi ANC iphume emandleni. Akukwazi. Le moonshot engena kuyo into engekho nawe yakwazi lokho. Okwesibili mawukhuluma ngendaba ye-voter turnout, it's a world trend i-voter turnout ilow emhlabeni. Awukwazi uqhamuka uzoma la ngizokhuluma nje kancane nge-America ngoba izwe ngicabanga ukuthi osigqajayo ngalo kakhulu. E-America i-voter turnout yakhona is 47%, makuthiwa i-high ngempela. Izibe iba low ithatha ko-30%. Angiphathi-ke ko-UK nase-Europe, it's even worse. And awukwazi ukucomparisha izwe njenge-South Africa, ulicomparishe ne-Europe and all these other affluent countries. Othi ngithi ukufundisa kancane into ethe ukuphuma kancane kule debate yethu. Mawuthatha nje i-UK uyifaka nje KwaZulu-Natal ngobukhulu bayo uyiphindaphinda kawu-6. So umsebenzi owenziwa ulohulumeni kahulumeni we-ANC nje wokade kukhuluma Honorable Zulu ekutshela sihamba nawe sibheka amanzi afakwe lohulumeni ama-boreholes and everything that's been done by this government. Uyazi nawe ukuthi kukhulu osekwenziwe compared to where we come from. And uyabuya uzokhuluma into eclarify yo-premier la eclarify mina ngizosho ngithi mina elami preference Nkosi yami ka-premier oqhamuka kwi-DA uku-Rogers. Eclarify umhlonishwa uRogers upremier candidate wethu we-DA. Emclarify ngalento ofika wazokhuluma ngayo la epension ama-pensioners. Uzoyiphinda futhi lana mhlonishwa uzokhuluma into wazi kahle ukuthi ayilona iqiniso. Asiyi-correct lento nibuya nizoyikhuluma la. Otherwise ngiya-understand uclarify kakhulu mayikhuluma ngalo masipala lo wangakithi ngaphothulela namakhansela akhona adayisa umsebenzi ngokuthi fanele udlule embhedeni. Into e-wrong kakhulu leyo. Sikhuluma nje in the same debate sikhuluma ngemadlangeni lapho umsebenzi kamasipala umasipala weNkatha-ke by the way njengamanje uthatha imali azikhokhele yena instead utakhokhela ama-service providers. And mina nawe sahlele ekomitini silwisa umkhandlu ukuthi badila nini nalabantu abenza inkohlakalo. Bababuyisile emsebenzini bayasebenza kodwa namhlanje uzoma la uzo-grandstander. Yikho ngithi angi-understandi ngempela. So yeah, understand. Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to thank all members that have participated in this debate and wish that the House adopt the resolutions of the committee regarding the Section 132 hearings regarding all municipalities. Honorable Governor, thank you very much. Honorable Shinga, Siyabonga, Honorable Rajbansi, Ngelengele, Siyabonga kakhulu baba. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Tele and honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the resolutions of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee taken during the Section 132 hearings with municipalities that took place during July to October 2022. The House now needs to vote on the report as per the request of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee. I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to adopt the resolutions of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee taken during the Section 132 hearings with municipalities that took place during July to October 2022. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Honorable Speaker, the IFP approves the report. Thank you.
DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the report.
EFF. Honorable members, please, before you vote, it has been brought to my attention that there are members that are not in their seats and it's time for voting. And I see a veteran. During voting, members take their allocated seats. You don't go to your party's benches. You go to your allocated seats. Honorable Herricks, I'm so sorry, madam. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the EFF supports the report. Thank you.
NFP. NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a COGTA Portfolio Committee member, I support the report.
MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF supports the report.
ACDP.
Speaker, ACDP also support the report.
ATM is not in the House. The African National Congress. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Secretary, I think there is none from my side unless you see them there on your platform. If there is none, can you give me the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor, 61. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Those in favor, 61. Against, nil. Abstentions, nil. The ayes have it. This then concludes the item on the order paper concerning the debate on resolutions of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee taken during the Section 132 hearings with municipalities that took place during the July to October 2022. We now move to the next. We We now move to the next debate, the debate on the oversight visit to King Cetshwayo. But before I call upon the chairperson, there is a senior citizen in the house. I see it through the frame, who might be walking around without the glasses, who goes to a Dr. Moffat, but whoever it is above 60. Sent to KK. I therefore call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs, Honorable S.W. Mshengu, to table the report of the committee on their oversight visit to King Cetshwayo Disposal Water Facility Site and Dolphin Coast Waste Management Site for 10 minutes. Chagwe.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, and all members of the executive present. A very good afternoon to all of you, honorable members. The status of landfill site compliance in the province has consistently been on the Conservation and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Oversight agenda for a while now. In 2018-19, the Portfolio Committee undertook a focused intervention study to establish the state and extent of landfill site compliance and recycling at selected municipalities. To a large extent, due to time constraints and other overlapping areas of demand, the committee was limited to achieve the set outcomes and therefore continue to pursue the issue of waste management as one of its priorities. It is worth noting that the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, through its environmental management program, has also prioritized the monitoring of landfill sites in the province, a move that the committee welcomes. As per annual performance plan of the Department's environmental management program, at least 3 landfill sites are monitored for compliance every quarter. This is a committee report on visits to Tungulu and Dolphin Coast landfill sites, which were undertaken on the 13th of September, year 2022. It should be noted that the debate of this report and the very important issue of waste management in our province is long overdue. Members should also note that this is not the very first and only report of the Committee on Waste Management. In exercising its legislative mandate over government, the committee has endeavored to solicit information and output on quarterly assessment of landfill site compliance. And while information on facilities monitored is always provided when requested, the committee had never fully understood the nature and extent of issues, challenges, and required interventions at various landfill sites across the province. Hence, the committee took a decision to visit as many landfill sites in the province as possible. In some instances, the public has been at the center of the committee's oversight agenda through the submission of complaints regarding selected landfill sites. Both the national and provincial agendas form the basis the committee's oversight approach. National strategies argue that waste is an important contributor to international and national development goals. According to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 8, waste contributes to decent work and economic opportunities. The National Development Plan year 2020, or rather Vision 2030, outlines activities that are required to transition South Africa to an environmentally sustainable society. These activities include investing in consumer awareness, green product design, recycling, waste to energy, and other initiatives that can result in a zero waste society while building a greener and more environmentally sustainable economy. The National Waste Management Strategy responds directly to the NDP by implementing a waste management system through the rapid expansion of recycling infrastructure and encouraging the composting of organic domestic waste to bolster economic activity in poor urban communities, and to the need to cut down on solid waste disposal. Our Provincial Growth and Development Strategy Review Priority 5 highlights 2 indicators which carry foundational relevance to the short-term and long-term objectives of the Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental. These status as at 2019 are 1, percentage of legally registered landfill sites and that are fully compliant, with 20% of the landfill sites categorized as legally compliant. Building municipal capacity in waste management is proposed as an intervention. 2, percentage waste diverted from the landfill sites through recycling and sustainable practices, with the baseline of 8% in 2019 and 10% as a target for year 2025. The committee's preliminary analysis revealed that progress in respect of the above 2 indicators was unknown. The general picture from the committee site visits was also characterized as follows. 1, most landfill sites have compliance challenges by design or default. In respect of these characteristics, it was noted that the newer landfill sites generally comply with legislation in terms of construction, but face a myriad of operational and management shortcomings. The older sites, on the other hand, not only lack infrastructure, but also weak operational and management systems, such as weak or no leachate management, poor or no water quality testing and monitoring, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate internal technical skills, and the know-how, etc. The privately managed landfill sites are generally better resourced and managed than government-operated sites. The prioritization of waste management in municipalities leaves a lot to be desired. There is inadequate funding for waste management across the municipalities, wherein most of the budget naturally goes to housing, water supply, and sanitation programs. This undermines the fundamental fact that the well-being of the environment underpins the provision of other services. There is a minimal and often not organized recycling initiatives at most sites. In some cases, waste reclaimers access the sites illegally, and this has posed challenges at selected sites such as New England landfill sites, Msondozi, Lasikona, and Buffalo's dry landfill sites in Verulam. The committee has taken a strong stance on the need for the formalization of waste reclaimers through the establishment of cooperatives and provision of training. I can't be a Mangnele.
But you can't be engaging with them also, Slalo, and they were not drowning you, honestly.
Yeah, thank you very much. Some of the observations from Utungulu and Dolphin Coast landfill sites support the committee's analysis and understanding, as highlighted above. While the nature, Honorable Speaker, now we are in Dr. If I may start again, the committee's preliminary analysis revealed that progress in respect of the above 2 indicators was unknown. The general picture from the committee sites visits was also characterized as follows. Most landfill sites have compliance challenges, through the design and default, as I've said earlier on. Honorable Speaker, some of the observations from Utungulu and Dolphin Coast support our analysis, as highlighted above. While the nature and extent of challenges faced at the 2 sites are not similar to some government-managed sites, the following issues were noted. Unauthorized discharge of leachages into local river systems, inadequate dams, according to National Department. DCLM, in particular site, was at 96% during the time of our visit. Limited access to the municipal infrastructure grant. There is a shortage of sustainable hazardous landfill sites in the province. Therefore, attempts to encourage full compliance should be pursued at all material times. In conclusion, the site visits undertaken by the committee have highlighted various operational and management challenges that responsible entities face regarding the management of landfill sites. From the onset, the committee endeavored to establish the nature and extent of challenges faced, especially considering the widely recognizable levels of illegal waste within our living spaces. Indeed, the visit by implication, this committee report have confirmed the need for all spheres of government to come up with innovative ideas to achieve the objectives set out in the PDDP. The committee has also considered quite strongly the possibilities of initiating an annual functionality program on landfill sites. Functionality programs have been useful in dealing with persisting challenges in education and health, and the committee believes that a similar approach should be pursued during the 7th Parliament. The functionality program should be undertaken by Joint Committee on Conservation, Environment Affairs, as well as COGTA. In line with the two PGDS indicators above, the overall management and compliance of sites will be scrutinized with the aim of developing implementable resolutions that will impact the way waste generally and landfill sites specifically are managed. Through implementable and time-bound resolutions, the Joint Portfolio Committee can make a positive change in the management of landfill sites and by holding the department and municipalities accountable. Honorable Speaker, I commend this report for debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mshengu. I can see Honorable Mshengu wanting me to do the work of Honorable Nxumalo and Honorable Kaluza of having his caucus quiet when he's presenting. I'll leave that to your caucus leadership, Honorable Mshengu. I will now call upon the Honorable Evie Dube on behalf of the ANC to debate for 9 minutes.
Ngithatha leli thuba ngibonge kuwena Somlomo. Ngibingelele ku-Premier wethu, ngibingelele u-Leader of Governance Mthombeni, ngibingelele ku-Executive, bese ngibingelela amalungu onke kaKhongolose. Ngibonge leli thuba uKhongolose onginika lona ukuba ngikhulume ngohlelo noma ngalokuvakasha okubaluleke kangaka okubhekelela indawo la kulahlwa khona imfucuza. I grew up in a township called Sobantu Village, and many a times we would wake up in the morning with a serious stench across the river. And a lot of times, some of us as students will go there in the rubble to pick up what was called at that time umakayeni, which were the remainders of chocolate that was thrown away or discarded. It means that it was not in a good order to be used. But one of the things that was very painful, ukuthi abantwana abaningi babelahlekelwa impilo zabo ngoba ukuya lapho wakudinga ukuthi uwele i-bridge and abaningi ke bengakwazi ukuwela lelo bridge bewele emfuleni. Ziningi kakhulu impilo ezalahleka ngenxa yokuthi uhulumeni wobandlululo wengenandlela yokunakekela indawo esilahla kuzo imfucuza. Enza nje isiqiniseko sokuthi imfucuza iyathathwa emzini yabo iyolahlwa, ungakubiza ukuthi izolahlwa emabaleni ethu. Somlomo, ngithanda ukuthi ngibonge kakhulu ukuthi u-African National Congress enye yezinto oyibheke ngobukhulu bonyonicwa ukuthi ukulahlwa kwemfucuza akwenzeke ngendlela ehlelekile engezuhlukumeza abantu bakithi eSouth Africa. It is very painful, Somlomo, that today we are presenting or we are adopting this report at a time where we see stacks of rubbles that are a reminder of our past. That is in Palestine. When you see those rubbles, they remind us of where we come from. It is said that such inhumanity can be attributed to human beings. Ingakho i-debate yami namhlanje ingenza ukuthi ngikhexe kakhulu ukwazi ukuthi kusekhona abantu abangashaya amabhilidi bawe abeke phansi abe imfucuza. Thina le South Africa kube khona abantu ababasupportayo, kube nabantu ababancomayo ngomsebenzi abawenzayo ubumnyama. As ANC, we sympathize and stand with the people of Palestine in the barbarism that we see when they are being attacked. I'm saying that because we are talking about rubble. Ngesikhathi bezama ukuthi izwe labo noma indawo yabo iprogress kuba nabantu abayihlaselayo, hence they remained in rubbles. But having said that, Honorable Somlomo, let me be grateful to the leadership of comrade noma uhlalo wethu uSithembiso Mshengu owenze isiqiniseko sokuthi indawo ezilahla imfucuza siyazihambela singayanga khona ukuthi kuyolwisana nabantu ababhekelele lezo zindawo kodwa ukwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi lezo ndaba ayisebenzisayo kune compliance angisho nje ukuthi it was a very strong indicative when we visit these places. When we went there, the people in the municipalities were a little bit scared and fearful that we have come to whip them or in whatever way. But ungoholo luka Mshengu kwabonakalisa ukuthi ukufika kwethu kwalezo zindawo sizokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi our environment is not harmful to the health and the well-being of the people who are around those areas. Ukunakekela indawo esilahla kuzo imfucuza will eradicate poverty and create employment, which undoubtedly echoes the spirit of Freedom Charter. Furthermore, honorable members, a strong legislative arm is one of our best instruments to defend our democratic state and our dynamically evolving society. This legislative arm, as the primary institution of democracy and the voice of the people, must ensure that the people contract, which gave the ANC-led government an electoral mandate, is effectually and fervently implemented. In this way, the words of the Freedom Charter, people shall govern, will gain further substance. Indeed, in line with our mandate, on the 13th of September 2022, the Portfolio Committee of Conservation and Environmental Affairs conducted a planned oversight visit to King Ceshwayo Disposal Waste Facility and Dolphin Waste Management, illustrating that this legislature is led by a progressive chairperson, as I've said. In his opening and welcoming address at that oversight visit, he stated that the approach of the committee visit is not to penalize the municipality, but to work with them to ensure that there is compliance. Ngoba indeed, singuhulumeni wabantu, singuhulumeni kaKhongolose, ofuna ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi asifiki kubantu as othisha omkhulu kodwa sefika kubantu njengabantu abafisa ukusebenzisana nabo as a people-centered legislature. Honorable members, as society continues to consume the earth's resources at ever-increasing and unsustainable rate, we are experiencing a rapidly accelerating trend of environmental degradation and climate change globally, which has impact that has threatened to undermine existing and future development potential and opportunities. Mhlawumbe angeke esomlomo ukuthi enye izinto eyenza ukuthi sikukhuthaze ukuthi indawo zokulahla imfucuza zibe indawo ezinakekelwayo. Sibonile la eThekwini nakwezinye indawo eziningi ukuthi uma imfucuzwa ingalahlwa ngendlela efanelekile idala ama-blockage la kuma-drain bese sithola abantu sekunemfula engafanele ngabe khona sithola abantu bakithi belimelelwa nazindlu zabo kuthi mase kudlule imvula ubese uyabona ukuthi lezi imvula bengekona nje ukuthi istorm lesi esijwayelekile yebo imvula inile kodwa uthola ukuthi ama-drain avalekile ngoba abantu balahla imfucuza noma ekuphi. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi komunye wemisebenzi yethu futhi sizoyenza ngokuqikelela njengo-African National Congress ukuthi sizobafundisa abantu izindlela zokulahla imfucuza nokuthi uma isilahlwe lo mfucuza kufanele yenziwe njani. In response to these challenges, our progressive government has enacted policies and regulation as part of its long-term solution to poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and taking account of the rapidly evolving context already mentioned and envisaged in the NDP. Angisho nje somlomo ukuthi kwesijabulisa thina njengo-ANC ukuthi le waste management kube olunye lezindaba esilubeke eqhulwini kungabi into nje esiyenza ngoba sifuna ukudlulisa into esibekela ukuthi siyenze. ukunakekela imfucuza yethu kuyovula namathuba emisebenzi through i-recycling. And siyazi ukuthi kweminye imihlaba kwezinye indawo leyo mfucuzwa iyathathwa ize iguquke yenziwe mhlambe iphehla amandla imfucuza esilindele ukuthi ke ochwepheshe bethu nabafundi bethu abafunda ema-universities ama-researchers ethu azokwazi ukuthi ngelinye ilanga asisize ukuthi imfucuza yethu kungabi imfucuza ezobulala abantu kodwa kube imfucuza ezophilisa abantu. Kusezinye zezinto ezibalekile lezo ezimgomo ebalulekile ka-African National Congress ukuthi sinakekele abantu bethu. Waste management services before the ANC took over was not prioritized in our poor areas. This is certainly one of the good stories to tell of the ANC-led government. As I've indicated before, ukuthi masikhula nje Mgungundlovu besibona udoti olahliwe futhi ungalahliwe ngendlela ehlelekile kwenziwa ukuthi ke uhulumeni wobandlululo ukwenze njalo. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you. The next speaker for 10 minutes is Honorable Esmutli of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members. I was privileged to be a part of the Portfolio Committee delegation on Conservation and Environmental Affairs that conducted a planned oversight visit to King Ketchwayo Disposal Waste Facility and Dolphin Coast Waste Management on the 13th of September 2022. Waste management is a very important matter in today's society. Due to the rapid and continuous increase in the population, the amount of waste generated is increasing daily, and that too, and at alarming levels. Moreover, the increase in the amount of waste is negatively affecting the lives of many people. Waste management reduces the effect of toxic waste on the environment and human health. When it comes to waste management, it is very important to learn how to gain knowledge about it, as it has a significant impact on our lives and the environment. Waste management is a burning issue in the modern world. The avoidance and reduction of waste is a very crucial part of waste management. There are many things that need to be taken into consideration when discussing waste management, such as disposal methods, recycling methods, avoidance and reduction methods, and transportation of waste. Poor waste handling and disposal can lead to environmental pollution, encourage the breeding of disease, vector insects, animals, scavengers, and rodents, resulting in a range of diseases through different routes of exposure, such as facial-oral and soil-transmitted mechanisms. Amshlatuzi, Amfolozi, Amlalazi, Mtonjeneni, Matubatuba, Mandeni, and Ulundi make use of KCDM waste disposable facility. The site services are outsourced to DCWM, service provider from 2019. Currently, the contract has expired and is on a month-to-month basis until the next contract commences. We would like to know whether the issue has been addressed. Leachate generation is a major problem for municipal solid waste, MSW landfills, and causes significant threat to surface water and groundwater. Solid waste landfills may result in severe environmental hazards if leachate as gas emissions are not controlled. Landfill leachate is characterized by high chemical and biological oxygen demand and generally consists of undesirable substances such as organic and inorganic contaminants. Leachate forms when water penetrates waste in a landfill and transfers certain forms of contaminants. Municipal landfill leachate contains pollutants that can be categorized into 4 key groups, namely organic contaminants and subjects, inorganic compounds, heavy metals, total dissolved solids, and color. This is the case with the King Ketchwayo disposable waste facility, where leachate management is one of the major challenges faced by the district. If uncontrolled, landfill leachate will be responsible for contaminating groundwater and surface water. Recirculation is another management technique for when leachate is recirculated and waste pile that decomposition processes in the landfill speed ups, resulting in a shorter time for landfill to stabilize. The technique, however, does not eliminate, in addition, active treatments during the operative life of landfill must eventually be replaced by passive treatment procedures where the interaction between the landfill and its surroundings is of fundamental importance. This underlines the need of developing so-called natural treatment systems and to plan for their long-term function already when placing and designing landfills. The IFP is again the vandalism of infrastructure, as has been the case with King Kechwaya disposal waste facility, where vandalism affects the operation on sites and causes environmental contamination. It is an undisputed fact that in some wastelands, full sites, organized criminal groups wield control over them with violence and conflicts as the instruments to retain control over materials, recovery, and onward sale of recyclers. We conclude that criminal gangs in the sector inhibit proper waste management, and there is a need for the city authorities to take over the control of the dump sites from gangs as part of the overall strategy to address the huge public health implication it poses to the city. The IFP is also concerned about plastic pollution. Plastic waste is a serious environmental concern worldwide. The problem, however, is not with plastics alone. The problem lies in people's attitude towards handling plastics. People have to understand the deleterious impact on single-use plastic in our environment and think about the future of mankind. It is worth noting that the Dolphin Coast landfill site's plastic recycling project is also underway. The failure of the ANC-led government to address load shedding has a ripple and negative effect on many aspects in our society. But it is worth noting that the Dolphin Coast Waste Management Facility is exploring other avenues to ensure that they heed the call to invest in other forms of energy. There is research conducted on the creation of cells to create energy from it. Further, it is worth noting that there are a lot of investments dedicated to research for treatment on leachate. Finally, we all know that waste management is and why we need it. So we would always dispose waste in a responsible way so that the waste management people can get it handled and recycled. There are many ways in which we can cooperate in the waste management process. The management of waste is very important to develop a green and clean society and world. The business community also has a social responsibility to provide waste receptacles where members of the public could deposit the waste. They could advertise on those bins to gain some mileage on the business activities. These bins should be protected from vandalism and theft and should have lids to prevent scattering by scavengers. Environmental laws and regulations in municipalities should be enforced, and those involved in illegal dumping must be prosecuted. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member to take the podium is Honorable H.U. De Boer for 4 minutes on behalf of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker, honorable members. I think for one of the first times that I've taken the podium, and I think we have to agree even with our counterparts, particularly the chairperson of the Conservation and Environmental Affairs Committee, about the outcomes of these oversight visits. It was at great expense, both personal expense and in some cases health expense, that members of this joint committee went out there and got the full truth of the horrendous conditions that some of these landfill sites are actually in. Honorable Speaker, as we debate the state of these particular landfill sites, it would be remiss not to pause and reflect on the abysmal state of conservation legislation enforcement across both KwaZulu-Natal and the country. A lot of the issues that we encounter at landfill sites are directly related to non-compliance and the lack of enforcement, generally by national departments and by provincial departments. Underpinned by the Constitution and expressed in several acts, legislation is specifically designed to protect our environment and the people of this province who often find themselves on the borders of landfill sites. And we have heard earlier today the past history where people used to get access into landfill sites and go and look for something to eat. This is most clearly reflected in the Msunduzi landfill site. And whereas it's not reflected in this particular report, honorable members will remember the state of many people who actually live in houses on that landfill site. And we're pleased to see that there has been some progress in addressing that. However, recent and ongoing environmental catastrophes have shown the complete lack of interest in bringing the Constitution to life by simply prosecuting those who perpetually pollute our environment and our province. These include our rivers and beaches, which remain awash in human excrement due to the absolute incompetence of local government. And eThekwini municipality must be singled out here, including the mayor. Seemingly, contravention notices and even several criminal charges have served as proof that comrades don't arrest comrades. We have had 3 criminal charges that have been laid against the eThekwini municipality for pollution. We have not seen any arrests in those cases, and I would challenge the Honourable MEC, Duma, and the Honourable Premier to make work of that. Let's see the city manager of eThekwini and the other municipalities who are disregarding the environmental legislation. Let's see them being put in handcuffs and arrested. Madam Speaker, there is no point and purpose to legislation not effectively enforced. KwaZulu-Natal has seemingly become a free-for-all with little repercussions for those who would flagrantly dump noxious chemicals in rivers, which is an ongoing daily occurrence, thrown refuse in ecologically sensitive areas, and also illegally mine our river sand without check. In the same vein, municipal officials who simply cannot or who will not comply with waste management laws must be prosecuted. The non-compliance of the Waste Management Act, NEMA, has been clearly exposed in these oversight visits, and it must now be acted upon. The focused intervention study and extensive oversight visits by the Conservation Committee must be applauded and should serve as an example of how multi-party delegations aimed at digging up the dirt, literally, yields immediate results. I'll be back. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next member for 6 minutes on behalf of the EFF is Honourable P.P. Herricks.
Thank you. Greetings, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable members. Honourable Dube just reminded of what of the conditions of which we used to live in here in Msunduzi. Before, Ibisasa Road landfill was one of the largest and fully permitted landfill sites in Durban, which was opened for business in 1980 by the apartheid regime. The Group Areas Act, a crucial pillar of the apartheid government's segregation agenda, means that Bisasa Road would import waste from privileged white areas to improve wretched working class black areas deprived of basic human rights. Residents of Clay Estates were classified as an Indian and colored area, but at large, African settlement lacked access to political, economic, and legal resource. Although in 1994, there was a pledge that the new democratic municipal government would close the racist dump. In line with the Portfolio Committee, priorities of ensuring full functionality with compliance with prescribed regulations, the key objectives for DCLM is ecological transformation. For the Utungulu landfill site and Dolphin Coast waste management site, having the relevant shareholders is a portrayal of commitment and dedication on retainment on the latest technology and or service delivery, good relations with users on site, along with rehabilitation to ensure compliance is of high importance. The most important with landfill are toxins leachage and greenhouse gases. The gases that can also contribute to climate change and create smog if left uncontrolled. With having the Class B landfill site in King Kachwayo District Municipality There's ought to be seemingly endless amount of manual work and labor required on landfill sites, including and separation of waste management, of machinery and overall logistics. This, among all, means there are many people required to fill the numerous roles necessary to a following operation, which creates job opportunities for local population. With noting the compliance, commitment, and dedication in retaining the site, keeping the latest technology, effectiveness, and sustainable services support program implementation and effective integrated waste management planning. Thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes on behalf of the NFP is the Honorable CM Shinga. 4 minutes.
How? Eric was one Zuma now. Where's my debate? I blame Eric. Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Njengomhlonishwa uDube nami angibingelele kuphela abalungu ahloniphekile eNFP. Bese ngithi ke siyayamukela umbiko lo presented by Honorable Umshengu. It is pleasing to note that Utungulu Solid Waste has a monitoring committee that sits on quarterly basis and that the site is currently operational on the second waste cells with the lifespan of 65 years. It is crucial that the landfill site is operated in line with the Waste Act.
Members, please.
The Waste Act, the waste disposal area is approximately 42 hectares. Having 1 to 7 cells to be developed. Honorable Speaker, the challenge of odor smell is a serious one because the surrounding communities are blaming the Dolphin Coast landfill management for toxic odor, and from the compliance perspective, it is around 96% compliant with the license. The NFP recommends that the site do more just than submitting reports. They must be full compliance with the laws and regulation, and they must go an extra mile to ensure that the site does not harm the surrounding communities with its hazardous waste. The ATR National Department and Monitoring Committee has a duty to ensure that the landfill site reaches full compliance before the site is charged with another criminal case, as we saw it in 6 years. Of which they pleaded guilty of unlawful disposal. Considering the size of the landfill site, there should be more boreholes installed on site to ensure that the downstream users are not affected by the overtopping.
The next speaker for 9 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable Ntombela, Chairperson of Economic Development Portfolio.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the Executive Council present, led by the Honorable Premier. As we meet today in this House, people in Palestine, in particular in Gaza, do not have this normality. In the past 24 hours, 628 Palestinians have been killed. 3,478 Palestinians have been killed thus far, and more than 12,000 injured in Israel attacks. 70% victims of Israel aggression are children, women, and the elderly. The highest number of casualties happened when more than 500 people were killed in one incident at Al-Ali Harab Baptist Hospital, bombarded by Israeli warplanes. Israel Defense Force went on to bomb Nusayrat Mosque in Gaza, killing displaced people seeking shelter. War crimes have been committed in Gaza. Geneva Convention rules were violated in attacking hospitals, mosques, and schools. Mass killings of civilians, cutting off water and electricity supply for the whole population in Gaza, bombing households, including mosques and hospitals, when they are not legitimate targets of war. As the African National Congress, we stand with the people of Palestine, and those of you who are silent in with this brutality is happening near Bonn, we see you. Madam Speaker, on this day 46 years ago, on the 19th of October 1977, the World and Weekend World newspapers were banned. That's why we call this the Black Wednesday. Further, the apartheid regime declared illegal 19 black conscious organizations and detained scores of activists. I'm raising this point for us not to forget where we come from. So when we fight against injustice on the Palestinian people, it's because we know what they are going through. Our solidarity will never be shaken until they live freely as equal citizens on their land, free from brutality, detention, without trial and daily bombardment. Coming to today's session, we're here to debate on the Portfolio Committee oversight visit to waste management site in the province by the Portfolio Committee on Environmental Affairs. Our approach in this oversight has been to ensure that landfill sites are in compliance with the law throughout the province. Our approach has been clear that we are not there to penalize municipalities, but to work with them in ensuring compliance. King Cetshwayo site is utilized by more than 7 municipalities. Mhlathuze, Mfolozi, Umlalazi, Umthonjaneni, Mtubatuba, Imandeni, and Ulundi. This tells of a serious challenge which must be attended to moving forward to ensure that adequate facilities are available across the province to ensure safety and compliance. We must ensure across the province that there is effective waste management in relation to pollution, climate change, and green economy. That more efforts must be put on community education and awareness activities on the importance of waste management, as some members of the community still do not see a need of playing a proactive role in this aspect. Lokho sikusho ukuthi kwezinye indawo esifica sithole khona ukuthi abantu bakithi abakaqondi ukubaluleka kwale ndawo ezifana nalezi, abakaqondi ukubaluleka kokuthi imfucuza kwesinye isikhathi ungayisebenzisa ukwakha ikhiqize umnotho ngokwayo. Lokho kugcina ku-exploit abantu bokufika, hence sikubonile kakhulu kwi-landfill site yala eMsunduzi, lapho bobona khona ukuthi baningi abantu ababokufika abagcina bengena ngobugebengu, bagcine befuna ukusebenza ngaphakathi lapho ukuze bakhe umnotho wona engabe abantu bakithi bayawakha bakwazi ukusebenza, ngoba kuningi nge-recycling onokwenza kukhiqiza umnotho beyond ukuthi kuwudoti okumele ungabe uyalahlwa. The department needs to play a more proactive role in supporting municipalities to ensure they have proper and compliant waste management sites. Our observation is that not all municipalities have the capacity nor the resources to have proper waste management sites. Omasipala abaningi esibahambelelile inkinga enkulu evela yokubona ukuthi ababi nayo imali eyanele yokuthi bayithathe lezi ndawo zibe sezingeni elifanelekile, zikwazi ukugcina zicompliant nayo yonke imithetho esiyibekele njengohulumeni. So lokho kuyaphoqa ke emthombeni ukuthi umnyango wakho awube nohlelo lokungangenelela ngalo ikakhulukazi ekuthini ubalekelela kanjani umasipalati lama-environment lama-site abasebenzela kona. Ayakwazi ukuba sezingeni elifanelekile, ayakwazi ukugcina umthetho, but ngaphezu kwalokho ayakwazi ukuthi asetshenziswe ukuthi enye lemfucuzo esilahlayo khona kungaba imfucuzo engalekelela ukuthi siguqule isimo somnotho wezwe lakithi, kungaba imfucuzo engalekelela thina abantu bakithi abasekuhlaleni abahlwempu bangalekelela kanjani ukuthi bathole amathuba okuyisebenza ngayo, bakwazi ukuphila, ngoba masinokwazi lokho sikwenze siqoqe njengohulumeni sokunika umkhombandlela ofanelekileyo, kungaba nomphumela omuhle. ANC self-support umbiko wekomiti ihlala. Siyabonga.
The next member is Honorable Mrs. Rajpansi for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, the Minority Front thanks this committee for doing regular oversight visits, especially to critical sites like landfalls. The MF recommends from the lessons learned that more budgets are required for compliant leachate collection systems with more boreholes for King Kichwayo and other provincial landfalls. Can we resolve to set aside budgets for these, as contamination of groundwater and the creation of a secondary layer is a real danger? The province does not want to become a victim of the polluter pays policy if we are taken up by the residents for water contamination or odors and air pollution, honourable members. Gas pipes require their own safety regulation compliance with registers to record incidents, honourable Speaker. More attention must be given to preventing explosions. The budget for the required technology in landfills must be allocated. The Honourable MEC for Kokta must invest in a separation of waste at site initiatives, that is, charge residents for different colour waste bags and use waste recycling bins in public spaces. Do a public campaign, Honourable MEC, to engage communities to help recycling businesses, which can provide jobs in return. The MF has always asked departments to strengthen their risk management policies by having a watertight communication strategy. Therefore, communication breakdowns internally and externally affecting King Kichwayo landfill is not condonable. Managing landfills means managing small daily projects with limited budgets. Hence, time management is key, and communication, therefore, must be a two-way street. Each landfill must work with Gantt charts to ensure that roles and responsibilities with timelines and budgets are mandatory. Finally, even our committee's recommendations and resolutions saw no feedback. 1 year and 1 month has passed, so the oversight must be retaken to ensure that corrective measures have been taken. Thank you.
The next speaker was supposed to be ATM. They're not in the house. Honorable S.E. Mangal of the ACTP for 2 minutes may now come.
Mbingelele Speaker, nabahlonishwa, now is the correct one. Thanks to the Portfolio Committee for assisting municipalities to have legal dump site. Illegal dumping seems to be growing at a rapid rate, and it is no longer uncommon to see huge piles of waste dumped by roadside, on vacant plots in neighborhood, or non-designated waste sited throughout the province. ACDP is requesting this Portfolio Committee and municipalities to establish communities' illegal dumping site campaign to keep our area and environment clean. This situation is further exacerbated by the lack of other appropriate municipality services, including access to water, proper sanitation, and electricity. Ineffective and irregular waste collection services results in environmental pollution associated with waste practice such as buying, burning, or dumping of waste in the street and in the open spaces near dwellings. The environmental impact relate to soil, water, and air pollution, while the health impacts are associated with exposure to vector-borne diseases and air pollution. Angazi besingenza njani njengoba esho umhlonishwa okade ekhuluma ibe khona lama campaign okufundiswa umphakathi wakithi ngendaba ukuthi recycling sikayisebenzisi ikakhulukazi uyabona uma ngaqalwa nje ngokuthi ku-recycle ama-pampers la kube yiwona impela a-recyclwayo kubonakala ukuthi yini angasiza ngayo abantu singajabula ngoba izwe lonakele kakhulu ngisho amanzi kuma-streams of water yonke indawo la esihlala khona you cannot able to use them because of these things esidampwa every day.
The next member for 4 minutes is Honorable H.U. Debor of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We congratulate the ACDP on their moonshot speech, which they've just delivered to us over here. Honourable Speaker, let us deal with some of the specifics of the oversights that we went on. Like most landfills, DCLM has for years been accused of noxious odours, burning eyes, and associated health symptoms experienced by residents as far afield as Belito. I would have thought that maybe the ANC was involved, but we won't bring politics into it at this point in time, because the politics of KZN are certainly eye-watering. It is concurrently of concern that regular quarterly water quality tests, as prescribed by the waste license, had at the time of oversight not been taking place. Ultimately, the oversight must serve as an ongoing investigation into whom exactly is responsible for the noxious odors that plague the Dolphin Coast on a daily basis. Tourism is at stake and jobs are at stake. This, Honourable Speaker, should always be at the core of oversight. Were it not for the intrusive and questioning oversight of the committee, the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal may never have known how thousands of litres of foul leachate was being allowed to flow into rivers and sea, particularly from the Buffels Dry landfill. Nor would this Honourable House know of the shambolic state of landfills dotted across Mkanyakude, Newcastle and the Ugu district. Interestingly, the King Kachwaya landfill near Empangeni was one of the better ones, although they do have challenges. And although it's fenced and relatively well managed, leachate remains a problem. Groundwater contamination, honourable members, is an issue we cannot ignore. It is an issue that continues to plague communities downstream and is in fact a human rights violation. Madam Speaker, landfills have a direct and significant impact on local economies and small business enterprises. They not only provide small businesses with opportunities in the recycling sector, but often bolster big business who cannot operate unless a licensed and functional landfill is available in the region. By adopting international best practice and applying a monetary value to recycling, excuse me, both at source and landfills, the scourge of unemployment could effectively be tackled. At least with recycling, we can get value for money. I can't say the same for the ANC government, unfortunately. There is a reason, Madam Speaker, that aluminium cans no longer litter our roads. Trash to cash is a policy and economic activity our province must invest in to a greater extent. When the Democratic Alliance government comes into place in 2024 and governs, we as a party will certainly be totally reviewing provincial budgets with the sole aim of cutting the frills, cutting the eat meet and greets. Indeed, the shadow minister of Etia, indeed. And when Mayor Papas comes in as premier, we will be cutting out all of this expenditure. We will not be allowing any more eat meet and greets at soccer matches, where the executive of this province like to spend their time. We saw you on Facebook. Through you, honourable Speaker. We have the evidence, and we will be using this money to promote small businesses in a meaningful manner through recycling, through reusing, through the regeneration of the waste that we find in our landfill sites and putting it to meaningful use to grow small business and to attract further business to KwaZulu-Natal. This can only be done through the Democratic Alliance and our partners and by people voting for us in the 2024 elections for real change. Thank you, Honourable Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 10 minutes is the Honourable N.N. Sibidla. On behalf of the ANC, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hope ndiyabonakala ngathi phakeme kakhulu le podium. Yes, thank you. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier Menomsa Dube, Honourable Leader of Government Business Mhlekazi Mthombeni, members of the Executive Council present, Honourable members, receive warm greetings from our glorious movement. umbutho wesizwe ukhongolose inqolo emasondo-sondo ezodudula zonke ezingqeqe ezibhizi ziyintsonsela ibe iqhubeka nokwakha isizwe nokuthuthukisa impilo zabantu bakithi, including our great dreamer here, Honorable Debor. Qhubeka ndoda uphuphe, uzawufika wona u-2024. I always have a problem with you, Honorable Debor, when you undermine our culture and traditions and want to impose what you believe in as a white person you think we must also adopt. This leadership of the ANC will continue meeting our people. This leadership of the African National Congress here will not stop greeting our people in whatever event. If that costs money, they will have to pay for them to do that, because we must always and every time connect with our people emotionally, not only financially. Somlomo, 4 days ago, the world celebrated International Rural Women's Day under the theme Cultivating Good Food for All. Rural women play a pivotal role in developing rural and urban economies. Women participate in crop production, livestock care, provide food, water, and fuel for their families, and also engage in agro-processing to diversify the family's livelihoods. In addition, Honorable Speaker, rural women, including those live in cities, also perform unpaid work, looking after their children, spouses, and the sick. And I'm sure many of our male colleagues here in this house, today, before they came here to work, they were woken up by a woman, either a wife, a daughter, or a mother. Some of them were fed to get to work. Some of them did not even have to think about what they are going to wear to work today. Abanye ndiyasola bayanxityiswa nonxityiswa. So somlomo ngumsebenzi ke lowo abantu besifazana abawenzayo abangawukhokhelwayo omunye. Ekuzodingeka ukuthi singabafazi siqhubeke nekhampeyini yokuqinisekisa ukuthi lo msebenzi ongakhokhelwayo uyakhokhelwa. Coming back to the debate, Honorable Speaker, every day in this province of Kwazulu-Natal, we witness the negative effects of humankind's footprint in our planet, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal. As we continue experiencing unprecedented inclement weather patterns, our communities are finding themselves increasingly vulnerable to the negative effects and impacts of climate change. The pollution of the air and drinking water, Honorable Speaker, is a serious challenge in KwaZulu-Natal. As many honorable members have stated before me here, it is the increasing quantities of waste, poor waste management, and lack of access to waste services that lead to pollution and associated health complications for our people. This is further coupled with the fact that levels of recycling and reuse are relatively low, and waste is not necessarily seen or considered as a resource with a potential to change the lives of our people, especially in the poorest areas of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Speaker, to address these challenges in this area, flowing from the adoption of the waste management strategy, the National Development Plan identified the implementation of the waste management hierarchy as that of reduce, reuse, recycle, to exploit work opportunities and economic production from this sector. This requires product stewardship, producer responsibility, and the rapid expansion of recycling infrastructure, as well as enabling legislative framework and institutional capacity to implement it. Like many municipalities that we visited, they complained about the lack of both financial and human resource so that they can comply with the existing policies and regulations. In one of our meetings, Honorable Speaker, we proposed as the African National Congress that moving forward, we shall call upon the national government to create a conditional grant so that our municipalities can be able to establish these required facilities. Honorable Speaker, our chairperson has led us to many municipal licensed and unlicensed landfills in the province to see for ourselves the status or conditions of these facilities. We've been to Ugu, Herikwala, Mkhanyakude, Lady Smith, Umgungundlovu, Tegwini, King Ejwayo, and Kwadukuza. And for the purposes of this debate today, I will focus on the two sites that were reported upon by the chairperson. The Portfolio Committee has visited King Ejwayo Disposal Waste Facility and Dolphin Coast Waste Management in Kwadukuza, which is privately owned. We are not only focusing on public facilities, we also have interest on the privately owned facilities in KwaZulu-Natal. In KCD, Honorable Speaker, the committee was not happy with the leachate management in the facility. However, the municipality, since our visit there, is working tirelessly with the department to correct that. We are told that they have started with the construction of the leachate dam in that facility. And siyakubonga kakhulu lokho abakwenzayo laphaya. The municipality is also working with the department to correct all the areas of non-compliance that were identified during and after our visit in that facility. The department has also, in their audit of the facility, have issued a notice for the municipality to correct those areas. In the facility that the Dolphin Coast Waste Facility that is owned by private persons, Honorable Speaker, we discovered that the aerator there in Dam 2 was not operational. The air quality monitoring indicated that there had been an increase in hydrogen sulfide. And we also discovered that the facility failed to report incidents to the National Department. Somlomo, lendawo, umphakathi wakho owakhele leyandawo, wawufake isikhalo kumhlonishwa umshengu, ukhala ngephunga elingabekezelekiyo abasola ukuthi lisuka khona lapha kule ndawo. Engxoxweni esaba nayo nenkampani yakuphika lokho. Sabe sesivumelana siyikomiti ukuthi kuzofanele basebenzisane nomnyango to do an assessment, noma ke yayinzima leyo ngxoxo esomlomo ngoba babengavumi ukuthi yibo abanukisa lapha kuleya ndawo. Bakhala nanokuthi abanayo itechnology engasetshenziswa ukwenza lo msebenzi. Lokho kudalwa ukuthi leya ndawo ekuyona yakhelene nezinye inkampani noma amanye ama-industries ekufana nendawo zoshukela nabanye abasebenzisa amaplango. Manje abazokwazi ukuthi mabe check-a umoya bazi ukuthi lo moya usuka ngakuphi kanjalo nakanjalo. Somlomo sabeke sesivumelana ukuthi i-department kuzofanele isebenzisane eduze nale nkampani ukulungisa konke lokho. Honorable Speaker, the committee has put waste management at the center of its activities as one of our contributions in creating work opportunities and ultimately protect our environment. When we debated the Ugu report, I indicated that there seems to be a lack of awareness and education on this subject across communities in this province. Siyawubonga ke umsebenzi owenziwa i-department yakwaCogta, u-ATIA nabanye omasipala ukuqwashisa abantu bakithi ngokuphathwa kwemfucuza kanye namathuba akhona. Honorable Speaker, this sector has an estimated annual turnover of approximately 50 billion. Recent CSIR report indicates that at least 25 billion worth of value is locked up in South Africa's waste streams, of which we are sending
Honorable.
17 billion to landfills.
Honorable, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sipila. The next now we will call upon the chairperson, Honorable SW, Honorable Wiseman Mshengu, for 5 minutes to respond to the debate.
Siyabonga Somlomo ohloniphekileyo omuhle esimthandayo. Chairperson, sibonge kumhlonishwa uDube ngokusikhumbuza ukuthi ilo hulumeni wentando yeningi olidwa yi-ANC othathele phezulu ikakhulukazi impucuzeko yabantu ngokuthi aqonde ukuthi abantu kumele bahlale ezindaweni ezibafanele nje wathi abahlupheka kangakanani kodwa nabo bayakudeserve okanye banalo ilungelo lokuthi bahlale ezindaweni ezihlanzekile nodoti uqoqwe indawo thina sikhule sazi ukuthi udoti ubuthwe endaweni zabelungu kuphela thina kumele sikumbe imigodi siwushise. It was only after the ANC-led government that took a decision that all the services that are received by other races must also be equally provided to everyone, and we we thank you for that. Honorable Motley, the issue that you are raising about the over-reliance of consultants by municipalities, it's an issue of concern to all of us. Municipalities are not building a capacity internally in terms of ensuring that they manage these facilities on their own. And they perpetually engage consultants, and it's a matter perhaps that Honorable MEC, especially MEC of Kokta as well, must take up so that municipalities build their own capacity to manage issues of waste management. The issue of occupation and vassalism, occupation in particular by foreign nationals, is a matter of serious concern. This does not only happen here in Msondozi, it's also happening at Tegwini, and there is a lot of violence and killing that is taking place over the resources that are solicited from these facilities. And we have seen the law enforcement agencies coming in, arresting those culprits, but problems continues to persist. In the recent past in Buffelsdry, there were killings there, and we really urge all role players, in particular communities, neighboring communities, to report these criminal activities before they even lead to the loss of human life. Because once a person is dead, it's very difficult to actually raise a dead person. Our communities, sometimes they accept these foreign nationals as brothers and sisters, which is well and good, which is part of our patriotism and the manner in which we were raised. But when there are criminal activities that seeks to divide South Africans and foreign nationals, especially of other African countries, it becomes a serious problem, and others will then term it xenophobic and all of that. Honorable De Boer, sometimes I don't know what happens with you. You know, you are a brother to me. We have worked together for many years, but sometimes something just goes wrong with you. When you come to this podium, something serious just goes wrong with you. I honestly don't understand. You know, the manner in which you contribute positively in portfolio committees and in oversight meetings, I'm short of words. I don't know what to say to you, honestly speaking. I understand that you have declared to me that you are not coming back to the legislature. Perhaps that's how you are destroying the good work that you have done. Now you are really undoing all the good work that you have done. You are misrepresenting your party, honestly, when you come to this platform. And I think you should stop, because you are a very good person. But when you come to this platform, something wrong goes on with you. I don't know whether they threaten you. I don't know. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mahlobo.
Honorable ngicela ubambe kancane isikhathi uthi gozololo. Honorable Kika, what role are you rising on?
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 74, and this is the second time the member has been insulted.
You are raising on Rule 74.
Yes, personal reflections on a member.
Let me hear you.
And the comments made by the Honorable Mshengu and the Honorable Member Sibitla Sapeta before that are reflections upon the member's integrity and dignity. You know, suggesting that something overtakes him, that it's not him, that he may be delusional, he might be racist. These are the implications of their words, and it's a reflection on the member's dignity and integrity.
Which part is the one that you are referring to that speaks about the integrity?
The 74(1)(d).
No, I mean in the speech of Honorable Mshengu.
His comments in general about
Honorable Mshengu,
everything he's saying about the member is about the integrity of the member, the intelligence of the member. He's just insulting the member.
Honorable Kika, I take your point. Honorable Mshengu was bringing in his debate the same manner that when you, honorable members, are speaking to the rest of the members, whether it's those that are in government or are leading portfolio committees, you give as much as you want to give. You know, there's one thing that most of the time, honorable members, I have to balance. Myself, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mavimbela and Honorable Zulu have to balance here, is offensive language and versus censorship of members. Sometimes, honorable members, when it is towards members of their parties, they want honorable members to say what they think. The rules are specific. When you move over the rules, we don't hesitate. We don't hesitate, honorable members, across the House. But when you want us to censor people and say that we cannot generalize and speak our views about issues that are happening, for us to come here, we would be accused by the same members that are protected by privileges and immunities. The same members that are protected by rules in terms of their own ability to have freedom of speech, to be nipping whatever they are saying. So Honorable Mshengu, for now, has not reflected personally on anything, unless Honorable Kika was saying that Honorable Mshengu is lying when he's saying that Honorable Dibur has confided in him. I thought that's what we're going to speak on. That is the matter that we can speak about the integrity of the member. The rest of the debate is a debate and he must continue, unless you are speaking on that aspect where we can follow it up. Honorable Mshengu, you can come in and continue with your debate. This matter is
dead.
It's not dead, we have rolled on it.
Thank you very much, Speaker. For me, finally, is to thank all the members who have taken part in the debate. Honorable Premier, Honorable MSc, continue to hug and kiss people whenever you meet them. It's African to do so.
Thank you. Honorable members, we're now moving to 9.4. The report by the MEC for Finance on the combined report on the legislature to the legislature on progress on the rationalization of provincial public entities. Earlier on, the leader of government business has alerted me that umhlonishwa uNkonyeni usaphuthume ngasekliniki. Kodwa uzobuya azoyisho uma kufika isikhathi bacela ngivuse umthethwana unumber 81 umthetho omayelana nokubambela ilungu elingekho. Kweyame kumtheshwana wesibili ilungu lingalawula isiphakamiso noma iphuzu ohlelweni losuku uma ilungu ebekufanele lenze leso siphakamiso lingekho. Inqobo nje uma lelo ilungu ligunyaziwe yilungu elingekho ukuba lilibambele. Ilungu alinakulawula isiphakamiso noma iphuzo lisohlelweni losuku egameni likangqongqoshe. Ungqongqoshe kuphela ongalawula isiphakamiso noma iphuzo lisehlelweni egameni lomunye ungqongqoshe. Yingakho ke ngizobiza umphathiswa ophinde abe yi-leader of government business, Honorable S.A. Duma, on behalf of the MEC of Finance, to table the report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity this afternoon. Let us greet our Honorable Premier and Dube Ngubeni. We greet you. Somlomo and Deputy Speaker, we greet the leader of the official proposition. Simbongela umphetho ukuthi anikezwe nje isikhundlana ubambe lo mshini uzame kancane. So Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Executive Council resolved in 2017 that the province must rationalize the provincial public entities. There have been a number of delays, but we can with confidence indicate today in this House that we are finally on track to achieve the completion of the rationalization of 6 provincial public entities into 3 entities, as well as other areas of consolidation, ultimately resulting in the reduction of total entities from 24 to 14. As you know, there's been some complaint from time to time in the allocation of the appropriation. The process of rationalization also addresses 4 matters in the main. 1, the correction of listings on the Public Finance Management Act, Schedule E.G., revision of name of entities where amendment to legislation resulted in changes. 2, the delisting of entities. 3, closing down and absorption of functions into other entities. 4, regularizing the establishment of institutions such as Moses Kotane Institute, Kwazulu-Natal Growth Fund Trust that have operated without provincial legislations while they have been complying with PFMA and Companies Act. The key objectives for the national rationalization processes stemmed from a national rationalization drive and includes the streamlining of public entities in order to deliver services in the most cost-effective manner and the elimination of duplications between public entities and the department. At the start of the process, as indicated above, Honorable Speaker, 24 entities existed in KZN. The Provincial Executive Council took various resolutions in respect to the rationalization required, which was then reviewed in 2019, 2020. In summary, the following decisions were taken thereafter. In respect of Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs portfolio, there are 5 outlines that we want to table in this House, that the functions of KZN Sharks Board are incorporated into mandate of SMVelo Wildlife, that the KZN Economic Regulatory Authorities established, matching the boards of KZN Liquor Authority and KZN Gaming and Betting. We also propose that the KZN Tourism and Audiovisual Agency Bill matches the KZN Film Commission and then the KZN Tourism Authority. That the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill is drafted to convert the current private trust to a provincial public entity. And on the 5th one, that the Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill is drafted to convert the non-profit company NPC to a provincial public entity. In respect of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development portfolio, we want to propose an outline of these matters. In the main, there are 5 as well. Number 1, GNDP2I Ltd was closed down and functions were incorporated into ADA. It is still to be delisted, official Honorable Speaker. B, Agribusiness Development Agency remains a standalone entity, which must be underpinned by enabling legislation and governed by a suitable governance structure. C, that all shares held by Itala Development Finance Corporation, which is referred also as IDFC, and Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which is called DAR, in Ntingwe P2I Ltd, be transferred officially to ADA. D, Mpendle Ntambanana Agriculture Company be delisted officially as well. E, Natali Trust Farms, the status and veil of assets need to be investigated by DART, after which the entity will then be wound down and delisted. Other entities that will be affected, Honorable Speaker, for the House to note is AMAFA Kwazulu-Natal name change to be aligned to the enabling legislation to KwaZulu-Natal, AMAFA, and Research Institute, respectively. KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional Leaders to be delisted as KZN is the only province listing the House. KwaZulu-Natal Zulu Royal House Trust, the Act to be amended to remedy current governance shortcomings, e.g. appointment of accounting officer so that it also account and comply with the current systems. KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Planning and Development Commission to be delisted pending the finalization of all outstanding appeals before it. The entities and shareholder department affected have made significant efforts in finalizing these matters and have achieved the following in the main, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, in the establishment of oversight governance structure, shareholder department established joint management committee in order to provide the necessary direction and consistency in implementing the cabinet resolution. This has ensured that lessons learned can be shared across the portfolio whilst ensuring cost saving through procuring the savings as a group. For example, in the development of business cases was facilitated for all affected entities by Government Technical Advisory Center within the National Treasury. At their cost-effective rate, the heads of department in consultation with their cost-effective rate, the heads of department in consultation with their respective executive authorities must guide the process and provide the required resources to ensure the realization of this process. Critical, Honorable Premier, decision pertaining the mandate and legislative drafting was the responsibility of the departments. The accounting authorities, the boards appointed by the respective shareholder department executive authorities, are solely responsible for the implementation of the Executive Council resolutions and must provide the required strategic direction to the public entity. The respective CEO plays a critical role in ensuring through analysis of the entity's operations and develop new strategies, structures, systems, and policies for the new entities to be established. For instance, where two entities are merging, the accounting authorities of both entities hold joint meetings in order to pass joint resolution which will impact on the establishment of the new entity. Similar, the executive teams have established change management committees to prepare the entities for the merger by preparing all the required operations to ensure a seamless transition so that the House not also understand all those dynamics, how they are going to be handled. Each CMC or Change Management Committee has work streams which focus on the human resource information technology systems, financial matters, and marketing and communication issues. These work streams are required to analyze existing systems and propose amendment which both entities have to agree to it. This representation has been ensured on the various structures to ensure buy-in throughout the various stages. All proposals must be processed through the CMC and joint boards before being considered a final draft document. All recommendations will be required to be approved by the interim board to be appointed once the Act has been promulgated by this House. Recently, given the delays in the implementation and the impact on service delivery, the rationalization of public entities task team, which is another word called ROPET, not Rupert, ROPET, and political structures were revitalized in order to ensure that the process is finalized as expeditiously as possible. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the establishment and drafting of the revised legislated mandate of the new entities is complete, with the exception of SMVelo and Sharksport, which is in draft format as we speak. This process required extensive consultation to ensure, in the case of mergers, that both entities remain relevant and retain their critical roles in respective sectors as they serve currently. Furthermore, developments have taken place at the policy level impacting on the mandate and thereof needed to be reflected in the draft bills. In this instance of the merger of KZN Film Commission and the KZN Tourism Authority, given the concurrent functions of tourism at a local government, and a consultative process was required to be followed and inputs considered for level. A consultative process was required to be followed and inputs considered for inclusion in the final draft as well. The bills have been reviewed and translated by the state law advisors, Treasury. Certification is complete and the respective cabinet clusters processed the bills before serving at Provincial Executive Authority Council for endorsement. The bills have been submitted formally to the Speaker of the House for processing. It is our fervent hope that such legislative process could be concluded before the end of this financial year, Honourable Speaker. Thirdly, the development of the business cases was undertaken, which is required by National Treasurer with the above-mentioned draft bills in order to provide preliminary approval for listing, pending promulgation of the legislations. All business cases were completed and submitted to National Treasurer at various intervals, given the varied levels of readiness, Honourable Speaker, as well. National Treasury has indicated that feedback is expected before the end of this month in terms of the revised listing as the Minister reviews all the applications in order to issue the updated public entities schedule to the PFMA. The office is engaging National Treasurer, that is the Treasury, on a regular basis to ensure that there are no delays in the finalization of the listing of public entities. The business cases required extensive coordinated work of the respective entities and required the completion of the following. 1, defining the mandate of the new entities contained in the draft bills. 2, development of 5-year strategy and annual performance plan for the new entity. This will include the development of consolidated budgets where applicable. 3, assessment of the current status in order to make appropriate recommendations for the new entity. 4, detailed analysis of the financial implications. 5, risk assessment and mitigating actions to limit the impact and the concurrence of the risk identified. 6, service delivery analysis to be clear, not only of the service to be rendered, but the operating model that will be most cost effective whilst reaching the demand and needs of the prospective clients. This will include determining whether regional district offices are required and whether new offices will need to be acquired, rented, consideration of the IT systems, both the accounting, payroll, and operational systems, Honourable Speaker, to be adopted, review, and contractual obligations and the impact thereof. The key policies which will govern the entity need to be drafted, consulted, and signed off by the joint government. The entity need to be drafted, consulted, and signed off by the joint boards for adoption by the interim board post-promulgation, Honourable Speaker. Considerations in respect of the branding and marketing strategy have been concluded, and launching of the new brands will be key, particularly to ensure that the public are aware of the changes and that communications lines are not affected at all. Organization designs, bearing in mind that one of the objectives is to reduce costs, it is envisaged that the majority of the personnel savings will be at an executive level, Honourable Speaker. The capacity and skills required to deliver on the mandate will define the structure that is required. An interim structure will be approved by the interim board, and employees will be required to follow the approved placement process as the date of promulgation. Human resource planning, the Labour Relations Act must be complied with as employees' conditions of services will be impacted upon the alignment policies, e.g. provisions, performance management, job grading, and job evaluation will be required, resulting in possible amendments in the system. This is considered the most contentious issue and will have to be managed extremely well to avoid any possible labour actions. The financial impact of the new policies is currently being finalized and may be required to be phased in over a period of time. Fortunately, the entities have high vacancy rates and they provide a larger level of flexibility in placing employees onto the interim new structure to ensure that operations can commence from a date of promulgation. The high level of vacancies will also limit the number of duplicate positions for merging entities, and the placement processes will clearly define how employees will be placed on the interim structure. Constant engagement with organized labor is taking place as we speak, Honourable Speaker, to ensure constant messaging by the entities. The PC committed that no jobs will be lost as a result of the rationalizations of entities. I'm sure we must be emphatic on this point, that there will be no jobs that will be lost as a result of these processes on the entities. The governance, the entity should be clear on the various oversight structures required in terms of the enabling legislation, as well as best practices in terms of the corporate governance as contained in the King IV report. This would include the management structures as well as the board and respective committees required to ensure compliance and strengthen the service delivered through enhanced oversight. The membership and terms of reference or charters have been drafted already. Board composition and remuneration, as indicated above, the board membership should be informed by the mandate and the skills and competency required to provide the necessary strategic direction and oversight for the entity. Provision has been made to ensure representative and the gender, race, age, geographical location to ensure a qualified, dynamic, diverse board. The bills include these details, including minimum and maximum sizes of boards, appointment and removal processes, annual declaration, etc., etc. The remuneration of boards is determined in line with the national guidelines, and shareholder MEC must, in consultation with the MEC for Finance, determine fair remuneration of all the board members. This has been a further consideration of the rationalization as directors' fees paid to members of the various entities are considered very high and could potentially be reduced through this process, whilst ensuring that we do not compromise the quality of the members being appointed in the process. As indicated, Honourable Speaker, above, the compilation of the business cases for each entity took a period of 12 to 8 months to be completed. Given the extent of the work required, which enable entities to achieve a high level of preparedness for implementation, all business cases were submitted to National Treasury for their review and consideration. The current key considerations currently are quantifying the financial implication and the number of once-off costs will be incurred by the entities during the implementation, with the projected savings only to be realized in the medium-long term. The draft bills make provision for transition period, which I feel I should elaborate on this House to understand the complexity of the processes which will unfold once the legislative processes have been concluded, Honourable Speaker. Once the new entities have been established, an interim board will need to be appointed in order to approve the appointment of the interim CEO. The operating policies include delegations, interim structures, placement processes, and other critical operation matters, e.g. the opening of a bank account to enable the entity to begin operations. It is anticipated that the interim provisions will be for a period of 6 to 7 months to 6 to 12 months, as this may include the procuring of new offices, information technology system, the data migration in some instances, placement of personnel on interim structure, and developing of a permanent structure, among other matters. The interim processes will vary for each other entities affected as they face varied challenges, and the size and the nature of the operations differ substantially. The bills have been made provision for the transition period and enable the issuing of a schedule which will detail the steps required to be undertaken during this period. The timely appointment of the interim boards will be critical, as the approvals are essential to avoid any impact on service delivery, Honourable Speaker. The promulgation of the bills will trigger the winding down transfer closure of the existing entities, and the process could take from 6 to 12 months when we do the winding down. Final annual financial statement will need to be submitted to the Auditor General for a close-out audit, which will then be tabled in the annual report, Honourable Speaker. Further interim or internal audits may be required in light of the systems and process changes to ensure that the measure has been undertaken correctly and that all assets and liability are accounted for. This will include issues such as records, management where personal files, contractual commitment, etc., are transferred with 100% accuracy, Honourable Speaker. I've elaborated on various processes that are required in order to enlighten the honourable members on the extensive work done to date and what is still required to be undertaken. This will require a collective effort, and the bills having been tabled with the Speaker, we are on the final stretch of this incredible long journey as we look forward to realizing the outcomes of fiscal consolidation while enhancing service delivery. We want to thank all the members who have participated this august House, Honourable Speaker. It has taken too long, probably for the last 12 years consistently. We've been trying to finalize the process, and now is the time, and we want to offer this to the House. I thank you so much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Duma. Honourable members, the bills that the Honourable MEC, Leader of Government Business, was referring to that have been tabled and were mentioned in the tablings earlier in the morning are now referred officially to the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, where they will have to be processed. We just want to bring it to the attention of the relevant portfolio committees and any other relevant portfolio committee, because I also heard that there's one for agriculture. We want to bring it to the attention of the relevant portfolio committees that the bills will be going to that. Honorable members, these bills have been tabled this time towards the end of the term. And if they are not finalized, by the time that the House rises, they will fall off. And the seventh term legislature will have to start afresh. So I am making Honorable Mavimbela to be aware that there is some new work that is given to your portfolio committees in preparation, Nino Makeba, in preparation for the conclusion of the bills. It's on top of the ones that are coming from national. Honorable members, with that said, we want to thank the opportunity from the executive to actually give the report that gives the explanation so that we all understand the rationale behind the bills. Now, honorable members, we noted that earlier on in the morning when we made announcements, there were few critical announcements that were left off that we want to make now. But we want to check first that you don't have any announcement you want to make, Honorable Premier. Thank you. There are few announcements that we must firstly apologize for having not made them. The first one, sincere apologies, Chief Whip, we have seen it. On the 10th of October, we received a letter from the Chief Whip of the ANC, who's the Chief Whip of the legislature, alerting us that there is an appointment of a new whip who is taking over the position that was left vacant by the election of Honorable Kulu as a chairperson of a committee. And Honorable L. Dingubane is now a party whip of the ANC component. Welcome to the leadership, Mbovu, of your party. We congratulate you, Namasigisigi. Honorable members, there's been civic education that has been continuing and it has been going pretty well. But we want to make it known to the House that the chapter that was taking place yesterday faced some glitches because it coincided with industrial action at SITA of one of the unions there. And as a result, the Home Affairs services could not be rendered. Home Affairs has pledged that if the legislature is available, they are available to go back to Ugu because the service was not rendered. We will be speaking with the secretary to look whether we have resources enough to go back, all of us, to Ugu to continue what we could not do yesterday. It will be dependent upon availability of resources to go back to Ugu. But even if we don't have resources, Home Affairs said they will still ensure that they go to the wards that we were going to. But also with the program that is going well, there's also some challenges that we have noted. We have noted that members arrive a day before, sleep in hotels. The program starts around 8 or 9, but members will arrive way after 10 or around 11. By 12:30, they will be leaving, saying that some members, I'm not saying all members, saying that they are traveling to afar. Honorable members, we are now going to be keeping strict attendance registers in the civic education. It's not a trip. Honorable members also are reminded that civic education is also about actually working there because we have to speak to people about democracy. We don't go there to sit. We will be now really exercising stricter monitoring because we have been speaking to members now we are escalating to actually enforcing it. The next announcement, honorable members, it's what you received in your mailbox on the 14th of October 2023. We have received an invitation from the Ndobe family, the family of the former Deputy Speaker, the late M. Ndobe, that on the 11th of November 2023, they will be unveiling his tombstone at Cox Hill at Umzimkhulu, where he was buried. The family has invited all members because they say he was laid to rest during the time of COVID-19 and the restrictions. Most people could not be able to attend, and they are now opening up. They think they are ready to actually meet most people that knew Usiwa and to properly have their farewell with all of you. So, honorable members, you are invited. You would be reminded because the legislature will be taking details of those that will be attending. Honorable members, you are reminded in terms of the program that on the 2nd to the 3rd of November 2023, there is the taking the legislature to the people of Ugu that will take place at the Port Shepstone Civic Center in Renkonyeni local municipality. Honorable members, you are reminded therefore that you have to be attending to that. And with that, the House is adjourned until the 2nd of November 2023 in Ugu.
Order, Madam Speaker.